Yeah, no, please take the day off, relax, enjoy the metrics. I'm sure we'll be able to carry ourselves.
I'm sure we will.
Let me know when you're live.
We're live now! Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with a very special Saturday debate stream. Sargon of Akkad versus Vosh. And of course, as always, we're joined by everyone's favorite, Adam Friended. But before we get into that, two very important things. 5 minutes before the stream, I just got a warning sign that my computer may explode. So if I suddenly disappear in the debate, you'll know why. And the second thing, the very important thing, is I was told, Vosh, that you thought that I was someone completely different. You thought I was Literature Devil.
All right, listen up, okay? There are a lot of people.
Dare you?
There are a lot of people online with edgy icons that talk about media. I'm really sorry, okay? I promise it won't happen again.
You're saying that all people of Shadow look the same.
Oh no, Vosh!
No.
Wow.
It's a form of misgendering as well. Like,
totally.
I vow from this point forward to respect the identities of everyone here on this podcast, and I expect to be treated the same.
Sargon, your mic.
How can we?
Your mic is a little low. If you want to edge it up a tad.
who, mine? Did you say me? Sorry.
Sargon, yeah, your mic is a little low. Your mic is a little.
I actually can't. It's actually at the highest volume I can get out.
Okay,
I'll try and
you're
talk a
good.
bit closer into it.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, sorry.
Anyway, are there any rules to this debate, Adam? Is this going to be free-flowing anarchy? What's happening?
Free-flowing anarchy,
anarchy.
Is exactly the direction that we're going to go. Do you guys have a preference who starts? Are you going to make an argument? I mean, we pitched this debate as capitalism versus socialism, so
I imagine that subject is going to come up at some point.
okay.
Would you, Sargon, if you don't mind, do you mind if I open?
No, you please.
Yeah. I can't tell you. It's actually really surreal to be speaking to you. You've been kind of a boogeyman for the left online for as long as I've been even politically interested. So I remember a little while ago when you commented on the discussion that I had with Adam Friended, and I chided you a little bit for YouTube comments because it's YouTube comments. People make fun of that. I join in, obviously. But really, no, I was quite flattered at the validation that your involvement afforded me. So I have, I guess, a single question. I have no idea what you believe in. I have no idea what driving political philosophy you ascribe to or what leads you to making the decisions you do. When I look at it from a distance, It almost feels incoherent. So I was actually rather hoping we could sort of codify what it is you actually believe so I know what positions I should be attacking.
Sure, I'm an English liberal, so I believe in constitutional values, free markets, personal freedoms, innate human rights, things like that.
Right. Open borders, free economic trade.
No.
So not a classical liberal.
Not open borders at the very least.
Or at the very least, lax immigration to allow markets, people, and labor to flow freely across borders to maximize economic output.
Well, it depends what you're trying to achieve, doesn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. Lately you've been going on a bit about those Muslim rape gangs. I was wondering why.
I'm opposed to Muslim rape gangs.
Okay, that's fair and reasonable. Do you have a problem broadly with the non-rapey Muslim refugees and asylum seekers that have entered the UK?
There haven't really been any.
There have been no non-rapey Muslim asylum seekers and refugees that have entered the UK.
There haven't really been any refugees or asylum seekers. That's what the Calais jungle's about. The Conservative government wouldn't let them in. They let something like, I don't know, 2,000 in, but that's a very small number.
All right. The last time
where did you get that information from?
Yeah, so... Let's see.
Guys, we got a lot of dead air here. Are we talking capitalism and socialism, or
no?
I mean,
so in March 2019, over the past year, so from a 2018 to 2019 period, it seems that there were 40,000 applicants for asylum seeking in the United Kingdom. I can find the stats that I was looking for specifically beforehand. But while we're waiting on those, where are the Muslim rape gangs then?
The Muslim rape gangs are from legal immigration.
Wait, asylum seeking and refugees are legal.
Yeah, but you're mistaking refugees and asylum seekers for just regular immigrants.
No, I said asylum seekers and refugees who are both came through legal processes.
Yes, we took very, very few of them, but we take millions of legal immigrants who are just immigrating to the country. They're not refugees or asylum seekers.
Okay. So your issue here isn't with refugees or asylum seekers then. It's with immigration in general.
What issue do I have?
I'm asking you that. You said there were Muslim rape
Well,
gangs.
you've assumed that I have an issue. Then what is it?
You said you had an issue with them when I asked you if you did. I'm asking you why.
That's not anything that I think anyone of any reasonable moral fiber would object to, is it? I mean,
Okay, well then let's clarify.
everyone has an issue with rape gangs, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. The issue is, what do we do with that problem? When I think we have an issue with rape gangs, for example, I try to examine the socioeconomic causes that sort of underpin whatever it is that's leading to those attacks. There are obviously a lot of such that lead to the problems that Europe has been having in general. But I think that
hang on, before we gallivant on, what do you think the causes are?
For the immigration that you're dealing with
Muslim
there?
rape gangs.
Are we talking about legal immigrants or asylum seekers
Yes,
and refugees?
We're talking about legal immigrants.
Okay. Well, I think a predominant issue would be that the majority of the legal immigrants that you're seeing from the countries that have Muslim majority populations are young. There are a lot of young men coming in. Young men are by a disproportionate rate of crimes committed, no matter what demographics you're looking at. In fact, I think for the UK, 9% of the population, which is young men between the ages of 18 and 34, committed about 50% of the violent crimes over the past 10-year period. So whether or not they're Muslim, having people who come in who are disproportionately young is invariably going to lead to a disproportional rate of crime being committed by that population.
Well,
we have the same issue here in America with
hang on,
Mexicans.
okay, yep. I mean, I agree with you on that point. That is true.
Mhm.
But the problem with the grooming gangs is there's a particular set of characteristics that identify them and separate them from other forms of crime. And when looking for these particular gangs with these particular characteristics, it seems that it's essentially based in identity.
How so?
Well, the victims are exclusively non-Muslim, and the perpetrators seem to be almost exclusively Muslim.
Okay. Yeah. I see that when I look at crime statistics in the UK, there's undeniably been a bump over the past few years, but it seems as though that bump is much, much smaller than the proportional decline the country has seen since the mid-90s. It seems as though the crime bump that we've been seeing isn't entirely out of the ordinary with the regular cycles of crime raising and lowering in proportion with the population changes. I can bring up a graph on that if you'd like.
Hang on. So what?
Well, it means that this isn't the end of the UK. There are a lot of people who are acting as though this is
When
the
did I ever
decline.
say that we're looking at the end of the UK?
I never did. However, you
Well,
have
why did you bring
engaged
it
in
up?
some pretty reactionary language
Well,
when it comes to.
hang on.
You asked me a question.
No, hang on. You said this isn't the end of the UK, as if I had said that it is. But you didn't.
That was a
you
way
accept
of
that I
me
didn't
following
say
it
that I
through
said-
on explaining that the
Yeah,
issue
but
you're
also-
dealing with
hang on.
is
You're
well
also-
in
you-
line
you
with
are
the issues the
ascribing
UK
to
has
me
been dealing
positions
with.
One at
I
a
don't
time, guys.
hold because you don't understand what I believe.
I never ascribed that position to you. If you'd
You
like,
just
I can
did.
rephrase
You
my
just
claim. I
Yeah,
did
please.
not. Okay.
You
So
absolutely did.
I apologize if you feel that way and will work harder to respect your considerations in the future. So, in regards to the increase in violent crime in the UK, while it has increased, there is no denying that. And I don't deny the fact that immigration does often bring problems. That would be a ridiculous claim to go against. The fact that it is in line with, and in fact, significantly below previous spikes in crime that the UK has weathered suggests to me that while this is an issue that should be taken seriously, nobody should deny that, there are certain reactionary tendencies that I think might be an overstep to that problem. For example, cutting down on immigration.
Sorry, before we go on,
Mhm.
what are you proposing exactly?
I'm
And what do you think I'm proposing?
Well, you ran with UKIP, so you've already run with pretty far-right groups who are interested in curtailing Islamic
UKIP are
immigration.
not far right. They're
I
not.
apologize. You're right.
They're quite,
Well,
they're quite
the UKIP was
centrist.
literally left by Nigel Farage around the time you came in because they were moving too far right. So
No,
that's not my
you-
characterization.
no,
That's his.
Hang on. yeah, but you've got to understand the nature of the meaning that's within the terms that are being used here. That far right is effectively a dog whistle to say not politically correct.
A dog whistle.
For example, the
I'm not
TERFs
politically correct. Do you think I'm far right?
No, I don't, but that's not my characterization. But like, for example, the TERFs are far right at this point. The Posey Parkers and people like that. People who don't agree with transgender ideology are considered far right now.
It really depends on the way in which they engage in those things. But now you're ascribing to me positions I don't hold. When I say UKIP is far right, I'm saying it because Nigel Farage, you're mischaracterizing my position.
I'm not ascribing a position to you. I'm letting you know that because you're not from this country, you don't understand the sort of tenor of the dialogue that is.
Is Nigel Farage from your country?
Yes, but Nigel Farage
left UKIP after Tommy Robinson was appointed
I'm saying,
because it was a far right party, too far right for him.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Because
you're free to.
I'm not, because you keep interrupting me.
My apologies.
Nigel Farage is not far right either. Far right is a dog whistle term to say not acceptable within politically correct politics. That puts a lot of people in this regard. And when people want to avoid the beating stick that the media use against these people, they say, "Oh no, I'm not with them. They're far right." This is what Nigel Farage has done.
Sort of like how anti-racist is a code word for anti-right.
Sorry, it's a code word for what?
Anti-white. Do you believe that characterization, that anti-racist is a code word for anti-right?
Anti-racist is code for anti-white. I think they usually say diversity is usually a code word for anti-white.
They say both, and by they I mean neo-Nazis.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Right. So you're essentially making the same argument that you can't claim anything is far right because far right is used to describe anyone who isn't on the left.
It depends what you think is far right. What does far right mean in your definition?
Whether or not something is far right obviously depends on the political predilections of the person who is using that term. When I used it, I was referring to the description of Nigel Farage, a popular politician who lives in your country and is familiar with the language you use, who described UKIP as too far right for him after Tommy Robinson was appointed, a man you defended after his arrest around the same time you came in as one of their MPs. So when I say UKIP is a far right party, I am in fact quoting one of its founders and a prominent politician in Britbongerland itself. So if you disagree with that characterization, that's fine.
Richard Spencer is a progressive then, because he claims to be a progressive.
That's an excellent... I would love to get into that. Do you know what the word progressive means?
I don't care. Richard Spencer claims he's a progressive. By your logic, then he is a progressive, and Nigel Farage is right that UKIP's far right.
Did anything about my logic just say that words have no meanings and anyone can describe themselves to mean anything without any consideration?
Yes.
So because you disagree with Nigel Farage's characterization of the party that he helped create.
Don't worry about Nigel Farage's characterization. Why don't you just define far right for
it's strange to me that you would impugn the legitimacy of far right as a criticism when it was levied against the party by the person who created it. And you then come to tell me that far right is a way to describe people who aren't politically correct. Tommy Robinson isn't politically correct. Neither is Nigel Farage. So obviously when he used that characterization, he wasn't using it from the perspective of somebody that you have mischaracterized here.
Why can't you just define far right for me?
Well, it depends on where you are in the political spectrum. I would consider wanting to end.
It's different to everyone.
Yeah. Yes. So we have to define our terms.
That's why I'm asking you to do.
The same can be said with progressive or English liberal or classical liberal. Think of all of the ways in which you've bastardized the term classical liberal over the past few years.
I'm not interested in debating that with you. I'm interested in finding out from you what your definition of far right is. And I can't continue until you define it, because as you say, it's subjective. So
in the instance of UKIP specifically, considering that their push for Brexit was prompted largely on populist xenophobic rhetoric, I'm sure you would disagree with that. I know you would disagree with that characterization, but here's the quick question from you. Okay.
Yeah.
What is fear mongering?
To define far right for me. I'm not answering the question until you define far right for me.
Far right is a political characterization for anyone outside of the Overton window to the extent that they would be considered far. Do you want a more specific term?
No, that's perfect.
I was quoting.
That proves my point precisely.
that it's
a worthless
subjective.
term.
The
Yeah, but
point
it's
that
a
I
dog
agreed
whistle.
with, all language is subjective. We create it for the utility we derive from it. I was quoting the founder of UKIP when I described it as a far right party. If
Yeah,
you
I
have
know,
a problem
but
with his language
definition-
usage,
your definition of far right there.
Hey,
makes it
Vosh,
as
can you
worthless
lower your
as when-
microphone a little bit, just a tad? Sorry.
sure,
I'm getting
I can push it
complaints in the
further
chat.
away from me.
Okay, there you go.
Your definition of far right there means absolutely nothing, though. Simply outside of the Overton.
That's
window.
why I was
Tells us
quoting
nothing about
the founder of UKIP. Why are you so angry over this?
Vosh, what you're saying is that the term far right means outside of the Overton.
I was
window.
quoting. You
Yeah,
have
but
to
that was
wait.
your
I need to
definition.
help.
That's
I
how
need to
you
help you with this.
define
I'm
far
willing
right.
to help you with this one.
Vosh, can you let me speak?
When
again?
I'm describing,
Vosh,
well,
do you
really
have to
quickly,
talk
because
one
I
at a
feel
time,
as though
guys.
we're confused right now, and I'm trying to help
I
us
agree
both.
that you are confused right now. You
I agree that
defined
we're both
far
confused.
right-
Okay, I'm confused
You-
as to why you're continuing on this point. So let me clarify
because I'm,
really
I'm
quickly.
trying to explain to you. The
I would
deficiency
not
in your
use
thinking.
far right as an objective term to describe a party. What
I
I was doing was quoting Nigel Farage because you then criticized me for using far right in a way which is not
Yeah.
in line with how Britmongers
It-
use far right.
If
And I
it
turned that
helps,
on you
would
by pointing
criticize
out I am
Nigel Farage
quoting
for the same
not
thing.
only a Britmonger, but the person who founded the party.
Vosh,
If you
I
want me
don't
to use
care.
more specific language, I don't care if you don't care.
Vosh,
You're acting as though I'm the one who used this language when I'm quoting the person who I
You
felt
are
couldn't have
using this
communicated
language right
usage.
now.
Vosh, give
Right.
Sargon a chance to respond.
Are we
You
going
are
to argue
using-
about the definition of far right for the
How-
next 40
Vosh,
minutes?
Hopefully
Vosh,
not.
Vosh.
Hopefully not. But
The
give
moderator's
Sargon a
asked you to
response.
be quiet for a moment. Can you do that? Good.
Are you going to
But-
ask me what far right means?
No, I'm going to explain to you why your definition
Let him
of far
respond,
right
Vosh.
makes exactly what you're saying about the term far right redundant.
Hit me
You
up.
just defined it as being outside of the Overton window. That's exactly correct, but that's not actually an analysis of someone's political positions.
No shit. I agreed with that.
So you guys
That's
agree?
why I
You're
was
meant to be demolishing
quoting-
your own position here. Vosh.
That's why I was quoting another person. Do you want
But
me
it
to
doesn't
rephrase
matter
my
if-
arguments in my
That's
own
an appeal to
language?
authority, Vosh. That's an appeal.
It's an
to
appeal
authority.
to authority to describe UKIP by the person who founded UKIP and left the party because of the influence
Yes.
of people like you.
Yes.
Do you know appeal to
Yes,
authority
you
is
are
only
literally just
wait.
appealing to
I
Nigel
can.
Farage.
You
as
can
an
learn
authority.
from this. You can learn something. An
You are
appeal to
not
authority.
justifying anything
An
using
appeal
logical
to
reasoning,
authority
Vosh.
is only fallacious when the authority doesn't have authority on the subject. Nigel
It's
Farage has
always
authority.
fallacious. Vosh, it's always fallacious.
Do you want to look up the definition of
It's-
the
it's-
appeal
it's
to
not an
authority
argument,
fallacy?
Vosh. But you
Wait.
can-
Really quickly.
you can-
Do you
you
think it's a
cannot-
fallacy? Do you think it is a fallacy to appeal to the authority of a physicist when speaking on the legitimacy of issues concerning physics?
what you're doing.
That's a yes or no question, Sargon.
What you're doing.
That's a
let-
yes
let
or no
me-
question, Sargon.
I don't have to talk, but if you're asking me a question, I think
That's a
it's
yes or no
incumbent on
question,
you
Sargon. Do
to
you
not
think that it is a
interrupt me when I give you an
fallacy
answer?
to appeal to
If-
the validity of a physicist's authority?
Moderators, can we get some moderation,
Vosh,
please?
can you just?
It's a yes or no question that
can
I
you-
think
Can
is
you
pretty
guys not
pertinent.
mute him after he's asked the
Well,
question?
I can,
so
but I don't
actually
like to
answer it?
mute people, but I will. Vosh, I'm going to mute you if you don't just respond to me. But go ahead, Sargon. I
Right.
got to give
So-
Sargon a chance to respond, Vosh. You keep interrupting him when he let him stop
It's very
talking.
ungentlemanly, Vosh.
Yeah, let him stop
You
talking.
can
and
you
then
can make your
interject.
point and then pause and then make your point after I've spoken.
Yeah, there you go.
So the point of the term far right is it is just a dog whistle to say this is a bad person. As you've said by your definition of far right, there is no real definition of far right. It's not a political position. It isn't a political ideology. You're not defining anything in a positive way. What you're saying is this is just the bad area. And anything we relegate to the bad area is bad. And when you use Nigel Farage using that tactic, what he is trying to do is ingratiate himself with the media. Now, I know you're not British, so I appreciate that you might not have known this or understood this, but that's what he's doing. Because, for instance, Nigel Farage has said practically everything that I've said about these subjects as well. So if he calls someone like me not far right, then essentially he's calling himself far right as well. So all this is kind of weak political gamesmanship. And I honestly, I thought it was below you, to be honest.
So
I
I
was
don't know if
expecting a
you
bit
I don't
more
know
meat.
if you missed my question. Do you think it is fallacious to appeal to the authority of a physics professor when asking a question about physics or trying to clarify an answer on it?
So let him
Yeah, but
answer,
it doesn't
Vosh.
prove the answer if you appeal to an authority.
It doesn't prove the answer. Is it fallacious to invoke their authority on the subject? That's a yes or no question.
Because you're not proving the answer to the question.
Yeah.
So you believe that it's fallacious in any point to ever address the validity or the authority of an expert on the subject?
Bosch, I'm not saying that when you have two laymen discussing physics and they don't know what they're talking about, and physicist X says this, then that's not a useful input into the conversation, but it is a fallacious argument.
It's not a fallacious argument. You actually don't know the definition of the fallacy.
Let him finish. You keep interrupting.
It's not proof of the answer.
Adam, he talked for like 90 seconds and I'm asking yes, no questions. This is pretty
90
simple.
seconds.
You can Google the definition of the
Bosch.
appeal to authority fallacy if you're interested. For anyone curious, the appeal to authority is only fallacious if their authority isn't relevant. So if I'm appealing to Brad Pitt's opinion on climate change, that would be a fallacious appeal to authority because Brad Pitt, though he does have cultural and social authority, does not know anything about climate change, or at least not any more than you would expect from a layman.
Vosh, can authorities ever be wrong?
That is irrelevant to whether or not the line of appeal is fallacious.
Okay, so never mind then. Let's move on.
That is not what wait, do you think a fallacy means any type of argument that is capable of being wrong?
No.
Okay, so whether or not it's capable of being wrong has nothing to do with whether or not it's a fallacy.
No, but it is a fallacy to appeal to authority in the face of an actual answer.
It's not in the face of an actual answer. You often have to appeal to expertise in order to solve questions. You realize that, right?
It's a minor point.
You
Let's
don't
move
actually ever have to appeal.
Well, it's
to
actually
expertise.
incredible to me that somebody could be politically relevant for online this long and not know the basic definition of a fallacy that you could Google and learn. I think I've seen infographics meant to be digested by 8th graders that have a more nuanced understanding of this topic than he does.
Let's see
but that's okay.
Let's see.
We can move on. What I'm more interested in, because I don't know why like you're posturing so hard on the definition of far right, is while we're speaking on the definition of words.
Hang on. Right. You seem very worked up at the moment.
Really?
I'm not here to fight.
I understand that your career has literally been built on you smugly being wrong and remaining calm because you make a lot of money from it. Would you like to move to the next subject, or would you like to posture?
I'm not worried about the amount of money I make. What I'm saying is that I'm not here to destroy you, right? I'm not here to take you down or anything, because you have nothing I want.
We have not even gotten to a single discussion point yet, because you got triggered by your former party leader's characterization of your own party.
Vosh, you're the one
I agree that we'll characterize that as triggering. But the point is, Vosh, you laid out the definition of far right, and it actually doesn't mean anything, does it?
No, it has a subjective meaning, like all terms. That doesn't mean it means nothing.
But from your definition, what you're saying is far right is just outside of the Overton window, isn't it?
Right, which means it is subjective, not meaningless. Those two words mean different things.
Okay, but what do we derive from that, if not just an expression of power?
What?
I don't.
I would like you to clarify that statement.
Okay, so the use of the term far right to categorize something as far right is to categorize it as outside of the Overton window. Agreed?
Far enough outside of the Overton window that it would be considered far right. Yes.
Yeah, sure. But you're categorizing it as something.
Yes, it's subjective because it relates to the subjective position of the Overton window.
Yes, and the Overton window is that space in which we have the acceptable space for political dialogue. Is that correct?
That is what the Overton window means, yes.
Yes. So it's just an expression of power. It's not saying something is right or wrong. It's saying this is what we will talk about, and that is what we won't.
I never said it was a value statement. I said it was a descriptor that I was using specifically because I was quoting somebody who I felt had authority on the characterization of UKIP. This is ridiculous. We haven't gotten to a single point yet, and we're 25 minutes in.
Let's move on.
It only makes sense if you care about the Overton window, is what I'm saying.
The Overton window exists whether you like it or not. It has been shifting for hundreds of years. It is a valid tool of discourse in political science. I don't know why you're acting as though this is something you need to care about for it to exist.
Well, you seem to be interested. I mean, you brought up the term far right. I would have just defined them by their ideology.
I'm really sorry that the language use that I engaged in was very upsetting for you. I was using it specifically to quote again Nigel Farage, and I was going to follow it with specific policy pointers that I was going to use to describe why I felt
policy pointers.
We have spent the past 15 to 20 minutes arguing over whether or not far right is a valid characterization of UKIP,
Yes.
and then you demonstrated to me you don't understand what fallacies mean, I'm okay with talking about
do
something I find a
actually
little bit
understand
more
what fallacies
interesting.
mean, Vosh. You seem to think
How about
that
whether or not
an
Richard
appeal to
Spencer is a
authority
progressive?
isn't a fallacy.
Because earlier,
well, let's
Yes.
get to the policy.
well,
points
there's a
about UKIP.
difference
You were
between a
about to bring those
fallacious
up,
appeal to authority and an appeal to authority.
Okay. All right.
Yes, we can look it
I'll
up
let-
if
I'll
you'd
let the
like. If you
comments-
can give
I'll
me
let the-
3 minutes.
No,
of
let's not look it
I
up.
don't
We
see
don't
why
want
we
to
need
debate
to. Why don't you
fallacies
just
here.
give
You
me the
don't want to
policy
look it
points
up?
to which
You don't want to look it
object.
up?
We'll look it up after the stream. Let's move on to what were those policy prescriptions you wanted to bring up, Bosch?
I'm actually, and I'm particularly curious now because this was brought up without my involvement. Richard Spencer being a progressive, you claim that,
Well, let's talk
I
about
have
the UKIP policy
suggested-
positions
Well-
that you were about to bring up.
well, I'm not interested in talking about UKIP policy positions if you're going
You brought
to.
that up.
I did bring that up, and then you brought up Richard Spencer. Are you interested in that? Because that is your
Not
most recent,
really.
despite you're not. Then why'd you bring it up? That's very strange, Carl. Why
Vosh,
would you do that?
push your-
Because
Vosh,
you
push
are
your
bringing it
mic
up.
back a
You
little bit.
mentioned that someone said if Nigel Farage say UKIP are far right, then they are far right. In the same way that if Richard Spencer says he's a progressive, he is a progressive.
No,
It's a
that was
fallacy.
not my argument. When you
No,
quote
that's
someone,
the
you are
line
not
of your
saying.
logic.
So let me help you out here. When you quote somebody, that does not implicitly mean you believe that by quoting somebody, their word is not only true, but divinely correct in all instances. So when I said UKIP characterized as far right by Nigel Farage, I am not then stepping in to say that I believe Nigel Farage is an empirical, objective, divine arbiter on all things political. And you have somehow
Yeah, but
turned that
that's a ridiculous standard. No one thinks that about anyone. But you are saying that Richard Spencer, the Nigel Farage, is a legitimate authority on whether UKIP is far right or not.
I think that the founder of the party, or one of them, is a reasonable person to cite a subjective characterization of the party on, yes.
But that's only
because there
you
are
don't
no
understand the political
objective.
circumstance in which he said it. He's actually being a slimy weasel when he says that.
I'm familiar with it. I'm well aware of the optics
You're
games
not.
that goes with distancing from the UKIP party. I was familiar with it.
Then
You think people
why are
weren't
you
following the
acting
stuff that
like
went
he
on over there?
wasn't doing that.
I never said he wasn't.
You are.
Well, I
acting
can't.
like
We're going to go over
Okay,
this
let's-
forever.
let's move
This is
on to the next
extraordinary.
subject. Let's move on to the next subject. Since
Yeah.
you,
So
don't
why
like
do you
this.
believe Richard Spencer is a progressive?
because he said he was.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it winds up the lefties. It's amazing. It's my favorite meme.
I know. That's pretty much all of your political impetus.
Yeah.
It's what winds up the
Why
lefties.
are
That's
you
why
a
you supported
communist?
Trump as well.
I'm interested in this. Why are you a communist?
I'm describing myself more as a libertarian socialist these days. We said we were all going to
Right,
respect
okay.
each other's identities.
Well, I didn't know. I thought you were actually more of a Stalinist. I wasn't sure.
I
Okay,
have.
so-
Wait. You're actually talking to the wrong person. I've spent dozens of hours critiquing tankies and everyone else who
Oh, okay.
defends Stalin, the
Cool.
People's Republic of China.
Cool. Okay. So what would be the critique of capitalism be from the libertarian socialist position? What's the point
Well,
of capitalism?
That's the thing. I love freedom. Do you like freedom?
Depends what you mean by freedom.
Oh, interesting. Do you like democracy?
Too soon to tell.
Interesting. Okay, so you're not a liberal of any kind then. Those are basic
No,
tenets of
absolutely
liberal
not.
philosophy. Okay,
No,
well, because I respect.
they are modern positions that liberals hold.
No, the Enlightenment
Hey,
literally
Vosh,
codified.
People are
the
still saying
philosophical.
your volume is crazy loud by comparison. So
I
don't
am
know.
pulling that microphone away from my
Go,
mouth. But
do
here,
me
I'll
a
try
favor
that.
Just
and
the
take
volume
that
bit.
microphone in your other room and close the door.
But
There we go.
Yeah.
liberalism evolved before democracy. Vosh.
Thank you, Vosh.
Liberalism evolved before democracy, and then democracy was created by those involved in the foundation of liberalism. It was
Well, no,
a
the-
response to the idea of the divine right of kings. Enlightenment thinkers
Yeah, I'm
were the
aware.
ones to postulate that a neoclassical approach to society, one which valued things such as democracy, freedom, and fair trade, was a more ethical way to arrange human society than the monarchies that were previously prominent. It was the founders of the Enlightenment who proposed this.
to answer your question more accurately, when you say democracy, I interpreted that as universal suffrage, but you don't mean that, do you?
Democracy can mean a lot of things. What
Okay.
value, for example, is democracy if the landlords control the land on which you work, the nobles?
I don't know. What you tell me.
Well, it's not particularly meaningful because, in practical terms, your ability to act democratically is influenced by how much individual freedom you have. If you don't have the freedom, for example, to leave your plantation because you're expected to work 18 hours a day, you don't functionally live in a democracy.
Okay, where did that ever happen then?
Where did whatever happen?
The peasants not being able to leave the plantation. I
Um,
assume you meant peasants.
Yes, the peasantry or the serfs. I didn't say it happened.
Yeah.
It was an example used to prove that economic inconveniences can hamper the democratic nature of
Yeah.
a society.
Well, yeah, I agree that feudal societies weren't democratic.
Right. But if you implement political democracy while leaving it such that the peasantry are still utterly beholden to the economic expectations of an upper class, you have functionally not a very democratic society. So
Okay, but
that
do we
is why
actually live in that
Enlightenment
society,
thinkers,
Do we actually live in that society, though?
in what society?
The society you're just describing?
The one in which we have actual democracy?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to suggest perfect democracy, but I think the approximation that we have of democracy is good enough, is it not?
It's much better than we had a few hundred years ago. I'll say that. I'm not saying that this is an example of how society functions today. I'm saying it's the reason why the Enlightenment thinkers sort of came up with laissez-faire capitalism. The idea was by allowing market trade to happen amongst individuals with limited involvement by the government, you would afford people the economic freedom necessary to have an actual functionally democratic society. I believe
I'm
we
not sure it's
failed.
actually about democracy, because this came before democracy, and the term laissez-faire came from the Chancellor of Louis XIV when he understood that a kingdom's glory came from its wealth. And so I can't remember the Chancellor's name, but he was asking them, well, what exactly can we do to make your lives easier so you can make more money? And they just said, leave us alone. It was
Yes.
nothing to do with democracy.
And the
That was an
term
absolute monarchy.
laissez-faire was best implemented when laissez-faire capitalism was postulated by a variety of Enlightenment thinkers, including Adam Smith. I believe in many of the values of the Enlightenment. I believe society is better when people can make choices about their own lives, when we have control over the society in which we live. I feel as though capitalism hampers some of those opportunities.
Okay, in what way?
Well, for example, I believe that our whether or not we live in a democratic society in a political sense is more or less meaningless when most people will spend most of their days in a workplace that is not democratic. Additionally, the forces of the
hang on, before we move on there, the contention, most workplaces are not democratic. Why do they need to be?
I'm pointing that out.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
You could ask the same thing about society in general. Why does America need to be politically democratic? I think democracies make people happier.
We have no choice. We have no choice with society. The societies we live in are the ones we live in. We can't get away from that. But
we can change society. Wait, why can't we just have a king if democracy doesn't matter?
I didn't say democracy doesn't matter.
Well, then I think it matters in every place, including the workplace.
Are there no places where democracy is inappropriate?
I think democracy is appropriate in places where it makes life better and not appropriate in places where it doesn't.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer the question.
Oh, it does. It means that I'm not categorically in favor of democracy in every social structure. I don't think, for example, a family unit should be democratic. Voting on what you get for dinner seems a little bit weird. But in terms of a workplace, most of us spend most of our lives working in what is functionally an authoritarian system. You can't.
Every workplace is desirable. I mean,
are you saying that democracy in this country is place in order for democracy to be non-viable there? And you essentially said, yes, if you can just leave. So I ask you, in the EU, you can freely travel across the land borders of those countries. Would it be wrong then for Germany to institute a Kaiser if democracy doesn't matter there because you can just leave?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reason that democracy is a useful thing for a society is because essentially people are trapped within it. And democracy is a very good way of making sure that power is evenly or well distributed through the system. That does not mean that it is the ideal form of governance in all cases. For example, a business is not like a country. A business actually has other demands placed upon it and can actually fail. I mean, I suppose technically countries can fail, but you know what I mean for the sake of argument. There is a lot more at work in the management of a business than there is in the management of
a country.
No, let me reframe that. I didn't say that. I would say that there is a lot more risk involved in the management of a business for the individual. So I would suggest that, I mean, for example, do you honestly think that I mean, is it just giant corporations that you're aiming for here, or is it literally every business? Because like 99% of businesses in America are like small businesses.
So to clarify, you said democracies only function because we're trapped there. Again,
No, I
you
didn't
can.
say that. I didn't say democracies only function because we're trapped there.
Then are they only desirable because you're trapped there?
Primarily, I mean, if there was a better way of distributing power around, then you don't have to have a democracy.
So
But I
you
just
would
can't
be
think of a
fine with.
better way.
So you would be okay if Germany or France or any other of those countries where you literally can leave at your behest were made non-democratic, if they were made
I don't think
authoritarian.
you just listened to what I said, or I don't think you're engaging with it.
Well, if Paul, if I'm misunderstanding you, you're saying
You are.
democracy functions.
You're trying
or is
to make
desirable.
me say something I'm not saying.
Well, then let me ask
Democracy
you
is-
yes or no. Like yes or
Well,
no.
hang on. Why
In-
don't I just
what-
explain
well-
your confusion?
Because I think you're
I'll
lying to
explain.
me. You're saying two incontrovertible
what?
things. I'm asking you.
Lying about my opinion.
Yes, you can do
Why
that.
would I do that? Why wouldn't I
Well,
just give
because
my
you
opinion?
know your position here is stupid. Is democracy
Really? Go on.
only desirable because it is implemented in places where you have no choice but to be there?
I think it's the best solution to the distribution of power within a country that we have discovered so far. Do you
Okay.
understand that?
Whether or not you can leave.
Even if you can leave, so what?
I
Is it not
agree.
still
Even
a
if you
more-
can leave. Yes, democracy is
Is-
wonderful, even if you can leave.
I don't even know if I call it wonderful, but I think it's definitely preferable to the other alternatives, don't
Mhm.
you?
So, what does
Okay.
being able to leave have to do with whether or not democracy would be valuable in workplaces?
I don't know. You seem to be more hung up on this than I am. I don't think that for example, a business is, well, let's assume it's a privately owned business. Why should it be democratic?
I'm confused here because earlier we went over the same question and I said, why should a country be democratic? And then we agreed that democracy is generally good because it brings about
Because
a greater
you-
degree of autonomy where people, with the institution a person participates in.
Yeah, but a
And then
country
you
isn't
said-
privately owned.
But then you said, but people can leave corporations. So then I asked you, how is that relevant? And now, 5 minutes later, we have agreed whether or not you can leave a democratic institution has nothing to do with whether or not it should be democratic.
I don't know. I'm not. Well, no. No, you're right. I'm not saying because you can leave means that it should be democratic, but I don't really think that it's fair to suggest that you can just leave a country if you're not happy with the way it's run. I mean, presumably, but that's not
Some
always the
countries you
case.
can.
Yeah, I'm sure many countries you can, but that depends on the individual and their personal financial situations.
Are
And
you,
whether any other
are
country
you
is
saying a
going to take them.
person's financial situation can prevent them from leaving a country if they don't like what's going on there?
Well, there are lots of reasons, but that's certainly one of them.
Okay. Well, have I got a word to you about just leaving a business because you don't like how it's managed?
Right.
Now, I'm
Now,
going to
are
tell
there
you.
are there people in jobs they don't like? Are there?
Oh, quite a few more than you might want to believe. I'm afraid it's a bit of an
Mind-blowing,
epidemic.
actually.
Yeah.
That's mind blowing. Yeah.
So
So
I
what do we do
like
about
it when people are happy, generally
Yeah.
speaking. I like improving society. I'm big on that conceptually. It seems to me that if we could make an argument that democratizing the workplace would make people happier and maintain the economic output we currently have, because we don't want to fall behind, of course, then that would probably be a pretty cool thing. That's why I'm in favor of economic democracy.
I've got to say, man, I think there are flaws with democracy that would be expanded upon if they were applied to private corporations.
I understand your meaning completely, and I agree there actually are issues sometimes with scaling up of industry when it comes to worker co-ops, which are, democratically owned corporations.
Mm.
Thankfully, I've done research on this
Mm.
subject, and I am happy to inform you that your concerns are unfounded. Worker
Really
co-ops
well.
are, generally speaking, more resilient, more productive, better to work at, and overall more successful on average than privately owned corporations, in spite of the fact that they have faced substantial systemic discrimination, particularly from loan vendors and from banks here in this country who aren't willing to test the co-op model. In spite of
So
that fact,
why don't they just outcompete the privately owned model?
because the privately owned model makes one person at the top a lot more money. And it is usually that person at the top who has the impetus to go ahead and make the business to begin with. Whether or not we naturally gravitate towards a more ethical system does not mean we should not move towards a more ethical system.
But that doesn't
Humans in
answer
their
my
natural
question.
state will just
Doesn't
rape
answer
and
my
murder each
question.
other.
That doesn't answer my question. If worker co-ops are so much more productive than privately owned business, why don't they just defeat the privately owned businesses?
Because corporations running more efficiently doesn't mean they're going to beat out other industries. That's not how our economy works.
Really? Why not?
Because there are a number of market failures. For example, if you have privately owned corporations, that probably means that whoever owns it is going to be exorbitantly wealthy, at least with the larger corporations. Exorbitantly wealthy people usually have connections with businesses and corporations and
Yes.
politicians. And it is for that reason that there is an enormous amount of lobbying money pumped into Washington every year to specifically favor the financial interests of privately owned corporations, whereas the cooperatively owned corporations have essentially no power in Washington. One of the reasons for this is because the economic stratification that comes alongside private ownership models typically lends itself towards a stratification of power that increases the likelihood of success within a system that already has highly stratified divisions of power. Whereas in a socialist society where there is no such loophole to take advantage of, no such lobbying bids, no backdoor Washington bid cabinet, you could probably, in all likelihood, see a much greater degree of success from worker co-ops because the deck is no longer stacked in favor of privately owned models.
Well, that's a nice hypothetical, but as far as I can see, that there isn't any real evidence to suggest that
It's
worker
backed by
co-ops
data
are
that I'm looking at right in front of me. I can
Well,
provide
I'm
you the
not
links if
looking
you'd
at
like
that
to.
data. Sure, provide it.
Sure. Is there a chat to the system? Here, I'll link it
There's
right
the
here.
Twitter combo.
Chat. There you go.
Okay, now I have to go.
Beginning segment of that has a number of pieces of information concerning co-ops, indicating their involatility, their ability to withstand economic hardship, and the generally greater level of workplace satisfaction that the people within enjoy. This is incomplete. I have more data available that I'm not currently looking at.
But you're still not explaining why they don't just outcompete
I did.
capitalist ones. No, you made a bunch of assertions, but I don't see how that changes the flow of profit to the worker co-ops away from the capitalist-owned businesses.
My
I mean, I
explanation.
don't have time to go through all your data now, do I? So-
No, of course not. And I wouldn't expect that of you. But that is the data, or at least some of it. So again, my explanation for why co-ops haven't been as traditionally successful is largely because the way our system currently functions prioritizes private ownership and rewards people with exorbitant amounts of money, which is only possible within a private ownership model. Nobody could become a billionaire if workers collectively own their businesses. It would be impossible.
I would challenge that as well, but I'm not really that interested in it. But the alternative is what exactly?
Workplace democracy. I think it would make people happier. In fact, I know it would because the data seems to back that up.
Really? But those evil capitalists are just keeping you down.
Well, it's whatever society you live in. Much in the same way, democratic cells within monarchist societies were frequently squashed, raided by the authorities, and even exiled because the models they would try to form didn't really gel with the economic interests of those in power.
So
yeah.
when are you going to rise up?
I mean, that depends on a lot of stuff. I would love, wouldn't you love it all to be done peacefully? Keep in mind, I'm asking right now for you to consider something that is fairly demonstrably provable to be better not only for the economy, but for human beings.
I'll just take your word for it that it's demonstrably provable.
You're free to. I know you're averse to reading, just like I am.
I am terribly adverse to it. But it's more because we're in the middle of a debate, and I think it'd be impolite if I took, I don't know, a few hours to go through this. But when are you going to rise up?
I mean, that depends. Their worker co-op models have been operating within the US for decades now. I feel as though the slightly higher percentage of the economy is currently run by worker co-ops than was the case 20 or 30 years ago. Are you asking me when I have a violent revolution planned? Because it's not currently in my schedule.
So you're never going to get what you want then?
I don't know what you mean. Eventually, society will shift and our priorities will acclimate towards what we believe will function for society better. That could be towards fascism or that could be towards socialism. How we go depends mostly on the cultural predilections of the people who have the decision to make, which is why I'm so...
other options than fascism or socialism?
Well, as liberalism dies, Marxist analysis trends towards that. Either fascism or socialism rises. We see this happening right now. I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you look at it. The model of neoliberalism is failing most people. Most people are pretty unhappy with how the economy is. And for that reason, people are going to trend towards more radical ideologies. Political radicalization is on the rise.
How many people are unhappy with it then?
I don't have like an empirical number in front of me, but I can tell you that economic anxiety has been rising for quite a while. I mean,
Sure.
that's what Trump campaigned on. That's why Hillary lost, because she wasn't able to acknowledge the fact that
Well,
our
I thought
economy
Trump
is.
campaigned on being white and promoting whiteness.
I mean, it definitely helped. I imagine if he was black, he would have had a harder time escaping the primaries for the RNC, but I don't think he
Really?
campaigned specifically on being white. I don't remember those speeches.
Well, not those speeches, but that was always the interpretation I saw in people, places like the Washington Post, New York Post, things like that.
Oh, I mean, there's no denying that he appeals to racists. I mean, he received endorsements from essentially every, I'm sorry, terribly sorry, far right or neo-Nazi or fascist cell in this country while he, ran for presidency.
Yeah.
So it's fair to assume that whether or not you believe he's racist, he has the racist vote. But no, he also appealed to economic anxiety. It's one of the reasons why people are so disgusted with Hillary, why I and so many other lefties hate Hillary more than we do any other currently
she's
existing.
cancer.
Yeah.
Absolute cancer.
Do you mind if I jump in and direct the conversation a little bit here, or
hang on.
go
So
ahead and
I'm
respond,
curious about this.
Sargon.
Oh, okay. Cool.
No, go ahead and respond, Sargon.
Oh,
Go ahead.
all right,
You have
okay.
the floor.
Yeah, so I'm curious about this because according to this data that I'm looking at, I'll send you across in a second. Firms with fewer than 500 workers account for 99.7% of businesses in the US, and firms with fewer than 20 workers made up 89%. So I can't help but feel that you're conflating the sort of the concerns that people working in mega corporations have with the concerns that most people don't have. And I mean, I don't know what, like maybe everyone sat there on the tenterhooks of economic anxiety, but only 25% of the US is actually below the federal poverty level. 52%.
Only
of the United States is-
25%.
Yeah.
Only a quarter of the wealthiest country on the planet is below the federal poverty level.
Yeah. First time in human history that's happened.
Okay. I don't know where you set the bar, but that's not
The
acceptable
US
to me.
The US, let me just check which bureau it was.
Well, I was going to ask you guys if you wanted to
Just
take.
the census data, actually. They set it at $24,000. Beneath that is poverty.
That's already
and-
ludicrously low, by the way. You can't support a family
Well,
on
that's your
24,000. It is my
appreciate
opinion, yes.
In California, you probably can't. But
A lot of people live in California, Texas too, New York.
Between $40,000 and $120,000 a year is what they describe as middle income, and 52% of your country's on that. That's the majority of the people.
Whether or not
poor.
your middle income doesn't change the economic anxiety I'm referring to. I never said poverty was the issue. It
I don't think-
undeniably is.
Really, I think now that's the difference. I think.
Well, you just
But,
brought up really quickly. You brought up a number of
yeah.
statistics that not only don't disprove my point, they reinforce it. Whether or
I'm
not
not
businesses should be
speaking to-
worker-owned has nothing to do with the size of the business, and that there are still so many poor people, and the fact that so many people above the poverty line are still feeling that same economic anxiety is an indication that our system is not working for the majority of people.
I don't agree that it is. It's not. It's for the majority of people. It is working. It's making them wealthy.
So just really quickly on your priority tiers, and I think this is a fair characterization of your position here. You feel that Muslim rape gangs, which in their relative level of prominence in your country have led to a slight
Right.
uptick in crime, which is significantly less than the crime
That's-
your country experienced
That's not
a few
correct,
decades
though.
ago. No, in the
That's not
overall
correct.
crime rate, crime has been
No, that's not-
overall.
that's just not correct. That's just not.
We
that's
can
not
look
correct.
at the overall violent crime rate if you'd like.
It's not violent crime, you fool.
It's what rape
We're
specifically.
We're
then?
bouncing around
It's
a lot
grooming.
here, guys.
Grooming. These children
Grooming.
are under the impression that these men are their boyfriends or significant others or whatever it is. It's a social problem. They don't come under violent crime stats, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah,
I see.
we covered this. We're bouncing back here now. We were on economics here. I'm curious if you guys.
No,
want-
but this, the reason I brought that up, and I didn't get a chance to, because this is an important characterization. I care about America. I care about the people in this country and their happiness. We're talking about a system right now which unjustly has a quarter of its population, nearly 100 million people, living below a federal poverty line that many have described to be inadequate in describing
Well, why
poverty
is
as it
unjust?
actually functions.
How do you define justice in this regard?
It is entirely subjective, as are every other characterization we are using in this discussion. So many people would say,
we can define.
If I could finish
how
the
we
point, Carl.
we can define it, and then it's not just subjective. Then we can agree on
What?
a defined
Wait,
point.
are you telling me there's an objective poverty line?
If we agree it.
Okay,
If
well,
there's
some
one
people
that we
disagree.
both agree. Yeah. Well, who cares? They're not in this conversation. Are they?
Wait, so you think that subjective determinations become objective if somebody agrees with them sufficiently? What are you talking? Enough.
Well,
Here, hold on.
objective just means the
Objective
truth
means
that people look at it.
empirical, as in it can be means
Yeah.
tested, as in the scientific method can be applied. Whether or not something is considered in poverty is very much a subjective determination that is up to the
all I'm
firms.
saying is, can we agree on a thing ourselves?
What?
He's
Agree on what
he's
thing?
asking if
What?
you can both agree in this debate just on some
On a
specific
term,
facts.
on a
Yes.
thing that
Or
we can.
term or
I can
put their
agree on
opinion.
I can agree on this. There are many people, so far objective, who believe that the federal poverty rate is not high enough to adequately capture all of the people who experience economic conditions conducive to poverty.
Right.
And even for the line that we have now, which many would call too low, this is not my characterization only, a quarter of the population of this country is in poverty, wealthiest country in the world. And for Sargon, this is the system working for everyone. Yet he feels as
No,
though
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
you
didn't-
said, I apologize, for most people.
Aren't
This
we-
is the
Yeah,
system
but
functioning.
you
Bosh,
said it wasn't
Bosh.
working for most people, but it is actually working for most people. By
No,
the
it's
empirical data
whether
we
or
have.
not 3/4 of the population is above the federal poverty line is not
That
an
is most
indication that
people.
the system is working for most people.
That is most people.
So,
That
Sargon,
whether or not
Sargon
it's
Vosh,
working.
One second, guys. Aren't we kind of in agreement on that poverty thing, and we're really debating solutions here? Isn't that really what we're
I still
focusing
haven't
on?
actually gotten around to the point because Carl over here is very
Well,
eager to jump in.
That is most people. That is most people are not.
I'm
in
not
poverty,
denying that
so it's working for them.
75% of the population is most. I'm debating that the system working for you does not mean that you are above the federal poverty line. There are many people above the
Doesn't
federal poverty line
So
who
let's move
nonetheless
on.
experience substantial economic deprivation.
Let's move on
And
to
the reason I
solutions,
bring this
Vosh.
up is because I think it's a little bit uncouth that Sargon over here, who apparently cares very much about this epidemic of grooming in his country, is so willing to blithely dismiss the concerns of what may well be over 100 million people in my country, dismissing this system as sufficient, working for most people. I don't think you have your concerns in order for these groups. The selective
Well, I don't think
empathy
it's
really
beyond
bothers me.
improvement, if that's what you're suggesting.
Well,
Let's
well, then
Sargon
I have-
respond. You made some.
I've
claims
offered
here.
improvement, have I not?
So go ahead.
Sure, but
Respond to the.
I don't know whether what you're suggesting is actually going to work. And I think that if your idea of worker co-ops was such a brilliant one, then they would just thrive without having to do anything.
So
Eventually
all
the
good
market would just
systems
adopt
just
them.
Let him-
naturally
let him
happen
finish,
without
Vosh.
people pushing for them.
Gosh, why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, let him
Because you
finish.
can only say so many stupid things before it's
But
important.
I've
for you to
literally not
correct.
even finished saying my sentence. Why can't I finish?
You finished saying one stupid thing. If you had another lined up, you're free to
Vosh,
finish.
hey,
the
you-
sentence.
let's
You
don't do
can
the
say
ad
it's
homs,
stupid,
man.
but you also haven't proven your point. So all I'm saying, Vosh, is that I'm not persuaded. I haven't had time to go through your data, which you acknowledge. So all I'm saying is so far I'm not persuaded by your method of argumentation. There's no particular reason to think that worker co-ops are actually any more effective. Otherwise, why wouldn't they all be? This is like very much like the feminists saying, "Oh, well, women are being paid less than men." If that's the case, how can men ever get a job?
What the? Okay, so you believe that all good ideas just automatically supersede bad ideas.
Not automatically, no. But through
Okay, so
process
you
of
believe
action.
sometimes
Well,
that good ideas have to be pushed
Vosh,
for
you
and
keep
advocated
interrupting him.
Vosh,
You
Vosh.
you ask him a question,
Vosh.
you don't let him finish.
It was a yes/no question, and he gave the yes.
No,
Vosh.
he wants to clarify his position. Let
Other
him clarify
people are
his
in this
position.
discussion, Vosh.
It's
You
you.
want to talk. Yeah, I know, and I really would like to explain my position, but you keep jumping in.
I
without letting
won't.
me
I won't
explain
let
it.
him interrupt you, Vosh, either. Come on, we want to hear what you have to say as well. Just let him. We want a little bit of a dialogue here, Vosh.
Carl,
And I'm curious. I want to know your solutions.
Vosh.
Obviously, you're debating the problem, but not the solutions. Go ahead, Sargon.
Right. With the repeated action in the market, you will see trends. Are we agreed? No interruptions?
Yes.
Wow. There is no particular reason that you have given me so far for me to think that if a worker co-op was more profitable, more effective, and a better way of actually producing wealth than privately owned business, that wouldn't supplant privately owned business. These things do happen if you look just through the history of anything, really. Better ideas do tend, as long as they're given enough free action to operate, to supplant the bad ideas that came before. Those that don't end up with revolution. The example of worker co-ops.
I asked you
I
a
don't
yes/no
see how-
question.
No, hold on, Vosh. Let him
Vosh.
finish. You can ask your
I
question
don't
again if he
see-
doesn't answer. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Sargon.
I don't see how these are being held down. Now, I'm not saying that I'm massively well informed in this regard. I don't spend much time concerning myself with worker co-ops because I'm an entrepreneur. I don't work for anyone. So I'm more than happy to admit I might be ill-informed in this, but I don't see what's preventing them from succeeding other than their own structure. But also, I really don't think this is that much of a big deal. I mean, 20 workers, firms with 20 workers or fewer are 89% of the businesses in the United States. I really don't think that the evil capitalist is the guy owning a firm who's got 20 or fewer workers. So for most
This has
people-
nothing to do, not only with my
Vosh,
question, but
Vosh,
with the.
stop.
Wait, really quickly, and this is pointed.
No,
I
Vosh,
recognize the
I'm
importance
the
of
one
not
talking at the moment,
interrupting,
Vosh.
but for
Why are
somebody
you
who's
interrupting
concerned
me?
with the direction of the debate, I was beginning a point and asked him a yes/no question, and he has talked for
Vosh.
2 minutes in response to it.
Let him make his point, Vosh. So, and if he doesn't answer your question, you ask your question again. You push him
For
on the
another
question.
3 minutes of another set of unrelated responses that have nothing to do with my question.
Write your question down if you think you're going to forget it. Okay.
So we can continue to respond with unrelated points.
This is not
Vosh,
unrelated,
Vosh, you've
Vosh.
done many unrelated points too. You're bouncing back and forth.
No,
between-
I've actually been pretty pointed in everything that I've talked about
Well-
here. And we can go over the VOD later and go over it, but I guarantee you that for every pivot that has taken place, it has been Sargon avoiding a direct question. So I'm going to
answering
ask
your
a question here.
No,
So
let-
I
let-
didn't.
let-
I
no,
asked you
I'm
a
not gonna-
yes,
I'm not taking any
no
more questions
question.
from you right now, Vosh.
let him
I'm
finish.
trying to
You're
let
not
him
let me
finish.
taking
for-
questions in a discussion.
18, for 89, yeah, because it's not your turn to talk. Why can't you understand that?
You realize you're making an appeal to
It's-
authority, a fallacious one, when you suggest the moderator determines whether or not it's your turn to talk, right?
I could be. I could be wrong. I'm willing to
I'm appealing
admit
to
that.
Adam's authority.
Appeal to authority. The moderator
Adam,
does not have an authority on
Well,
the
good.
subject.
I'm glad we've reached a lighter point. Let's all just let's all just take a breath here. Like Vosh,
Okay,
there's
so-
plenty of time for you to make your point, and we want you to make your point, for heaven's sakes. That's why we invited you here.
Right.
So
So,
go ahead.
Are you
Sargon.
done, Carl?
not
Let
so,
Sargon-
Vosh, not
let
so.
Sargon finish
I'm
his
going
point.
to finish my point so I can explain to you why it's related.
You've
What I'm
already
saying
gone
is
over what you're talking about, but feel free.
Vosh.
Come on, Vosh.
Come on, shh. Firms with fewer than 20 workers, I don't believe, are the giant illiberal tyrannies over people's lives that you're thinking of, right? It seems to me that you're talking about the multinational corporations that can afford lobbyists that lobby politicians night and day to get favorable conditions to them, which otherwise other companies don't get. I agree. I think that's bad too. I find that to be a form of institutionalized bribery, but I don't see what is either preventing you from starting a worker co-op or what compels you to be able to enforce that on other people.
Okay. So that had nothing to do with my question.
So
I'm going to
your
try
question,
again now.
Vosh? Go ahead. Yes.
I forget too, but I'm going to bring us back to the actual discussion we were having. So
Well,
essentially,
how about
Sargon's
this?
point
How-
here is whoa.
If you forgot, how
In-
do you know he didn't answer your
In
question?
the hey, Adam,
I'm sorry, but
in the absence.
No, Vosh,
Of-
he has a point there, right?
So
But
while we're going to avoid reading the evidence that I have provided you, that worker co-ops are on average more successful and more resilient than traditionally owned businesses.
Then all you need to do is
Well,
wait.
Carl,
Yeah, Carl,
Which
don't-
one of
You're
these
not gonna-
links-
You're not going to talk to me
Sargon-
about
naughty
interrupting
boy,
me,
Carl.
Vosh.
On-
I
on
don't
this-
need to.
Someone
I
else
don't
might
need to
interrupt you,
fallaciously
but-
appeal to the authority to tell you
yeah.
to shut the fuck up while I talk.
No,
Well,
let's not go there.
now-
Someone, let's calm down.
Yeah,
So-
but hold on. Which one of the links is the one that provides what you're talking about, so I can look over it during the
That's just a
conversation?
data document. You can click through those links.
Well,
I don't
because the
remember which
first
specific
two,
one.
like one of them is like the International Socialist Review, and the second one's a co-op website. Like these are not objective on this topic.
You're free to
That's
look
what
through
I'm
all of
asking.
them.
Oh, shit.
Some of them are broader metadata analyses on the success of worker
Because
co-ops.
I see one that's like a Science Hub article, but it's about Uruguay, like, is there something? That's what I'm asking. Is there something
If you're
specific you want to
wait,
look
the
at?
Uruguay one is relevant. I can't help you if you're not going to read through it.
You've
Well, I
activated
don't know
our
if
data
that's
butler.
relevant to
Now
like
we're in big trouble.
America. I don't see
Wait,
how that's
are we doing a literature review or are we talking about this point specifically?
No, I'm asking. You said that you have evidence that co-ops are more effective.
I can't help you spark notes the
No, I'm
links I've
asking
given
which
you.
one of the links that you provided do you want
I
me to
don't
look at? There's like
I
10.
compiled this a while ago. Just click through them.
Oh, okay. I don't.
So can we
I don't
can we
believe the
get to the
International
discussion?
Socialist Review, but that's fine. You guys continue.
That's you can look at the data and come to the conclusions that you like.
Vosh,
So-
So
you
why
have the
don't
floor.
you just wait for
Can
the
we?
worker
Are we?
co-ops to
This
take
is
over?
this is actually incredible.
Vosh
Why
has the
can't I
floor.
ask a question of you? You've asked
Sorry.
a lot of questions.
You whoa.
Technically,
Hey, Carl,
Vosh,
Carl.
technically, Vosh has the floor. You finished what you were saying,
Oh, sorry,
Sargon.
okay.
So go ahead, Vosh. Ask your question.
So, your assertion here is that if worker co-ops were more functional than non-worker co-ops, they would have just taken over. The idea here implicitly is that if an idea is better, it will simply succeed. It doesn't need advocacy. What you are leaving out is the fact that,
Disagree.
okay, what quickly did I mischaracterize from your position?
You're suggesting that an idea doesn't need advocacy. That's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, then, no, you suggested that worker co-ops, if they were better, would simply supersede privately owned corporations.
Well, if they're more successful, that is advocacy for them. The action of doing it is advocacy for it. Is it
That's not what advocacy means. Advocacy means people making active attempts to push for policies that support worker co-ops to advocate for them.
But you don't think that actually doing the thing is a form of advocacy for it?
No, that is not what advocacy means.
I disagree.
Very often, doing the thing happens
put the
after
money
you
where your
engage in
mouth is.
advocacy for the thing. So, for example,
Right.
people like me, or people perhaps more economically, like economics professors or business owners, when they go out there and they talk about the viability of worker co-ops, they're engaging in advocacy. And that advocacy is one of the characteristics that can lead to the supremacy of a better idea. Your idea that it is only the better idea which supersedes in the end is flatly wrong.
That's not my idea.
History,
That's not my idea.
is it possible to
You're
ascribe
ascribing me
positions
I
to
don't
you?
hold. Are you
I
ascribing
know
me
it's
positions
very
I don't
difficult
hold?
for me to ascribe positions to you that you don't hold because you don't seem to hold any positions you have flatly
I
stated you
lots
hold
of
5
positions,
minutes
but
ago.
you're never asking me about.
But
my
never the
positions.
ones
You're
you
asking me
seem
about
to
worker
claim you
co-ops.
hold, do you?
Ask
Sorry?
him his position, Vosh.
What is your position? So so you just spent like literally 3 minutes talking about how you don't see why worker co-ops wouldn't have already succeeded over privately owned corporations
Yeah.
if they were better. Is that not correct?
Yeah, well, you're talking about economic competitiveness, are you not?
That's what you were talking about. You were the one who went off on the point that if these were better, they would have just
speak to
succeeded.
that point too. But are you also not talking about economic competitiveness?
In regards to what specifically?
Worker-owned co-ops compared to private.
What do you mean
businesses.
talking about? I brought it up earlier.
That's what I meant by talking about. Yeah.
So just mentioned, like it's not relevant to the particular argument. I
thought
just
that's
said
the
it
whole
at some point.
subject you were talking about, Vorsh.
I'm talking about why I believe democracy in the workplace would make America better.
Right. Okay. So, but not more economically productive.
No, it would maintain a comparable, perhaps slightly higher level of economic productivity. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that worker co-ops make less money, for example.
Right. But if they made more money and they were more appealing environments, why would they not succeed on their own merits?
I actually already explained that to you.
It's just the conspiracy.
That the entire it's not a conspiracy. It is the entire economic
Vosh,
superstructure.
Just can you restate your argument? We'll see if Sargon can steel man your argument. Basically,
Well,
Sure, yeah.
Honestly, I'm actually not that. I'm not an expert on worker co-ops, and he's speaking to a hypothetical model, a hypothetical prediction that doesn't exist.
No,
So we
I'm
can't
speaking
prove
to
it.
existing worker co-ops that have already functioned and have already been statistically demonstrable to function properly. We're not talking about any floozy hypotheticals. We're not talking about any wily theory. We're talking about very basic high school level interpretations of data that indicate that there are benefits to worker co-ops.
I'm not
Now,
saying there aren't.
I've gone
benefits to
over this
worker co-ops,
before.
but you just said that you think they would be as efficient, if not more efficient. So that's not a concrete. That's a
The data
hypothetical.
seems to, yes, because data doesn't give you a literal point dot matrix on how successful a predicted business model is going to be. There are
Yeah.
always variables. So
Yeah, but
yes,
I'm not really
in the
interested in
ballpark,
discussing
or
the
more so.
hypothetical success of
Then
worker
you're
co-ops.
not interested in discussing data.
You don't have the data on the success of the worker co-ops.
I
This is a
linked you
predictive
data
model.
on the success of worker co-ops.
No, you're missing my point. You're talking about something that could be true, but we
No, I'm
can't prove
talking
that
about
one way
something
or
that
another,
is true.
right?
The data indicates that.
Okay. Well, then I guess we're in the world where worker co-ops took over then.
No, we're in the world where worker co-ops are a good idea, but
Right.
just because
But-
something is a good idea does not mean
Okay.
that it will automatically succeed.
Okay, how about this? We'll go to the next subject.
No. You actually can't understand this. You're
No, I don't
missing
think
your
you can
own
understand
point.
this.
The argument
I
you have to
honestly
prove.
think
The
you've
argument
missed
you have to prove is that there is a reason why worker co-ops aren't right now the dominant form of economic production. That isn't because they don't gel well with how the economic superstructure currently functions, which prioritizes private ownership and
I don't know.
exchange
I'd have
of
to-
resources
I'd have to
between
go and do
capital.
some research. Like I don't know.
Wait, then why? Then why not just say this data looks interesting and compelling? I don't have any counter arguments. We can come back to it later.
To look at it. I haven't had time to look at it. We've already said this.
That's what I
But
just said.
you-
So wait,
you
if you don't
are
have any
unable
data
to-
to disprove the claim, then why would you continue to make bad faith counter arguments when you don't have anything to back up your assertion that there's a reason why worker co-ops aren't succeeding? Just
asked
say
you
I don't
why.
know. I
asked
answered.
you.
I answered directly.
Okay.
Economic
All right.
superstructure, political elites in
Yeah.
power, bank discrimination, loan discrimination. I went over
Okay.
points that can be empirically determined for why worker co-ops
I'll
haven't
assume
taken off.
that's all correct. Okay. I'll just assume that's all correct, and that it's the evil capitalist keeping those holy.
Never said it was the
worker
evil
co-ops
capitalist. Like I said before, democratic cells in monarchist countries were also kept down under the monarchy. Economic systems, when they don't work well with the predominant super system, are often suppressed.
Right.
Now, because
So
that was a
it is
monarchy-
the evil capitalist keeping them down then.
You're acting as though it's a conspiracy when this is literally a fact of how different economic structures interact.
I'm not saying it's conspiracy.
Also, it's
at all.
funny that you would impugn it as a conspiracy when your channel is rife with conspiracism.
What conspiracism do I?
Cultural Marxism, the idea, the Gamergate
When
idea
do I
that
use-
feminists
when
were.
did- when did I use the
Oh,
term
you
cultural
asked me
Marxism?
that
One at a
feminists
time,
were
guys.
infiltrating. That feminists were infiltrating like game reviewers to take down like the gamer. You've engaged in 9/11 conspiracism. You joked around with
Hang on, hang on,
alt-writers
hang on.
about whether
One at a time,
Heather
one at a time,
Heyer
one at a time,
died of a
one at a
heart
time.
attack
One
at
at a
Charlottesville.
time, one at a time. One at a
Wait,
time.
I wasn't
What was-
interested
what
in
was
going
that
over your
first one?
conspiracism. I was interested in going over the
No,
worker
you seem very
co-op.
excited about it. I'd love to talk about it.
There is
What was
no
that first
point of
one?
your career that isn't rife with gaffes to be made fun of. But
That's-
in this
that's fi-
instance,
that's-
I care
that-
more about
Vosh,
worker
that's
co-ops
fine.
than I
That's
do
fine.
your
I
low
don't
IQ.
care about worker co-ops. So let's talk about something.
Then
that
why
we
did you
have shared
pretend to care
interest in.
about this? All right, then I take it. I'm taking the belt on this. So yes, I have provided information that indicates that worker co-ops are not only more successful, but also an explanation for why they haven't taken off. And I have data indicating they make people happier. So I can say pretty concretely that, yeah, this is something we should look into in the future as an economic model that might lead to the betterment of this country.
And the thing is, I don't even disagree with you. I'm not even saying they're not good.
Backpedaling
think-
Carl, walking away from the point.
Right? Okay. Okay, Vosh.
So do you guys want to take a position
Was that
on
it?
universal basic income? If you guys want to move on.
You are right. I'm definitely backpedaling, Vosh. Sorry.
I mean,
What's
I can't
the,
see your feet right now. I don't know if you got a little cycle down there.
Oh, 3.
Hmm.
Using them all at once.
I'm not a huge fan of UBI under capitalism.
So UBI is universal basic income. It's people are talking about it. Go ahead, Sargon. You want to respond?
Yeah, look, let's talk about like the alternatives, here, right? I mean, like, because what you're proposing isn't actually socialism, is it?
Well, socialism is defined by 2 basic characteristics. Market socialism involves purely the democratic ownership of the means production, whereas I guess what would you call Marxian socialism involves the abolition of the commodity model. On my channel, I advocate for the first one. I advocate for market socialism, following anarcho-syndicalism. So I'm so I'm very much in favor of some forms of not free trade, but open trade. I like open trade. I like markets.
How do you distinguish free trade from open trade? What's the definition here?
Well, free trade usually means like laissez-faire, like no government restrictions, what have you, and that usually leads up to a bunch of problems concerning market failures or externalities or monopolies. So, in the absence of those things, which I think are pretty cringe, not based, very blue-pilled, I advocate for some restrictions on market socialism.
Okay, but you are against the idea of private business ownership, right?
Where you can just own something unilaterally as an individual, yes.
Really? So an entrepreneur isn't allowed to be their own boss?
As long as they're the only worker, certainly. If they work with other people, though, then yeah, they would all get in.
Is that
Realistically,
a form
though,
of oppression?
no.
So why can't they hire someone?
Democracy is a form of oppression.
No, I'm asking you if an entrepreneur with his own business hiring someone is a form of oppression to that person they've hired.
They can hire, but then they are both owners of that mode of production.
That's not what hiring means.
No, hiring, you can hire a CEO. Like, you can hire people.
Sure,
And
but I'm talking about an entrepreneur who owns his own small business, wants to expand by hiring some assistant. The assistant doesn't own the business, but they are paid a fair wage. Is that unacceptable?
in the Marxian sense, that would be considered exploitation, yes.
Yeah, but
Though
is
I
it-
should say,
is
just to
it-
quickly
is it
clarify,
considered exploitation from your perspective.
I'm a Marxist. Just to quickly clarify, though, really quickly, just so we avoid any absurdities, I don't believe that you necessarily need a democratic production model for very, very small industries. If this is like a backyard project or like two people working together and they like hire a third person to do art assets, I don't think it's necessary to impose any model on this. I consider these small time enough that they can operate independently. It's when you
So
file, for
what-
example, for a business
Okay, hang on,
license. Just to
hang on.
clarify.
What's the cutoff point there then?
I don't know. It would be determined democratically. We would just have a vote on it. I don't think there should be like a hard
But
line on
if
that.
it's not a democratic business, who's having the vote?
Well, the vote would be in the government. The government would decide that above a
Oh.
certain size, all businesses are required to be democratically owned.
Right. Okay. And we don't know what that size will be.
Well, no. I mean, it'd be arbitrary, right? We could decide it would be 6 people. We could decide it would be 12 people in a given yearly income. I don't know.
I agree, and I want to know, and that's the problem, isn't it? The fact that the structure you're proposing it actually hinges on this arbitrary question. How do we decide?
No. All laws concerning this sort of stuff are arbitrarily determined. OSHA, tax laws, all of these are just arbitrary determinations the government has set as a bar. What are you talking about?
Sure. And are you happy with that?
There's no way to objectively determine where these lines should be.
Can we get a point of clarification just on the employer-employee relationship, Vosh? Some socialists want to abolish that. What is your position?
I want to abolish the like employee-employer model.
Employee-employer relationship. You're kind of talking about it a bit when you're talking, like you're saying, if you're doing a project in your backyard, then that's fine because that relationship is going to be dissolved in a short period of time. Like some socialists want to see it dissolved altogether.
Yeah, that depends on how hard you draw the line. I've never met a single socialist who believes that like two people, like one person paying another person for like to help with a school project should mean both of them collectively own the product or anything.
Well,
There's
I've met
obviously a
socialists who
line.
think
Go
that.
ahead, Sargon.
I've met socialists who think that. So what now?
I don't know. That's not what I'm advocating for, and you're arguing with me, so I don't see how it's relevant.
Okay.
So I'm just
Well, then
asking
since
for
you brought
clarity.
up
Yeah, I'd be happy to clarify. So I don't like exploitation. I like people being happy. I like people being productive. I think that the relationship, the employee-employer model, very often leads to bad outcomes because I don't think freedom and democracy mean very much if we are tied economically to a system that requires us to essentially be subservient to those who pay for our bread, pay for our rent.
So
Now, obviously-
you're for making that illegal. You're for abolishing that.
I'm for above a certain business size that would be arbitrarily determined by a democratically elected government, all businesses being required to be democratically owned. So at a certain point, you would have to implement some kind of wage threshold to make sure that no person makes so much more than another, and everyone would have the ability to vote on like key business decisions. The extent to which this would be possible and the exact ways in which it would be implemented would vary from business to business.
Sargon?
Okay, so what would your ideal cutoff point be?
I don't really have. I mean, I don't know. I feel like 3 people, a 4 or 5.
3 people.
I don't care. Why are you trying to hold me down to a number that I don't really care
Well,
about?
it seems relevant because you're talking about like at the moment you're talking about like 90-something% of all of the workers in the US.
Well, ideally, we would end up capturing almost every worker in the U.S. in the democratic
Right, okay.
model.
Right, okay. So you mentioned that you're a Marxist. I found that very interesting. Why are you a Marxist? Why do you think that's an appropriate method of the analysis to the world?
Well, for one, Marxian economic critique is literally the foundation of modern sociology. Modern sociology is built almost entirely on critical theory, or at least most relevant sociologists are. So that entire branch of study and every bit of influence it has across the world derives almost entirely from Marx. Additionally, I think the Marxian historical view, the historical dialectic, is a pretty good way of examining history. Additionally, I think he has some cogent critiques of capitalism as they exist.
But does it not bother you that his critique is one-dimensional and his predictions are all wrong?
His predictions have, for the most part, been correct. He did not have a date set. Which predictions were you referring to?
Okay, well, the first one, that the proletariat would increase as a percentage of the population and become poorer, that was wrong.
Well, the actual relative level of I'm sorry, how do you say? Economic stratification has increased significantly with a smaller number of people holding. Could you repeat what you felt he was wrong about?
Yeah, he predicted that the proletariat would increase both as a percentage of the population and they would become poorer.
Well, right now, wealth is being consolidated in the hands of a fewer and fewer number of people, with smaller and smaller numbers of businesses
That's
controlling.
actually not true. There are more billionaires now than ever.
That has nothing to do with what I just said. Wealth is being consolidated in the hands of a smaller and smaller group of people. That has nothing to do with whether or not there are. Yes, it is. Because the economics, okay, hold on. The economic stratification that exists within our society has been growing, with the relative bottom 90% of the population growing relatively poorer to the wealth of the top 10%. And even within that top 10%,
why would you measure it in those relative terms? Because it's
it's been 150, because we've seen 150 years of technological advancement since Marx. Obviously, people are wealthier in a flat sense. Proportionally, we are poorer now than we were then compared to the upper echelons of society.
The actual result of what's happened has been the inverse of what Marx predicted.
Marx did not predict that in the future, people would literally have lower relative GDP per capita.
Marx predicted that there would be more proletariat and they
which
would be
there
poorer.
are.
And there aren't. No, there are fewer proletariat and they are richer.
Well, there are more proletariat in a flat sense, and he did not say poorer in that. Well, the population of the world has gone up. That was a bit of a joke there. I hope you would caught that.
The proletariat are the working men, are they not?
Like yes, anyone who's not bourgeois.
Yeah, the industrial workers. Yeah, but that's a much smaller percentage, and they get paid more. So Marx is wrong. But
wait. What percentage of the population do you think is proletariat?
Oh, well, I mean, like, if we're talking just like working class, about 25%.
No, proletariat means those who do not own the means of production. And it would be more in the ballpark, probably, of 99 to 95% of the population.
So the middle class have become the proletariat.
The middle class have always been the proletariat in a Marxian sense. Really? How much do you know about Marx? Didn't you brag about reading Capital?
So.
No. That's literally the Marxian definition. Didn't you lie about reading Capital?
No, I read it when I was like 24.
Okay, this is, just so you know, the flub that you just made is like 6th grade level. Proletariat does not mean
you teach Marxism in 6th grade.
If you were one of my students, then you would be more educated on it than this.
How about this? I find it unlikely that,
just so you know, proletariat means worker, bourgeois means owner. If you own the means of production, that is to say, if you're a business owner or you have equity in a business, you are a bourgeois. And if you aren't, you are proletariat.
But that's kind of undermines your own position, because that means that the proletariat are doing really well at the moment.
Well, proportional to the upper echelons of society, no. Economic stratification has increased tremendously. And in line with Marx's
grandparents,
and in line, yes, because technological advancements have led to a general increase in the quality of life. Marx didn't say that wouldn't happen. Marx lauded capitalism for raising the standard of living for the average person. Marx lauded capitalism for being preferable to feudalism. Yeah. You suggesting that he said people would be like flat poor in the future is ridiculous mischaracterization of his position.
Hey, I hate to keep interrupting here, guys, but just to get a clear position, what is your positions on there being like the super wealthy, the billionaire class? I mean, that's what you guys are talking about.
Well, he said that they would decrease as a percentage of the population as well, but that's not true as well.
Right.
No, I didn't say billionaires. I said the bourgeois. not billionaires, the bourgeois. And the fact, by the way, that there are more billionaires than ever is evidence that more wealth is being
But you're-
consolidated into the hands of fewer people.
Vosh,
not
you're-
a
You're talking. I just want clarity on your position. You're talking like that's a problem. That's something that needs to be solved. And
I'm just
wanna-
clarifying his misunderstanding of extremely Bayesian
Right.
Marxist economics.
So socialists sometimes they want to cap what a person can be worth. So what is your position on that, Sargon? What is your position on it? You go first, Vosh.
I don't think there should be a flat cap. I
Okay,
think that
so-
society should be structured in such a way that there would be no way to become a billionaire.
So, okay.
Right.
So your cap would be some form of taxation or something like that. Like you would.
Well, the
you would-
cap.
So go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just under every billionaire, there are tens or hundreds of thousands of workers. No one just becomes a billionaire like themselves in a small project. It's always a system.
Yeah, but
If
they're
that
also
system was
not
ro-
they're also not just like Scrooge McDuck swimming around a
I never
vat
said
of
that.
gold.
Many
That
billionaires
is the
contribute
kind of- that
enormously
is
to
the
our
One at a
economy.
time,
impression
guys. Go ahead, Sargon.
comes across though, because like you say a billionaire. I mean, a billionaire is only a billionaire like hypothetically, considering the aggregate value of their assets, but the assets themselves are like buildings and trucks and planes and things that employ people, right? So it's not like there's it's
And all those building and trains would still exist if they were collectively owned by the business this person runs.
I don't think they would though.
Well, wait, hold on. So really quickly, a
Yeah.
billionaire, what does a billionaire do? Usually,
Well,
a
one of the things they do
wait,
is buy a
it
private
was a
plane, right?
rhetorical question that I was going to answer.
Well,
Okay, but it's an
Just to
actual
point, well,
question
really
that
quickly,
actually
because I want to
someone
point
else-
out,
Well,
something before I am strong.
I'll let you answer,
Okay.
Sargon. What do billionaires do? Go ahead, Vosh.
A billionaire is in control of an enormous amount of wealth, tremendous number of assets. I don't think that they're like destructive inherently to whatever system in which they exist. However, the reason they're that wealthy is because the profits of whatever business they own or whatever business they own equity in are being siphoned up into them, and they get the assets. Now, whether or not that person is a billionaire is irrelevant to the existence of those assets. The assets are bought and paid for by the labor of the workers. Even if the billionaire didn't own all those buildings, didn't own all of those assets, they would still exist. Many billionaires are wealthy due to stock options. If all of their stock options were dissolved and distributed equally amongst their workers, that's the same amount of wealth in existence, the same amount of total economic productivity. It's just being distributed democratically amongst those who, well, work for that business.
What do billionaires do, Sargon?
Sorry, say again. What do billionaires
yeah,
do?
he's answering what do billionaires do. You can respond to what he said or answer what do billionaires do.
Oh, well, they own businesses generally, and in the process of owning businesses, they are essentially, I don't know how to put it, like the captains of industry that are driving forward the economy. As much as we dislike that,
You want to respond?
but I'm actually really curious. Like, sorry,
Go
sorry,
ahead,
William.
Sargon.
So I'm curious because Marx actually does specify about the middle class and how they're going to be subsumed into the proletariat, but you're declaring them to be proletariat first.
No,
I'm
they've
happy
always
to-
been proletariat. It was never bourgeois, proletariat, middle class. The dichotomy
Well,
was between
why-
just that two.
Why does Marx actually stress the middle class in the Communist Manifesto then?
Because the middle class, for one, the middle class were never not part of the proletariat or the bourgeois. What a middle class person meant to him was somebody who existed on the interstice between opulent wealth through owning business and somebody who worked the subservient wage cuck job of a factory worker or a farmer. The middle
And-
class was simply someone from the merchant class or a petit
Sure.
bourgeois who was fortunate enough to occupy the middle tier of society without themselves becoming its leader. And we
Yeah.
have seen the middle class being squeezed out of existence over the past couple of decades. That's
that's not
hardly a
true.
Marxian take. That's been discussed by
That's
mainstream.
Not true, though. That's not true.
wait,
50% of your country are middle class.
Wait, quickly, just to clarify. So you disagree with the characterization that I have made that we generally agree the middle class is being squeezed out of existence here in this country.
I'm not saying that there aren't pressures on the middle class. I'm saying that 52% of your country is middle class.
Middle class doesn't mean above the poverty line, but not ultra wealthy. That is not the definition of middle class.
That is
If
the
it-
definition that Pew are using.
if that's the definition of middle class, literally not starving, but also not a billionaire, then
No,
I can see
between 40,000 and 120,000 is, I think, the one that Pew are using here.
40,000 as a family. That's middle class.
I didn't say it was a family.
Look at that.
Per
Vosh,
individual,
you're,
then.
you're in the 1%.
Yeah, well done, Bosch.
Thanks. I'm
You're in
reasonably.
the 52%, man.
I have never heard the description of middle class which uses those statistics. But if that is the definition,
but my point is, you're erasing what Marx understood, as far as I thought.
it doesn't
to be
80% of the
middle class by
population live
subsuming-
paycheck to
Let him finish
paycheck?
one at a time.
By
Go ahead,
subsu-
Sargon.
it doesn't matter whether they live paycheck to paycheck.
That's pretty relevant.
No, you're subsuming what Marx describes as the middle class into the proletariat. Even when I think that's an inaccurate reading of Marx, I don't think that he would define them that way. And I think that you know that. I don't know why you would say that they are proletariat.
I apologize for what may sound like arrogance, but pardon me for not trusting your interpretation of Marxian economics
Oh,
when you
I'm
didn't
not
know
an
what
expert on
proletariat and
Marx.
bourgeois meant.
No, I do. I thought I did, but you came up with a different definition. I mean,
Yeah.
Marx
We're-
Marx distinguishes.
Okay, so to clarify, when
Yeah.
people in an economic sense talk about middle class, we're usually talking about people who live above the exploitation, the expectation, the pain of paycheck to paycheck wage slave existence. This is usually people who live comfortably. Now, traditionally, this was like the man would hold a factory job and he was paid a comfortable wage and the woman would stay at home. That was the American middle class for a really long time, from the 40s up until the 1980s, more or less, though obviously things fluctuate. What I'm looking at right now, this Pew Research poll, doesn't seem like it's using the same term middle class that economists use. It's using middle class to literally prescriptively describe where you fit on existing income brackets. And that doesn't really gel with what Marx would have called middle class.
We're spending a lot of
Well, I
time
don't know. I mean, the
defining
way-
middle class here. Do you like?
Well, hang on.
Go ahead.
The way that he defines it in the Communist Manifesto is just small tradespeople, shopkeepers, and retired tradesmen. These are the lowest strata of the middle class, in his words. And if you just compare that to like the way the American economy works, like that's 89% of the entire American economy he's describing there.
89% of the American economy are retired tradesmen and others.
No, small business owners.
89% of the American economy.
There you go.
Wait, so you're saying, what does that have to do with the population of the country?
Well, I'm saying that I don't believe that the middle class, as Marx described them, would be the proletariat. I think the proletariat is something different.
Well, no, the small business owners would be the petite bourgeois.
Yeah, but that's
Small-
what he's
small
describing as the middle
bourgeoisie.
class, isn't it? Yes, that's what he's describing as the middle class.
No.
Small tradespeople, shopkeepers. That's
Yeah,
not-
those are the petite bourgeois.
Yeah,
Those would be
and-
bourgeois,
and
not proletariat.
89% of jobs in the US are small businesses.
What does that
he's
have to?
describing there.
What does that have to do with the relative numbers of people who are middle class in this country? If they're small business owners, they're part
Because
of the
Marx's
bourgeoisie.
prediction is that they would become proletariat, but they haven't.
What is that? How many total number of small businesses in this country are there?
Let me just get the number. Firms with fewer than 500 workers accounted for 99% of the 5.6 million employer firms in the United States.
That's how many people are employed and how many firms there are. How many small business
That's not how many
owners are
people are
there?
employed. That's the number of firms.
What does that have to do with how many small business owners there are? How many firms are there
That
in
is
total?
the number.
Small
That is
small businesses
5.6
are
million in total, and 99.7% of them have fewer than 500 workers.
5.6 million is less than 2% of the American population. Is that what we're calling the middle class?
That is that's the start. But it's not just. But this is the thing with Marx, isn't it? It's literally.
No, this is the thing with you. What are you talking about?
No, listen. Why don't you just engage what I just said?
I did.
The
So what you
the
just
Marxist
described is less than
definition
2% of the
this-
population.
Yeah, but that's not representative of.
And the middle
how
class really
income-
is shrinking.
No, but that's not representative of how income is distributed amongst the United States.
We're not talking about the distribution of income. You were talking about the petite bourgeois, people who own small businesses.
Yes, but this is what I'm saying is I think Marx's definition isn't very applicable to what you're looking at here.
Of course, it was 150 years ago. Nobody uses paleo-Marxist theory to describe
sorry.
modern business interactions. You were the one claiming that his theories were wrong. Based on the
Yes.
characterizations that he used back then, based on the terminology he used as they were applicable to definitions back then, he was
Yes.
right in the respect you're referring to. There used to be a proportionally higher number of small tradesmen than there are today, what we would now call small business owners.
Okay, well, what's small in your definition?
I don't recall what Capital had to say on how many people you employed before you stopped being petite bourgeois and started being bourgeois. I'm afraid I don't have
but
numbers on
fewer
that.
than 20 workers are 89% of your economy. Like, how much higher was it?
I don't, what is the relative proportion of how many people are employed by a small business have to do with the total number of petite bourgeoisie there are?
Because that is the petite bourgeoisie, isn't it?
No, the petite bourgeoisie are the owners, not the percent of people employed by small firms.
Right. Okay. So but that's my point. That doesn't accurately describe any amount of resource distribution.
Just to
Okay,
relate
but
this,
I can say
But this has nothing to do with the middle class.
We're-
What?
we're-
I don't have a problem with small
that is-
businesses as a concept.
we're
But is
arguing
that
over
not the
definitions here. Are we both in favor of getting middle class Americans up, middle class, I don't know, citizens of the world? I know you're English, Sargon. So are we for elevating the middle class? Like, why are we arguing over definitions here if we're in agreement on finally some point? I don't know, Sargon, are you in favor of raising the middle class?
Actually, no. I think we're not doing too badly. I'm actually more concerned about the lower stratas. Actually, I think that is more of a concern, and I do think that something needs to be done about it. But I don't think that imposing a worker-owned co-op model on people is actually helpful. I don't think that's going to be the solution.
I mean, the data disagrees with you in these respects. The main problem that co-op models have actually is scaling up. The further up the scale, the greater degree of economic striation takes place within the worker co-ops. We can see this with the Pendragon Corporation, for example,
Just
from
Isn't
on
that
the
the same?
original, just on the original point, Vosh. Why did you bring up the middle class? Do you want to raise the middle class? Do you want to lower?
I
the
didn't
middle
bring
class?
up the middle class.
Well, we've been arguing about what the middle class is for like 15
Mondragon,
minutes here.
sorry.
Like, what's the point of why are we arguing about the middle class?
I didn't
What's
bring it
the
up.
point?
I don't know. The middle, what Marx would have described as the middle class is dissimilar to what we currently refer to as
Describe.
the
So
middle.
there's a discrepancy there. So
Yeah.
Are
Most
you in
people-
favor of
people-
a larger middle class or smaller middle class? Where are you at?
I don't like to. I mean, I personally don't think that by middle class do we mean petite bourgeois, or by middle class do we mean people who make like a middle amount of money who live comfortably?
Well, I think that we really, in the modern sense, do not mean Marx's definition. I think we're talking about those people who are on, like, on average, I don't know, 70 grand or whatever it was. The households are on 70 grand. Which
Then
is
I don't care. I
really
care about those who own and those who work. That is what I care about. I think that right now this country is ludicrously stacked in favor of those who own capital and ludicrously stacked out of favor of those who work for capital.
Right,
And
but
I
if you're a
want
small businessman who doesn't have very much capital, but you still own a business, is that not a desirable position for most people to be in?
you mean is being a small business owner desirable?
Yeah,
Better than
from your
not
point
owning
of
a
view.
small business, I suppose.
Right. Okay. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Everyone can be a small business owner in a co-op model. Yeah, everyone collectively owns the means of production.
See, that's what it's about, isn't it?
Yes, about democracy.
Right. But I mean, ultimately, you'd break that eventually down, following its logical conclusion to everyone being self-employed entrepreneur.
No. Just anytime. The idea ultimately is relegating hierarchy. The reason we want democracy in a country is because countries are very powerful, and powerful countries have influence over people. And we want those people to have control, at least to an extent, over what the country does. Same with businesses. Businesses, once they reach a certain size, become very, very powerful. Even small businesses are powerful to those who work there. For that reason, I want those places to be accountable to those who work there. I want democracy and freedom for those who work for a living. I'm fortunate enough to not have to work for a living in the Marxian sense, because I do my own contractor work with you two, obviously. Same with Sargon, I assume. We have our own means of production in that respect. But I remember fondly, I say sarcastically, how difficult labored life can be. And a lot of those problems come not from the intrinsic nature of wage slavery, but instead from the fact that our system undemocratically, unjustly prioritizes the well-being of the uber wealthy, of the business owner, over the common man.
See, I think that you have a kind of myopic view of things, because I mean, if you've got a firm with fewer than 20 people in, the idea of accountability is not just constricted to raw voting power. I mean, there are lots of ways of holding your boss accountable that don't require you to compel him to do something that would be against his business sense.
You
can
wouldn't
just
be
talk to him.
Well, you wouldn't be compelling him. You would collectively own the place. There'd be no need to compel.
Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have a boss in that case, I suppose.
Right, you'd all be bosses.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lovely.
We've been going for
lovely
about an hour
idea.
and a half, guys. Do you want
Unions, by the way, if you're advocating for unions to a way to hold your boss
Unions
accountable
are
without a
certainly
collective
a way, yeah.
ownership model, yeah, I'm totally
that's
fine with
certainly
that.
a way. Yeah, I agree. Well, that would be something that I think people should do. But I think my problem really is about you compelling other people to do this. I mean, how would you bring this about? You didn't say.
Bring what about? Well, I mean, ideally,
The worker co-op model.
well, ideally, it would be voted in democratically.
But what if people didn't vote for it?
Well, if people didn't vote for it, then I lose, don't I? That's why I do public advocacy work. If you're arguing for like whether or not I believe in a violent revolution, I think a revolution down the line is more or less inevitable, not for our side, though. It's for somebody's side. At some point, the antagonisms of capitalism are going to compel people to engage violently. Whether or not that revolution becomes fascist or socialist is going to be up to which ideology is more popular. Right now, we're losing. So that's why I advocate for socialist policies. Ideally, everything could be done democratically, but something tells me that the business owners are not going to be so keen on those policies.
But do you not think there are other things that aren't purely about money that people might revolt over?
Totally, yeah. I mean, I'm not just like a class reductionist. I talk about social issues all the time, like trans rights. I love that shit, you know? Other big
people aren't
social
going to
issues.
revolt over trans rights, though. People are going to revolt about immigration, aren't they?
The trans rights movement literally began with a riot, but yeah, immigration is also a big
but
topic.
You're not going to get a society-wide revolt over trans rights.
We'll see. We're getting your kids. Eventually, we're all going to be trans. At that point, any revolution will be a trans revolution.
Okay.
Is this
I'll
forced
hold my breath
trans?
for that.
Am I involved in this?
No, everyone would volunteer
transition.
to be trans. Obviously, God,
But
so
do you
paranoid.
do you not think that immigration poses a serious concern for American workers?
I think that immigration, and by I think I mean I think this has been pretty borne out in data. Immigration hurts a small percentage of the workforce, but it benefits our economy overall. The globalist economic policies tend to make developed countries such as our own much wealthier. I would look to find economic policies which can compensate those which have been hurt by these policies with the wealth, the much greater amount of wealth that we've drawn from its successes.
What segment of the population is it that suffer from immigration?
It's mostly blue collar jobs. Obviously, I mean, Rust Belt stuff is pretty obvious. I assume with immigration, you're also referring to the outsourcing of jobs, because those two tend to work together in a neoliberal, economic climate.
Even if jobs weren't outsourced, let's just assume it's just immigration. Don't they strike you as the sort of people that Marxists should usually advocate for?
Workers of the world unite. A worker in Mexico has more in common with me, an American. Well, I'm not a worker anymore, than either of us do with the Mexican or American businessman. Whether or not our economic policies benefit Americans, benefit Mexicans, benefit Chinese, they're all workers. I respect their rights regardless.
What I mean is do you not think that Marxists should not advocate for lower immigration?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that the two are antithetical at all. Isolationism can have some pretty devastating economic and social consequences.
I didn't recommend isolationism. I just recommend
Comparative levels of isolationism. Sorry.
Well, I'm not gonna characterize it as isolationism, but you agree with me that mass immigration has a negative effect on the wages of blue collar workers,
and a positive effect on many other people, and we can redistribute those gains ideally.
Yeah, but why would we allow a situation where these people were being hurt in the first place?
Because they're being hurt and helping other people more than they are being hurt, and we can use that help to fix their hurt.
Yeah, but why hurt them in the first place?
This would be like if me and my girlfriend are next to each other and someone proposes to take $5 from me but give her $50, and then she agrees to it, and I say, well, no, fuck you, I don't want to lose $5, and she says, I can just break you off a tenner, dude. And then I argue against it anyway.
Do you really trust the capitalists to do that?
I mean, you know who fights harder than anyone else for the rights of lower income workers?
Go on.
It's us. Historically, it's been union leaders, anarchists, and socialists who have fought tirelessly for the low income workers.
But you're now fighting against them.
No, we're fighting for them with policies that are meant to help them. In one specific
I
instance,
don't think they think that, though.
I'm not particularly concerned with what they think. They can make arguments if they want. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait.
Okay, no.
Wait, do you believe in
Let-
idpol? Wait, are you an idpol man? Why should I
Let
just
me make-
accept a person's argument because of their identity?
I agree. I don't think a Marxist should accept the argument from the working men of the world.
No.
Working men of the world.
Well, wait, I
let
said
me-
they should
let
make
me-
an argument. If they have an
let me make
argument,
the argument. Let me make the argument.
well, you're
there's-
mischaracterizing. I just want to clear up really quickly. I don't care if they don't like it because they feel like they don't like it. If there are arguments they can make as to why it's down, there are downsides and it's not beneficial to them, I will always listen to those. I don't care what
Okay,
they just feel.
There are lots of downsides, but speaking from the purely economic one, a study by the Bank of England found that a 10% rise in immigration leads to a 2% reduction in wages. Why should they accept any reduction in wages?
We've already gone over this. The total economic gains are overall better for them. Even if
I
the
don't
wages go
agree.
down,
That-
even if
that's
the
not what the
wages are go
study
down,
says.
this leads to a lower cost of commodities. This leads to a greater economic output. This means there's more money to go into our social programs, which can be brought back into
I thought
them.
the problem was that the money was being pulled at the top.
Yes, and we can pull that money
So
away
it's
from
not.
them.
Yeah, but you can't.
What?
You're not in control. You haven't even managed to get the businesses to stop lobbying the government.
What does this
let alone
have to do with
redistribute
anything?
wealth.
I advocate for my political goals, as do you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, as an immediate and concrete present policy positions right in our face, we could advocate for lower immigrations, and that would help working men of the United States.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't. It would
Yes,
mean
it would.
less tax money, less money into our social systems. It would mean a higher cost of our commodities, which they would have to pay for. It would mean to economically devastating outcomes for everyone in our society, worst of all them, because they have the least money they can use to weather those problems.
I disagree.
There are so really quickly. There are so many. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it. This immigration help society at large thing has been borne out by literally every economic center in America. The Heritage Foundation. I'm sorry.
It might help the GDP, but that's not what I'm talking about.
I agree. Right now, the problem is not with the wealth, it's with distribution. If you're so concerned about the rights of lower workers, why not push for politicians and economic policies that will help them out directly, like universal health care, or with wealth redistribution, or with universal basic income?
Solution.
Okay.
I think the solution is to
So you care about the well. I didn't finish. You care about the well-being of the underclass when it comes to restricting immigration, but you don't care about the well-being of the underclass when it comes to dealing with the negative externalities of capitalism.
Sargon?
How about I finish my point?
Yeah.
I think that when you introduce low-value labor to compete with theirs, then you are deliberately attacking the value of their own labor. And I think that in and of itself is an entirely negative thing. I think they become resentful of it, and I don't think they appreciate it, and I don't think it helps them. And I think that some abstract promise that we're going to redistribute, quote unquote, whatever wealth
it's not abstract
that the billionaires managed to siphon off from them is not an acceptable answer.
It's not abstract. We already have lower commodity costs due to them. There are already more money being put into our social welfare programs because of them. Our economy as a whole is stronger, which benefits us in regards to investments and tax.
Okay, pause, right? But these things will forever be catching up to the people who have just come in.
No, they won't.
Yes, they will.
No, they won't. Evidence that I've seen. I'm terribly sorry if you've seen something different. From what I have seen, the impact that this has on the income of lower level laborers is incredibly minor. Incredibly minor. And this is one of the things, really quickly, hold on. So you don't care about all of the benefits, but you care about this incredibly tiny downside that can be compensated by other benefits. No. This is the issue. Wait, hold on. Because it's my turn now. This is the issue I have. This is why I hate the how do you call it? The sociopathy of the anti-immigration. You don't actually care about the well-being of these people. You advocate.
Why not?
Hold on. You advocate against policies that help them. You advocate against the left. You advocate against socialist policies. You advocate against an expansion of welfare programs. You advocate against the redistribution of wealth. The only time you seem to care about the concerns of these people is in an incredibly niche situation that pans out to their betterment in the long run that ever so conveniently allows you to keep the brown people out of the country. Now, I'm not accusing you of being racist right now. I'm telling you, however,
Just go
that it's
full for it. Go for
very convenient to me
Go for
that
it.
you claim to care so deeply about these people that in every other economic sense you overlook in every conceivable way. But now when there's a wedge issue that you can use to drive between the left and immigrants,
Right.
you use that as an opportunity to pretend to care about.
Okay,
You gotta
That's
let
just,
him-
it's very strange for me.
Bosch, you gotta let him respond.
Bosch. Right.
Oh, I would be
don't-
delighted to hear a
Well,
response.
You'd have to shut up first. I don't care whether you think I'm a racist or not. Right? You're
I
a
never said you were a
communist.
racist.
Let him respond,
Vosh,
Bosch. Let him
Vosh.
respond.
Maybe he should respond to the point I
You've
made.
accused
I
him
even
of-
clarified I
you've
didn't call him a
accused him of
racist.
Quite a bit. Let him
Vosh.
respond.
Right? You naturally conflate immigrant with brown person. That's your pathology, not mine.
Jumping
In my
right to the
country-
race, even though I
Let him-
clarified
let
I
him
wasn't
respond,
talking about
Bosch.
race.
Let him
Bosch.
respond.
In my country, the problem is actually European immigrants. The Polish, millions of them come over. They're the ones who are competing with the low blue collar working men who are there finding themselves struggling for jobs. The fact that you, as a Marxist, think it's acceptable to hurt their economic prospects in order to somehow, and in a very
It helps
firm
them.
way,
Let him respond,
more,
Bosch. Come on.
in a very firmer way, suggest that they will be helped further on down the line, I think is optimistic. And you are completely ignoring the fact that large-scale immigration puts a pressure on public services that will never, ever be caught up to.
Now you can talk, Bosch.
I like how I even specifically clarified I wasn't accusing of being racist, and that's what he decided to get
Well,
offended
I don't
by.
care whether you think that is.
Well,
And I'm
he's-
not
Then
offended
why
by
did you
it.
respond to it?
He's
All right,
made-
no, that's okay.
because
Don't
it's
worry about
funny.
it. It's okay. I'm sorry for upsetting you.
He's
Now,
made
hold on.
He's made an argument
Really
about
quickly.
a pay
Okay,
cut.
Josh.
So
Right. So all of the evidence that I have seen indicates that immigration hurts native workers to an extremely minor degree, but the overall economic output provided by them is much higher. You used to pretend to be
Okay,
a
Okay.
Whoa,
hang on,
whoa,
hang on.
whoa,
Stop,
whoa, whoa,
stop.
whoa.
No.
You
You just
pretend-
went on to me. It doesn't. I don't care what you think I pretend to be. Right. Let's stop on that point.
Wait.
Why should-
Hey,
why should
yo,
they
mods.
accept any
I was
loss
midpoint
of-
there.
Why should
Hey, yo,
they
whoa,
accept any
Carl,
loss of
really
income?
quickly.
Carl,
I
let him
understand you
finish
know
for a
this
second.
because you used to pretend to be
No,
a
finish
you
your
used to
point.
pretend to be a
Finish your
classical
point,
liberal.
Bosch. Don't sneak a jab in here. Finish your point.
My
Oh, no,
apologies.
let him sneak the jabs. They reflect badly on him, not on me.
So
he
you
interrupted
you
you.
used to pretend to be a classical liberal. One of the concepts behind classical liberalism is the idea of maximizing economic output through the free exchange of goods and labor across borders. That's a pretty classic adherent to classical liberalism. It's pretty, I would say, it's the piece de resistance. It's like it's the main meal. It's the beef inside the beef Wellington. So for you to then turn around, I'm
Well,
sorry,
hang
you're
on,
an English
hang
liberal
on,
now.
hang on,
And for you to
hang
then
on,
turn
hang on.
around and argue against
him
the
finish.
plurality of economic evidence, which suggests that there are overall economic benefits to immigration, to fucking cry in front of me and make this appeal, this emotive
Okay.
argument in favor of groups of people who are statistically helped more by immigration than others
Right.
is ridiculous to me. I apologize
Right.
if I get I
Okay.
apologize if I get worked up over it. It's just I actually care about the working class, and I don't use them as a cheap, cynical ploy to
You
get
care
by
about the
with
working class, but you
policies.
want their wages to go down.
Vosh, is
Except
this,
they don't.
Vosh, is this
So
a
I
question?
actually
They
care about the
absolutely do.
working class.
You
And
also
for
make
that
their
reason,
social services
for that
more difficult
reason,
to access.
really quickly,
You
I
make
have
it more
a quick
difficult for them to
question.
get
I have a quick
jobs.
question, then I'm done.
Okay.
Adam,
No, you have
Is this
no,
a-
I'm
Adam,
responding to
did
your
you
point, Vosh.
Adam? Did you come into this discussion with an intent to appear like a neutral moderator,
I'm
or
tr- I'm
were you
trying my
comfortable
hardest.
coming
Adam,
off
you
biased
called
from the
it.
beginning?
Bosch.
Vosh, you're interrupting far more than Sargon is. Okay, I'm just trying to let both of you speak. I came into this conversation saying in the very beginning that my ultimate goal was to make sure that you both had a chance to make your opinions. Okay, I want to hear your opinion, Vosh. I honestly do. But you keep interrupting Sargon more than Sargon is interrupting you. Sargon did just interrupt you, and I said, let you finish your point. Do you have a question for Sargon?
Well, no, I'd like to respond to his point actually, because I find
What
that very
point did I
interesting.
make that you're going to respond to? Tell me what the point that you're going to respond to specifically, just so you don't ramble
Why
meaninglessly
don't you
about
just
something
shut up
irrelevant.
then?
Let-
Just
let
shut
him-
up
Wait,
and
what
wait.
point? Wait, do you know? You just want to talk, don't you? You don't actually have a point to respond to. What point?
We're talking
Adam,
about
are we
we're
gonna-
talking about
are we gonna let this
immigration
carry on?
versus
What
a
point,
fake-
Carl?
Let so
I can
Vosh,
tell you when you
Vosh,
shut up.
Vosh, let Sargon respond, okay? Please
Right.
please don't
I-
interrupt, and I won't have to interrupt you. Okay.
I'll ask him what point if he doesn't tell me what point he's responding to.
Vosh, I'm going to say something, and I don't care whether you like it or not. And if you
What point, Carl?
if you don't feel like I've responded to it, then afterwards, after I finish talking, you can ask whatever question you
Yeah,
like.
you
Is
ask
that a
another
fair deal?
question. That's how it works. It's good. It's like a back and forth
Right.
thing. Go ahead, Sargon.
Right. There's no question that mass immigration damages the economic prospects of working class people, and I'm sure that it
There
would do
is.
if it was.
Vosh, this is why it's
Vosh, there's not. There's not, mate. Look, I mean, just have a.
He never gave me a point that he was responding to. I don't know what he's going on about. It
Vosh,
sounds
Vosh,
irrelevant.
well, you're impugning me for not being
You know what subject we're
unbiased, but you're the
discussing.
one that keeps interrupting here.
Oh no! What bothers me is that when I came here to discuss ideas, and he wants to performatively jerk himself off.
His words are putting ideas out there for you to respond to, but you have
Big
to let him
brain
finish.
ideas. I am overwhelmed by their by their
Are
legitimacy.
you a Trump fan? Because I see it seems like Trump was doing this a lot in the debates, Vosh. I'm seeing a little similarity here. Okay.
Listen, I'm a multiculturalist. I take from every culture I think has valuable
Okay, well-
input, including Trump. The Trumpian idea.
I don't want to mute you just because I think it's rude.
For
but-
real though, I do just want to clarify. What point?
Sargon has the floor now. Let Sargon make his point, okay? So, Sargon, please.
Am I allowed to make the point, Vorsh? Good. The point, Vorsh, is you're just wrong about suggesting that mass immigration helps the economic prospects of working class people. It doesn't, right? It hurts it. And what's more, like I was saying, it hurts the access to social services and the long-term viability of these social services. This is something we can see in my country manifestly. It's so patently obvious, and yet we're in such a politically correct environment no one can mention it. The NHS is constantly struggling. The schools are constantly struggling. We're constantly running out of housing space. We constantly need more houses built. This is demonstrably uncompetitive for the working class people. And I'm quite shocked that a Marxist would turn around and say, no, it's okay for their wages and their prospects to be hurt because I have a concern about the GDP. I find that really quite staggering. I don't see why, and that's just the economic argument as well. There are loads of social and cultural arguments against mass immigration as well, which I'm happy to go into if you'd like to talk about them. But I'm sure you'd like to respond, so go ahead.
So your source for this is a quote from Boris Johnson?
No. Read it again.
I'm reading it again.
Read it again.
I'm currently reading it.
Is this a
Well,
is this
read
a
it out
Tim?
word for word.
The
and then
Bank
maybe-
of England. This is the conclusion. So this is for England again. Are you?
It's not Boris Johnson, is it? It's the Bank of England.
Yes, it's an assessment of a claim made by Boris Johnson.
And this is
The Bank of
But the
England
study
found
is
a
from the
10%
Bank of
increase
England.
in the proportion of foreign-born workers in lower
Yes.
paid service jobs was associated with a near 2% fall in average pay for those jobs when focusing on particular regions. So in
Yes.
particular regions, in England specifically, referring
Yes.
only to lower paid service jobs, there is a near 2% fall in average pay. Fascinating.
As a Marxist, you'd be concerned about that?
So when we examine a specific sub-demographic of the lowest earners, yes, we do in fact find, remember the original claim you made? Does a 10% rise in immigration lead to a 2% reduction in wages? No, that was inaccurate. It's a 2%, near 2% fall in average pay for a specific subsector of certain jobs with certain types of immigrants.
Poor people.
So you were actually
Poor
hitting
people,
me up with the
Boris.
Boris Johnson argument.
Look,
Hey, Adam,
Boris,
look who's
listen.
interrupting me while I'm responding to his point, directly responding to
But
the
you-
link that
you
he
are
provided
not-
me.
you are not
So
characterizing
even
what's
in
being said
the
at the
link
time,
that
guys.
you provided me, you horrendously mischaracterized this, indicating the only thing that you had provided to support your argument is the idea that for an incredibly small economic subsect of the population of the United Kingdom, they hit with a near 2% fall in average pay for a 10% increase in immigration. What an unbelievably minute statistic. In fact, it even says right here, even here in the, what's that? Interrupting?
If you engage your brain,
interrupting when I'm trying to make a point that directly addresses the article.
That means, Vosh. Let the cogs turn.
Carl, I know you're upset right now. Oh, Carl, you probably shouldn't have linked the article because it makes you look a lot stupider than I would have assumed you were otherwise.
No one is upset here, okay, Vosh?
So even here in this article, it says this is a relatively small effect. So this is, let's go over again, contrary to what you said, an incredibly small and specific reduction in wages to a small portion of the population. Right. This has nothing to do with broader economic outcomes, broader increase in wages. Yeah, we can go over it some more. So here's an article. Whoa. So here's an article from the Heritage Foundation. Does current immigration economically benefit ordinary U.S. citizens? I wouldn't read it if I were you. It might trigger you a little bit, okay? But I'm going to provide it to you.
I'm not talking about ordinary U.S. citizens because
you're right. You're not talking about ordinary U.S. citizens. Well, that's the problem.
Middle class.
Economic benefits to the general population end up trickling down to the lower class. This isn't a business owner. No, because this isn't a business owner business worker relationship. This is a general economic output.
Vosh, are you going to let him respond?
The general principle.
Well, I can't move on because he actually directly provided me a link that was dissonant to the point he was trying to make.
You made your point, Vosh.
There's something here that Vosh.
Wait. Hold on really quickly, okay? So just to clarify, I'm going to provide you, if you want, I can keep giving you links because if I Google effect of immigration on economy, I will only get positives because this is one of the most well-researched, well-studied pieces of information available. It's all propagandized by all these massive economic institutes that are all just trying to
the Heritage Foundation, not right-wing propaganda now.
Yeah, and even the right-wingers can see that immigration is better for the economy.
Why would they say that?
Because in a political sense, right-leaning people have been the ones advocating against immigration, like Carl Gone over here for decades.
Well,
it's all propaganda. Totally conspiracy wrong. Carl, all of these massively well-studied research papers, they're all propaganda.
Can I
from different sides of the political aisle, from different organizations, they're all conspiring to get him.
Let's
we can move to another topic. I feel like I've adequately demonstrated my point on this.
I really want to nail this point home, Vosh, because you're not thinking about it, right?
I'm not thinking enough about it. Help me.
You're
Elucidate.
Not thinking at all about it.
Elucidate for me.
I would love to. You are engaging your mouth before engaging your brain.
Can you talk under pressure? Because you never respond to points when I'm responding to yours.
Can you not talk under pressure?
I don't know. Can I not? I wouldn't know. I keep getting interrupted.
You keep interrupting here. I agree. Sargon has interrupted you. The only reason why I'm not forcing it with Sargon is because you're interrupting 90% of the time, Vosh. You are. He can't even get a minute worth of conversation out.
A minute worth of posturing. Yes, I agree. I do interrupt him with that quite a bit.
We do want to hear from you, Vosh. Let him respond.
Right. Vosh, the reason that it was in a specific, particular sections of the economy is because of the kind of immigrants that we'd had over. If we'd had an immigrant body that had come into the country that was generally reflective of all of the levels of society, then that percentage would probably have been lower and would have been spread across all of society. But instead, we got very Polish and Romanian and Lithuanian workers who are prepared to work in manual labor for lower prices than British people. This is why it's in certain sectors, because they are the bulk of the workers that have come over. There is no question that when you increase the supply of labor, the value of that labor goes down. That's an incontrovertible truth. You can't get around that. And so I'm quite amazed that you think it's okay for us to victimize the earning potential of the lowest strata of our society for the majority, which is the middle class. That seems wildly exploitative to me. And I'm not surprised.
I didn't say middle class.
You don't get a choice, though. Most of your society is middle class.
No, by the definition of that particular poll, sure. If we're talking about the middle class there, then yes, the middle class and the lower class too. And I can, by the way, really quickly, I think there's a funny hypocrisy.
Let's
really quick.
Is he finished? Make sure Sargon.
No, I'm not finished.
Yeah.
Oh, feel free. I know I caught you 1/4 of the way through. My apologies.
Yes, you did. This is the problem, though. And you don't see any problem with a Marxist saying, no, it's okay for those people to have falling wages in order to realize the utopia, essentially. I think that's terrible. I think that's absolutely awful. I think it's morally deficient that anyone would offset, like export the falling wages and costs of their dream to the poorest and most vulnerable in society, for the benefit of the middle class, in the hope that money trickles down to them eventually. I just don't see why we would bring in the people. Why have immigration?
So several points here. Okay, quick one. For one, I think it's really funny to me that earlier you were posturing about Marx being wrong because totally, in a total sense, the general economic prosperity of this country has gone up over time, when the reason why it's gone up are for precisely the same reasons that an increase in immigration would lead to an increase in the living standards of even the poorest Americans. Because in the case of our economy, a rising tide actually does push all ships upward. It does float all the boats. It's funny to me because those are two actually incompatible positions. Earlier, you jerked yourself raw about how the general economic prosperity of the country has gone up. The reason why it's gone up is because of precisely those same immigration policies, those same neoliberal trade policies that have then subsequently led to an increase in the general standard of living for the people in this country. The same policies that you are currently opposing. For two, I think it's funny that you would pretend to care, I apologize, about the well-being of the working class when, and again, just to clear out, I'm not a nationalist. I don't give a fuck whether or not a person in the working class is British or Lithuanian or Polish. They're human beings, and I believe they should be treated with at least a modicum of respect more than what you're offering here. So, no, I know it's funny to you, the idea of caring about people. But that's because for you, it's a facade. But for I actually care about this shit. So,
if you
for three,
advocate to reduce their wages,
hold on.
why would you
For
advocate to reduce their wages?
For three, I would like to remind everyone that when his initial claim was a 2% reduction in overall wages, the actual claim is that for an incredibly specific subset of the a particular specific low wage service.
The only addition that
are you gonna actually let me finish?
Let him finish.
I just explained it to you,
man. Carl, you're not acting very civil, Carl.
Sargon, I have to.
I'm taking lessons from you. So
to clarify, I have a plurality of evidence indicating that the economy benefits in general from immigration. You have a single link indicating, well, as your own argument demonstrates earlier, my good friend, an increase in the GDP over the past century and a half has led to a general increase in the prosperity of everyone in this country. That's what you were saying when you were saying Marx was wrong, that every proletariat's general level of wealth would fall. By your own definition as used earlier, you must concede that a general increase in the economic prosperity of this country helps the poor as well. You made that argument earlier. You can't not make it now. Additionally, I would like to point out the fact that the tiny subset of the population, which would be hit with even in the article, it is said to be a minute change in their overall wages following a substantial change in the total number of immigrants coming in, when juxtaposed against the plurality of evidence indicating that immigration overall helps the economy, including the poor, in addition to the fact that when talking about the already, admittedly, incredibly small, incredibly tiny, incredibly minute impact on a very small portion of the population, Carl's solution isn't to engage in wealth reappropriation or any kind of socialist policy or anything that might actually help these people, or anything, unionization, anything that's been actually shown to help these people historically, anything that's actually advocated for workers' rights over the past few centuries. His advocacy is to engage in a reduction in immigration.
Okay.
So when he sees a problem, a tiny little problem that actually ends up benefiting the entire country, his solution is not actually to help those people with humane policies that effectively redistribute wealth. His approach is to keep people from coming in. Because to him, humanity and charity to the poor is infinitely less important than anything that allows him to fake caring about those people to posture about immigration.
Okay,
and he laughs over here. Carl over here, who loves practicing his little anime laugh, doesn't give a shit about the working poor. He's a bloated, spoiled brat. He was born one, and he lives one today. And his economic advocacy these days, it consists entirely of misinterpreting existing economic articles to push an anti-immigration agenda. Oh, do you have a problem with posturing now, Adam?
Let him.
I'm terribly sorry, comrade. I thought that was your fucking kink. Are you hard below the camera right now?
Calm down.
Vosh. We understand, okay? Now you're going to have to, you've gone on for 3.5 minutes here. You're going to have to let Sargon respond. Now since you went
Oh,
on
Sargon's free to respond. That's all there is to say on the subject.
But can you go 3.5 minutes without interrupting him? That's my question. Like when you
Does he get 3.5 minutes too? Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
When you go on for a long period of
equality,
time
comrade.
and say things multiple times, then it gives Sargon the opportunity to respond. So please, Vosh, let's.
No,
Sargon
he's free
respond.
to. I'm done with the subject, so he can say whatever he wants. I'll give him the last
you
word.
made
You-
several accusations against him. I'm sure he wants to respond. Sargon.
You unironically pretend to be a champion of these working people while saying it's okay for them to have a falling wage. I think that's staggering. I don't think it's okay for anyone to have a falling wage, let alone the poorest people in society, the people at the bottom. I think that's terrible. I think it's awful that you don't consider there to be anything more than economics to be the problem with immigration. There absolutely is. But even then, like, why would they think that you are in favor of them when you're actually advocating against them, against their direct interests? I find this amazing. And it doesn't contradict what I've been saying about like technology and the distribution of wealth under capitalism. I'm actually advocating for a more equitable distribution of wealth under capitalism, because what I'm arguing for is actually a seller's market for laborers, whereas you're advocating for a buyer's market for laborers. There's a reason that Bernie Sanders called open borders a Koch brothers idea, because it bloody well is. It's just this wild ideological idea of the idea that the nation state and borders should cease to exist that communists have, that mean that they can sit there and advocate for the lower wages of workers in their own country at the benefit of the actual billionaire class who also want that. I mean, doesn't it bother you? You are on side with an actual policy that actually affects the wages of workers alongside places like Goldman Sachs. They agree with you. They agree. Open those borders. Get that slave labor in. They're going to make loads of money, and eventually it'll trickle down. Absurd. It's an absurd contradiction, and it definitely shows that you do not care about the working man.
Vosh, you want to respond?
Oh, no, there's nothing to. If he doesn't care about data, there's no point. I might as well be arguing with a homeless man off the street. I will make this point, though. The only time I ever hear the
Is that not a
argument,
valid person to argue with, Vosh?
I mean, if they're crazy, probably not, no. The only
Well,
time
but
I
what
ever
if
hear
they're
that
homeless
argument,
people?
you believe in open
Capitalism,
borders, just like the
immigration.
Koch brothers. The only time I ever actually hear that is from Nosbols, from Strasserites.
Maybe they've got a point.
I imagine you would think
Why
that,
do
my
you
friend.
agree with Goldman Sachs on the case of immigration?
I agree with Goldman
Why
Sachs
do-
that the sky is blue as well. Wait, are you really going to go for this bad faith posturing right now?
Why do you want the American
Why do you agree with
worker-
Nazis on immigration, Sargon? Nazis are
What's
really
the
keen on
Nazi
your immigration
immigration policy?
policies? Nazis
What's the
don't
immigration
want immigration,
We
my
agreed.
friend.
We agreed.
Don't
No
they?
N-word.
No N-word? I don't know. I mean, it's just weird he's making Nazi arguments to me. If he's unironically going to make the Goldman Sachs argument to me, then why is it that people of unironically, like Nazis, openly advocate for these exact policies?
We're over-
Why is it that conservative
Why do you want
political
to turn
parties
the labor
always get the
market
Nazi
into
vote?
into a buyer's market? I
See,
just don't
this is the
understand.
thing. The discussion, at least on this point in particular, is, as far as I'm concerned, over. He's not willing to engage with any of the data on the subject. I will say this, though. It is amusing
You
to
should have
me.
sent me it in advance if you'd wanted me to engage with some
I
data
didn't-
before the debate.
We are.
You
over
You
2
have
hours.
been
you should have
doing
sent me that in advance.
online
You conceded
advocacy.
earlier
Sargon,
that
we
I'm
know,
not gonna be able to
Sargon, we know
read through it
perfectly
now,
well
am I?
that even if I had linked it to you, you wouldn't have read it.
Oh, do we know that?
We will.
Do we
I
know
will
that?
say this,
That's
though,
good
just
faith.
really quickly. It's very
Pete,
funny
good
to me that you make the "why are you agreeing with Goldman Sachs argument to me when Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes, both avowed neo-Nazis, have both said that while they disagree with you on a
don't think they
variety
are.
of things, you are good entry points to the alt-right. So when it
Right,
comes
so
to
are they credible
associations with
sources?
others who share our ideological predilections, it's very strange to me that you would decide to go down that line. Just
I
tread
don't care
carefully
who
with
you
that.
associate me with, though.
Let's.
Oh, okay, then I don't care who you associate with me.
Yeah, but I would have thought that you would care. That
Wait. So wait. You're
the
saying
international business
it's less likely for me to agree with a business person as to what is economically best for America than it is for you to agree with a Nazi? Are you
I
admitting
just
that
think
you have
it's
some
bizarre
predilections
that
here?
Let's
I
Sargon
just think it's
respond.
bizarre that you agree that they should be in a buyer's market.
Not only do I not know what you mean by that, I'm very sure you don't know what you mean by that either.
I've explained it already, and anyone listening knows.
Yes, I know. Increasing the laborers pool means you're fucking over domestic workers. I know. I've heard all of the propaganda, my dude. Even though all the data contradicts
it
it.
drives wages down if there's too many.
It actually doesn't. There has been study after study.
I linked you, showed you that.
You linked me a single piece that shows a 2% reduction in wages for a small and already impoverished portion of the population.
We will
the problem, Vorsh.
We will.
Damn, I found,
you admit that it goes down.
I saw on the news today.
Down.
I saw on the news today that there was a stabbing. A white man stabbed a black woman. What we have to deal with this problem: white violence in inner cities. We have to deal with white knife attacks. I'm sorry, I don't accept when it comes to extrapolating data from existing evidence. You have one tiny data point. I have plurality of evidence on the subject.
This is
their wages going down is the problem, Bosch.
I have a question. Do you love black people?
No.
Why not? Are you in a fallen state?
I don't love white people either, if that's what you're wondering.
Damn. Answer the question. Why don't you like black people?
I didn't say I dislike black
you asked him if he loved them.
No, I asked him if he hated him, and he said yes.
He's doing a Jesse Lee Peterson.
No, you asked, do you love black people?
That's actually not what you asked, Bosch.
I never said that.
Well, if it helps, I don't love or hate arbitrary groups of people.
Yes.
I'm
except immigrants. You have pretty strong opinions on that.
I have strong opinions about what we should do to the labor market.
Right, not improve it.
That doesn't improve it.
You wanted to you want to pretend to care about the lowest echelons of society to allow it to stagnate if it means you get to let less brown people in.
I think that everything you say is projection, to be honest.
Really?
I mean, you're literally here going, fuck this 2% lower class. Who cares? It's barely anything. It's like, dude, to those people, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and then it's a good thing they benefit from the economy as a whole going up. Then, yeah, good thing I actually care about them.
They personally have less money to spend. That's not
well, yes, and commodity prices go down to compensate for that. The overall economy gets better. Wait, I'm sorry. Does an increase in GDP improve the economy or not?
I don't know. I don't really care about the GDP.
Wait, you don't care about the economy?
I don't care about the GDP. Do I have to?
The GDP is a pretty strong indicator of economic success. So do you care about the economy or not?
Really. That's the problem. That's exactly the problem, right? The GDP tells you nothing about the distribution of wages.
No, it doesn't, but it tells you about the economy.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you about the distribution.
I'm not talking about general distribution. I'm talking about the economy. Do you care about the economy?
Make your argument.
No, I care about the distribution of wealth.
Okay, so you don't care about the economy.
No, I care about the distribution of the wealth. I care about where it is. And you're sat there going, look, the people at the bottom, we can make their labor value less.
No, we can improve them.
Let him respond, Vosh.
Vosh, you literally just said it doesn't matter if they suffer a 2%
because they benefit, yes.
Vosh.
I don't think they agree, and I don't agree, right? And I don't know the data you're talking about because you haven't sent it to me. And if you have, I haven't had time to look at it, which you must be able to accept.
I sent data.
I guess you can just keep asserting it, but you're not proving it. And I suppose that if that's the case, then we can move on to I don't know. Let's say, what are the cultural problems of immigration? I think that'd be an interesting one to go.
Sure. Are we going to talk about America or Brickball land?
So you guys, we're here all day. We can go as long as you guys want. But go.
Well, I will say this. Just to cap it off. I mean, I think allegorically, this reminds me. Like, imagine if somebody was like drinking water too quickly and they like drowned in the water, like they choked on it or went in their lungs or something. And Carlgon over here goes in a big soliloquy publicly about how we need to restrict water to the population. And when I point out that water is generally better for the population and could in fact be made better for everyone with proper precautions, he keeps pointing at the one person who choked to death on the water. It's pretty extraordinary to me, but just classically though, this is always how liars have interpreted data. We usually
Vosh. Let's
Vosh, there's a guy drowning there, man. I think we should
wait. Are you telling me to stop when he interrupted me?
Well, I'm just saying we're traveling the same ground over and over again.
Well, then I can finish it, and this will be literally the last thing I have to say on it, which is this simply. This is always how liars have engaged with data. Typically, for massive things like the economy, the way you make decisions is by assessing the plurality of data made on it. You usually do meta-analyses, dozens of data, tons of studies from many different actors, trying to come together and form a consensus because these things are very complicated and need a well, it takes a lot to go into them. And what people can do is they can focus on one particular piece of data that doesn't represent the whole and may even be disproved in other elements of the meta-analyses. And by focusing on that, they can derive any agenda they want from it. They can derive anything.
Okay. Well, I definitely have a reducing immigration agenda.
Vosh, can I ask you one question before? It sounds like you might be ready to go. I mean, we can go as long as you want, but I'm curious about something.
Yeah, hit me up.
Well, your opening argument seemed to be that the spoils of the economy disproportionately went to the wealthy, but at the same time, you're making the argument that a better economy is good for everyone. So that argument seems contradictory.
It's not. A better economy is better for everyone. It's disproportionately better for the wealthy. If I wanted to address the needs of the lower class, the way in which I would choose to do it are through policies that actually make the world better, taking wealth away from those who don't need it and distributing it to those who do.
Theft.
Sure, same way we stole from the landowners when we had our revolution and had democracies. Yes, I don't think there's anything intrinsically wrong with forming a more ethical distribution of wealth. You're the one who just claimed you care about the distribution of wealth.
The process by
no, I wasn't done with Adam's question. Don't be rude. He wants to hear the answer. So you like wealth distribution. You claimed you care about the distribution of wealth. I do as well. We're obviously both interested in it. So my way of dealing with these problems would be to try and find an ethical way of redistributing wealth within our society, something that's functional, that works well, rather than keeping people from entering our country, which has been shown to increase the overall economic strength of our country. Notice, by the way, that Carl literally just said he doesn't care about the economy, he cares about economic distribution, and now he's saying it's theft to ever redistribute wealth.
I thought you both cared about that, though.
You are arguing to just...
Evidently one of us does.
You're just arguing to take their stuff.
So tax laws are theft.
Well, I mean, if you were to say...
Shut the fuck up, Carl. This is the laziest fucking faux libertarian argument I've ever heard.
How about I actually finish what I'm about to say? If you say put 100% tax on, say...
Never said that.
Did I say you did?
You said
Let him finish, Vosh. Go ahead.
No, if you were to put, say, 100% tax on, say, inheritance, then yeah, I think that's fair to characterize that as theft, because that's already money that's had taxes paid on it. So yeah, I would say that's a fair way of characterizing that as a form of theft.
So
what's your plan? Is your plan just to take their money?
Tax money that has been taxed?
At 100%. You're mischaracterizing his position.
I'm not mischaracterizing his position. 100% tax remains a tax. Why are we talking about inheritance tax or 100% taxes? I never mentioned any of this.
Because I'm using it as an example. Can you try and keep up?
Example of what? An argument I don't make?
How taxation could be theft. What is wrong with you? Do you forget?
Okay, so anytime taxes are implemented, it's theft? Can you answer that yes, no? Wait, can you answer that yes, no?
Vosh, Steelman is argument for us, Vosh.
He didn't make an here. He actually didn't. He was responding to an argument that I made.
Oh God!
Wait. So Sargon says no. There are ways to tax without it being theft. So there's my answer. It would not be theft for us to have tax system. Sure, and some forms of handshake can be assault if you grip hard enough and then break the bone. But I'm obviously not referring to that. I'm referring to types of taxation that are fair and equitable.
Okay, so what is that? Let's just get nailed down to the details
in specific
here.
Tax policies. I don't have.
He's defining them as being fair and equitable without explaining them.
Wait. So hold on. So wait. You agree that you can have taxes without it being theft?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's my answer. Without getting into specifics, because I will be forward
those
about
things
this.
That's what I want.
Yeah, the specifics is what we need.
You want to argue the specific tax tier rates that I think would be best implemented across the board?
Sure.
Not especially, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay, so
no. I think that right now we could probably find a way as a country to readjust our tax rates so that people at the bottom get more. You claim to care about wealth distribution, Carl. I care about a lot as well. And that would be a much better way of addressing the issues with immigration than restricting immigration itself. Because the economic benefits to immigration are massive, the downsides are comparatively small, and those small downsides can be compensated for by policies that would help people in other ways too.
I don't think declining wages is comparatively small. I think that's fucking catastrophic.
2% for a tiny proportion of the population that's compensated for economically in other departments. All right.
It's not a tiny percent.
Are we going to talk about culture?
Population.
Well, he did make an argument.
Sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
Is there any in your mind? Is there any concern about mass immigration from a cultural perspective?
Yeah, I like. There are certain elements to my culture that I like very much here in America, at least.
Really, what's your name?
I don't know. I like democracy and freedom. Obviously, that's an America-specific thing. You don't seem to care about it very much. I'm a pretty huge fan of, for example, the concept of workers' rights. I really like, which that's a Western tradition. There's no denying that. Yeah. Marx was Western after all.
Okay.
I like American culture. You know what? I like burgers. I'm a big fan of burgers too.
You look like
You know
a big
who I
fan of
don't
burgers.
like? I will admit this. I've had a huge problem with an influx of, there's a particular culture that I'm not very fond of that I think has really been fucking up America lately.
Is it Nazis?
Yeah. It's no. Because you can be a Nazi from any culture. That's just a political
I
predilection.
don't agree. I think that you've got to be a German.
Oh, I disagree, but okay.
The Nazism is the weaponization of German identity.
I cannot get into the definition of Nazism with you.
We said no N-words, guys. Come on. Vosh, you were making
So-
a
Oh,
point.
man, okay, fine.
The particular cultural issue that I have is Alabamians. I have some family in Alabama.
God.
The small town, the rural, like conservative shit, that shit just fucking drives me up the wall. So there are some types of
Alabamians.
cultures that I have a huge problem with.
Uh-oh, we
I
got
just- I
I
can't
What
stand
about the ones
Alabama.
that chop off
I think I
little
want to
girls'
build a wall.
clitorises?
I want to build a wall around
What
those
about-
swamps.
What about clit chopping ones? What about those ones? Do you have a problem with those?
Clit choppy ones?
Yeah, like 95% of Somalian girls have a clitorectomy.
Is that
Do you have a
true?
problem? Yes.
That sounds horrible.
Well, I tell you,
Somali?
Yes. I'm going to go out for a quick cigarette. So while you're Googling
Yeah,
that, I'll be back.
are you rolling a fatty over there, Sargon?
No, it's a cigarette. It's just tobacco. It's not.
That's
know,
okay.
don't-
California, it's
don't
legal.
report me,
You can
bro.
go
Yeah,
out and
wow.
smoke.
But I'm going to go for a cigarette. I won't be long though.
That's
So,
okay. We'll read some.
I can
super
answer your
chats.
question before you go. I don't like
Sure.
it.
Right. So should we have more or less Somali immigration to the US?
Well, wait, they're going to be clit shopping if they're over there, right? If they come over here, they might do it less.
Well, you'd think so, but they don't.
Well, no, they actually do.
Oh, you
Immigrants.
didn't even know
it's been
they
shown.
chopped clits.
Wait. Well, but I do know that generally immigrants will adopt to the culture of the country they come to.
Yeah.
Wait, why do you think
Yeah.
our Muslim population here in America, our 3 million Muslims, are actually more progressive on most social issues than our domestic Christian population?
Because they can't form ethnic enclaves in the same way they do in my country.
Oh, I see. So, okay, then there you go. We just need to keep these Somalis from forming ethnic enclaves. Apparently, the 3 million Muslims in America don't form ethnic enclaves. If that's the secret, then there we go.
Yeah. But that means you have to put a limit on the number that you have.
I mean, 3 million Muslims in here is quite a lot. How many Somalis, how many
No,
Somalian
that's
girls do we
tiny.
need in here?
That's 1% of your population.
That's true, but if you like cluster those people, that's a pretty big number of people. How many Somalis do we need
You've
before
got
it becomes a
massive country.
problem?
You've got a massive country. Like you can go to like I went to Birmingham the other day, man.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Genuinely, I mean, there was a Pakistani actress who came over and said, "Oh, Birmingham's just like being in Pakistan." And man, Pakistan has got some backwards traditions, and I mean, like these communities are not exactly overflowing with eagerness to report the malfeasance of the home community being replicated over here to the authorities. So we don't even know how bad these things are.
Well, it looks like the population of Somalia is 15 million. So it seems like unless a huge percentage of their population wants to come on over, I feel like we can let a few Somalis in. I'm okay with that.
Go smoke
You're-
your
I
cigarette,
think-
Sargon. We'll work on the
But you-
audio issues. Are you going to bounce,
Okay.
Vosh, or are you going to stick around?
I'm here. I'm a professional big boy streamer. I'm here for
Well,
all
if you want
sorts
to
of
read some of your
traditions.
super chats, I know you're streaming on that end. We can read some of our super chats over here, and your mic is just like still at least.
I have it as
Yeah.
far away from me as I can.
Put a pillow on it, man. Where's your go to the kitchen?
I
and
can
get
put a
an
condom
oven
on.
mitt and put the oven mitt on the microphone.
I'm here for the culture shit when he comes
Sitch,
back. I'm
Sitch,
here
are
for
you
that.
still around?
Yeah, what's up?
You want to read some super chats?
I'm glad that you're here, Adam, because I've been able to just tap out and let you shoulder all the yelling
Well,
and all the blame.
I'm trying.
man.
Vosh is like, geez, Vosh, you're really good at this oratory stuff, but you talk like 7 minutes longer than Sargon does. So
Oh, I think Sargon is a huge piece of shit who postures constantly and dishonestly represents everything he says. So usually when I interrupt, it's not because I'm like mad at him. It's because he said something that's factually incorrect, or he's misrepresented my
to
position,
you, though, you gotta let
or
him make
he's
his
lied
point.
about something he
You
said
gotta let him-
previously.
You got to let him make his argument, though. Come on.
If I let him make every argument that he had, this conversation would have no point. I am desperately trying to keep us focused on the points that are being
Vosh,
made.
okay. Do you want to? If you want to read super chats on your end, you said you could mute us. in the intro. So I don't if you want to make use of time. There might be some questions for you in our super chats if you want.
I'll stick here with you.
Yes, Sitch, what do you got?
Well, there are not a lot of questions. Mostly people not very happy in the super chats, but there are some questions, which is someone wants to know, whose side are you more sympathetic to in the Groper War, Nick's side or Charlie Kirk's side?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I mean, Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit, but Nick is a neo-Nazi. Like, the answer is simple.
Which one is it?
Well, the non-neo-Nazi,
Okay.
Charlie Kirk. But you're asking me to choose between two like different smelling pieces of shit here. I don't really. It's
You
not
like
a strong
so you're
emotional
basically saying
conviction.
it's difficult for you to say that Charlie Kirk is not as bad as Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, because people like Charlie Kirk end up radicalizing the Nazis. Nazis act very above it all, like they're the true conservatives. But in reality, most of them 6 months ago were standard Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens loving conservatives. Really, the reason for that is because the policies advocated for people like Ben Shapiro and the policies advocated by neo-Nazis or Sargon of Akkad are not functionally that different. They sort of reach the same conclusions. They just do it using different emotive elements. So Sargon of Akkad has his own reasons for. So right now, Sargon of Akkad is anti-immigration. He's going to start talking about why we need to reduce the Muslim population coming into our country because they all chop their little girls' clits off or whatever. I've seen these arguments from Nazis before. They try to talk about how degenerate and barbaric foreign cultures are. Whether or not you're trying to achieve the same ends, functionally the arguments are the same, which is again the reason why Richard Spencer, founder of the term alt-right, Nick Fuentes, one of the most influential neo-Nazis in the West right now, and I'm pretty sure one of the Stormfront editors all said collectively that while they disagree with many of Sargon of Akkad's positions, Sargon of Akkad is a great entry point to neo-Nazism because you get all the basic premises from him. You get the anti-feminism, you get the fuck SJWs, you get the we need to reduce immigration, you get the some cultures are better than others. All it really takes is a couple of adjustments and bam, you kind of made your way there.
So are people not allowed to make these kinds of points because it can because you think it can lead to too far to the right into neo-Nazi?
Oh, they shouldn't make those points because they're stupid. But also, if they cared about the outcome of their advocacy, because it turns people into Nazis. Even if it wasn't turning people into Nazis, that wouldn't make Sargon any less stupid. It would just mean that his outcome, the outcome of his advocacy, wasn't as bad as it was before.
We made the mistake of letting Vosh talk, and we only got through one super chat. So.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just gonna start reading him off till Sargon comes back.
No, he's back.
I guess it's not.
I'm
Okay,
back
it's
now.
not
Sorry,
fair
man.
to have like this one-sided conversation.
Sargon's back. You
I
can't hear him, Sitch?
Yeah, I see
I'm
him now.
back. I'm back.
Yeah. So Vash was saying that you lead people down the road to neo-Nazis.
Whoa, no N-word.
Well, I can say.
Yeah, but
I'm allowed.
Vash is
I
an
have
idiot, and
immunity.
his opinion is worth nothing.
Oh, there we go. Got him.
So you want to go down the
So-
cultural route? I'll let you start, Sargon. Since
Yeah. I mean, like, there's no doubt that there's been a huge cultural change in towns and cities in the UK where immigration has been concentrated. Is that something we should stop or not?
All immigration? No. I think that
Did I say all immigration though?
Well, what did you say specifically? Like towns having their culture changed?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know how we can stop a culture from changing. Cultures change all the time.
I'm not
Whether we
saying
want
the culture shouldn't change, but this is very clearly artificial. It's the consequence of having immigrants from other parts of the world come to our towns in huge.
I don't know what an artificial culture change is. Los Angeles's culture is born of the many cultures that are there. It changes all the time. It feels Los Angeles to me. I've never like woken up one morning and thought, oh yeah, this was natural Los Angeles cultural change. But then that was artificial.
And so if Trump was like, right, you know what, I'm going to encourage Eastern Europeans to come to Los Angeles, and they ended up displacing huge amounts of the native population, would that be a problem?
Whether or not it's a problem has nothing to do with whether or not it's an artificial cultural change. I don't think it would be artificial. I don't think it would be artificial. Would it be a problem? I mean, if people are being displaced, then
that would be artificial. If it's not a natural culture that's evolved in Los Angeles.
Well, that's
it.
Well, as
millions of Eastern Europeans coming to Los Angeles. And
as a
changing the
wise
culture.
Brit bonger once told me, this term is subjective and therefore useless. So I don't distinguish
You
between.
said that, actually.
No, you're the one who
I
said
don't
that if a
believe-
term, you were the one who said that if a term is subjective, it's useless. It means
I never
nothing.
said
I'm the
that.
one who said that.
I never said that.
Wouldn't the term
Well, we can
rapid
go
be
over the
a
VOD
better
later.
descriptor than force? Just use the term rapid. Rapid culture.
Rapid, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad,
Rapid,
did he
yeah.
say that? You can tell me, okay?
No, I'm saying why don't you just use that instead? If there's a contention about the word forced.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
So
think I said forced. I said artificial.
I don't think there's such a thing. But if we want to go with what you mean to be artificial, which was it like artificial when feminists started writing games I don't know what you mean by it. I just feel like things change.
Well, if you shut up, maybe
people
I
like
can define
you
it for
get
you.
maybe some people like you just get left
Maybe I
behind,
can
and then
just
you
define
think
it
the
for you.
world is changing artificially when in reality things are just moving on.
Maybe I can just define it for you. Right.
Feel free.
Because I'll use the example of my country because I'm most familiar with that. But Britain had much lower levels of immigration up until 1997 when the Labour government took over, and then it's something like quadruple. Right, it went up to about 300,000 net a year on average, and we've had that for 20 years, and that's not normal. That's not natural. Most of British history.
None of it is
been
normal.
this.
These are all super loaded subjective terms. None of this is normal or natural.
Normal
It's all
as in
just
what
policies.
is common to have come and occurred before.
It's not precedented, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not something is normal.
No, what's normal is just what has commonly occurred before.
Okay, sure. So is it normal right now for gay people to get married in the States?
No.
It's legal.
Yeah, good.
Okay,
But
what
it doesn't mean
time
that
scale?
in a historical perspective, it's not normal, right?
Okay.
And we are now at a point where we've had 20 years of mass immigration. We can see the actual changes. Like there are areas of English culture that actually no longer exist anymore. Like the East End in London used to have a particular kind of culture, and that just doesn't exist anymore.
I
that
can't refer
wasn't-
to the specifics you're talking about. I don't acknowledge
Yeah, okay,
this like normal, natural. These are
Yeah,
super
okay,
loaded,
if-
feelsy
yeah,
words,
okay,
very emotional.
Sure.
If you want to talk
they
about
are.
the
They're-
cultural
no, of course
impact
they
of
are.
immigration, if you want to
Of course
talk
they
about the
are.
cultural
They-
impact of immigration,
they-
I
this-
agree with you that it can
This
have a
is
pretty.
something
Vosh,
that's
you're
going to
steering
have
the
to be a bit
conversation
feelsy
away.
loaded if we're going to talk about culture, isn't
Sure,
it?
then let's use very empirical language, okay? So
No, you can't because you're talking about people and how
we
they
can.
feel.
Okay,
No,
you can use empirical language to determine whether or not a person feels a certain way.
Look, I'm not going to be language police by you. If you don't understand the terms I'm using, I will define them.
It's not that I understand, it's that they're useless. Normal? Let's just go with this, okay? I agree that immigration varies tremendously in eras and countries, and that often significant changes in immigration can lead to a very rapid change in the culture of certain areas. I've never been to England. My understanding of your cultural changes are limited pretty much exclusively to what I've seen from media. I'm more familiar with what's taking place here in America. I would say this simply. There are elements of my culture that I like. I don't believe all cultures are the same. I don't. I genuinely don't. One day, I hope that the cultural elements that I like, freedom, democracy, will be present all around the world. So I don't have to have such harsh opinions on.
Vosh, why are we arguing so much about definitions? We want to have an
sounds
argument
like you
here
agree
about
with Sargon
ideas.
mostly.
Well, I'm trying to
It sounds like
clarify
you
my
agree with me here.
position relative to you.
Okay,
So-
well, let's hang on. Let's take from that
I
position.
did.
right?
I
So
haven't agreed with you,
I think I'm
nor
with
have
you.
I
think I'm
finished
with
with
you.
my point.
No, let him fit.
Yeah. So
No.
there are problems with immigration, and I like certain
heard
elements of
this
certain
point already,
cultures.
Vosh. Let's-
However, are you really going to impugn me for repetition here? Come now. I will say this. Things need to
Yes,
be
you seem
handled.
to be repeating yourself.
yeah,
Things need to be handled meaningfully. We should be considerate
I
both
didn't
of
ask
the
you a
benefits.
question about immigration, though, Vosh. I asked you a question about
And the
why we're
detriments.
arguing about definitions.
That wasn't what I was responding to.
Yeah,
I was
know.
responding to an earlier claim. I was making
That's
a
the
point
problem,
of my own.
Josh.
Yeah, we want to.
What are we even talking about? I'm explaining my
I'm
position on the
asking
cultural
you-
impact of
okay.
immigration.
Okay.
Sargon is
Do you-
making
do
an
you-
argument about.
No, he wasn't. He's not. Pay attention.
He's
he
making
stopped.
an argument
I
about
then
culture.
opened to
You
give my
interrupted and
perspective.
stopped him about
I haven't finished
definition.
yet.
No, he stopped speaking, and then I spoke
didn't.
up and
No,
said,
you-
"Here is
you-
my
okay.
perspective on immigration."
No, the conversation was Sargon was talking about normal levels of immigration or normal culture, and then you said we can't use loaded words, and that's what kind of got off in this whole conversation. That's why you rephrased it the way that you did, which sounded exactly like what Sargon said, only using different words, which is why I said it sounds like you're agreeing with him.
Yes.
So my point is that sometimes there are issues with immigration. I do not think I agree with Sargon in the specifics of how we should apply immigration policy.
Sure, but you agree that immigration and influx of people can change the culture in certain
Nobody
areas.
would ever disagree with that. I have never
Okay,
met a
well,
person in life.
that's just what
a
Sargon
good
was trying to
start.
say, and it kind of fell apart from there. I thought.
Because you started arguing definitions. Let's stop
Yes,
doing that.
wouldn't it be nice if we could use words that mean something?
Yeah.
All words mean something, Vosh. But you are like being deliberately combative here. I
Is
don't
there a
think what I'm
particular
saying-
position you'd like to take? Because I just took a stance.
I don't think that we are in disagreement here. That yes, a large amount of immigration into a certain area will change the character of that area.
Okay, I'm fine with the character of areas changing
Okay, but
in some
people aren't.
ways.
Well,
Hmm?
okay, so you're not just fine with it. You have provisos on your.
Of course, if some people came in and their culture was they wanted to rape people, then obviously I'm not in favor of those specific elements. But that doesn't necessarily.
Pakistani immigration.
But that doesn't necessarily mean I don't want to let them in, and it doesn't necessarily mean that all people from that demographic shouldn't be let in.
Why would you let those people in if you didn't agree with the things they believe?
If we want to keep people from engaging in violent crime or rape or whatever here in the States, we would keep young men from coming in. That would be the most effective way to keep that from happening. Are you in favor of doing that?
Then young men are not just all the same, are they?
No, but they're substantially more likely to commit violent crimes than any other group of people, regardless of race, ethnicity, culture, religion.
But then if we become more granular than that, then we can actually identify some cultures that have different value sets.
Not even close. There is no cultural divide that comes even close to the extent to which young men are responsible for violent crime. Why don't we let only the old women in? We can let old women and old men in.
You could, but we're not going to because we've got a national health service. So definitely not.
What about little kids? We can let all the 10-year-olds in. They're not going to commit crimes. I mean, if they do, they'll be like adorable
I think if they don't
crimes.
have their parents, they might well do.
No, the parents will be very old, okay? And the children will grow into productive workers.
Why should we let any of them in? Why should we let any of them in?
So you just don't care about immigration at all?
No, I do care about it. That's why I want to stop it.
Okay, so you don't want any immigration?
No, I wouldn't say zero, but comparatively.
Oh, okay. Because it helps our economy and because I care about other people. Immigrants usually want to come to our country for a reason.
Consequences for this.
There are consequences and benefits. So, benefit to the economy.
Wait,
you asked me.
You've just been talking, right? Yeah, I just want to clarification on that one point, right? So you are fine with mass immigration as long as it benefits the economy, regardless of the damage it does to the culture.
No, I didn't say that, because I literally just said we should take into consideration whatever happens to the culture, and that not all cultural changes are desirable. So, immigration will, in essentially every case, lead to an increase in economic productivity for the country, which can be redistributed as seen fit amongst its constituents. 2, many cultural changes are either neutral or good. I like cultural diversity. I think it's really cool that in the country I grew up in, the city that I grew up in, it was a plurality of cultures that worked together to form a beautiful quilt, mesh fabric of different people, of different languages, of different foods, of different cultures. It was really beautiful to me. And I don't mean that from some libcucky, like lefty, Joseph Trudeau, our diversity is our strength. I legitimately mean it. Before I was even a leftist, it was nice. Yeah. And third, and finally, I care about the humanity and livelihood of the people who come into this country. They're as human as we are. If we can help them by letting them in, and it's generally beneficial to let them in, I say we do so.
But some of them are German.
And
I'm sorry.
I took German language classes back in college.
That explains a lot. Right.
What does it explain?
The thing that you're not engaging with here.
What does it explain?
He's
don't just joking around, Bob.
I'm just
What's the joke? Okay, sorry.
The joke is that Germans are basically Nazis.
Yeah.
The problem, though, is that you are not acknowledging the actual reality of the consequence of these changed circumstances. Now, I use the example of Birmingham because it is such a glaring one. It is actually becoming an Islamic colony, and I think that means that we should reduce the amount of immigration we have into the country. Do you?
So wait, all immigration or just Islamic immigration?
Honestly, I mean, for the cultural aspect, primarily I would say Islamic, but overall, because of the damage it's doing to low-end wage earners, I would say all immigration, because we've had 20 years of it, and I think that we've had enough. We've had like 10 million new immigrants into this country.
I think we've discussed the economic outcomes. I think we've discussed the economic outcomes sufficiently. Speaking specifically to the culture, you'll have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with the specifics of how England is changing, but every time I've tried to look into this, every time I've read a Breitbart article or some Lawrence Southern video on how England is not even England anymore, it always ends up being bullshit. I imagine that there are very substantial wait, hold on. I imagine there are very substantial cultural changes that are taking place over there, very substantial ones. And I do not deny that in many cases, this is probably very disconcerting to the people who live here. These things have to be handled sensibly. However, I have difficulty trusting whatever subjective takes you have on how the Islamification of the UK is
Yeah, but
taken.
that's just your own bigotry, isn't it?
Yes, it's my anti-Brit Bonger bigotry. Yes.
No, it's your anti-me bigotry.
Oh,
There's no question. Where is it? I'll find it. The thing I'm about to send you will be from the Birmingham City Council, and when I find it, it'll show that only 30% of the children in Birmingham schools are actually English. Is that a problem or not?
if they have, so 70% of them are foreign-born.
Yes.
I don't have an intrinsic problem with that. Why is that
Okay,
on its
but
own
they're
a
not
bad thing?
English, though, are they? Because I'm English.
What is that?
I don't want Pakistan to be replicated in Birmingham.
I don't. So just the fact that 70% of a school's population is non-citizen means nothing to me.
Okay, well, that's your deficiency.
Sure.
If
It
whatever
just means
culture
not,
it is you like, whatever it is about your culture you like, if you saw that actually being edged out of the city in which you live, would you literally have no objection?
what culture?
Whatever culture you feel
I
you
like
belong to.
multiculturalism. There's no way to blow my culture out because I value the plurality of cultures.
Let's assume you've got a city that is a multicultural city, and then a million Nazis move into the city and make a monoculture.
This isn't a cultural thing.
Why is that not a cultural?
Nazism isn't cultural. There have been Nazis of all ethnicities, cultures, religions, amazingly enough. No, though there have been, even back in World War II, there have been. That's a political affiliation. People of any
but
culture.
it's still a culture. It is still a culture.
People of
Anything
people,
do
that I will be
culture.
specific, Pakistani people can still be socialists like me. So I don't care about
Okay,
it
but
in
what
this.
if they're not?
What if they're not? So most people aren't socialists where I live now.
Yeah, but what if they're coming over and replicating the conditions of life in Pakistan, which I would suggest are patriarchal, theocratic, and completely totalitarian? There's no aspect of
wait,
life.
what does
that is not policed
totalitarian
by the
mean?
Community. As in, all aspects of life are concerned by the governing philosophy.
I mean, I grew up near Mormons, so I don't know if this is specifically a foreign immigration problem. It seems to me like that's just a radical conservative problem.
But this is actually something we can control.
Do you advocate for feminism then to deal with their patriarchal, totalitarian social enclaves?
No.
Oh, wait, that's interesting. Wait, you have a problem with them being patriarchal, but you also don't want to advocate for the solution to that problem?
No, I have a problem with them duplicating Pakistani culture and not adopting English culture.
Well, isn't feminist values part of English culture? Compared to them, women's suffrage, not obeying the father.
There are other people other than feminists who are concerned about these things.
No, feminism has pretty much been exclusively responsible. Listen, I know how you got your start. I know how you got your start. You realize that all of society today is predicated on second wave feminist theory. Like everything we do concerning women's suffrage and our belief in women working.
Disagree, but I'm not interested in debating this point with you.
I know you're not.
I'm interested in knowing whether you think that this mass immigration is favorable or unfavorable.
You keep giving me qualifiers that don't mean anything to me. So you're saying so like one school has 70% of
all schools
in Birmingham? Okay. I mean, that's one city. It seems like they're being hit pretty hard by this.
It's our second biggest city.
Yeah.
In London,
it is a city.
Yeah, but London in 2011, London was 42% English. Is that a problem?
Oh, is this the John Cleese thing that you went over?
Yeah.
Okay. 42%. So 58% of the city population was foreign born.
Yes, or not non-English. I think it's not really.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Identify this important.
Well, hold on, wait. Are they foreign born or are they non-white?
They're not non-white. They're non-English.
What is English?
English is an ethnic identity.
Oh, I don't care about ethnicity. I thought we were talking about culture.
Yeah,
you're talking about an ethno state right now.
No, because that means
no. We're talking about culture, my friend. You're talking about the English ethnicity.
Yeah, but that is the culture.
No, culture and ethnicity are two different things, my friend.
Why don't you look at the definition?
This is the exact problem I got in last stream. Sorry, he's not saying ethnicity is race. He's not using these terms.
I never said race.
I said ethnicity, but we're not talking about ethnicity. We're talking about culture.
Right, but you think it's okay for there to be colonies of people who identify away from the majority identity of a country, right?
I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you just, are you talking about race, culture, ethnicity? What are you even talking about now?
Ethnicity and culture are essentially synonyms.
That is also a Nazi argument. That's very fascinating to me. Wait, really quickly. I have an open question to you, okay? Wait, really quickly,
It's
really
a
quickly.
Nazi argument. isn't it?
Yes, because
Didn't
ethnically,
they talk racially?
I am
I'm not talking
Polish. I'm
That's
Polish.
great. No,
Okay.
racially you're Polish.
Wait, hold on.
Ethnically you're
Wait,
American.
wait. Polish isn't a race. Oh
Look,
God,
it's
do you not
Slavic
know the
then.
difference
Sorry,
between
Slavic.
ethnicity and race? Do you not know?
Slavic.
Let's
Do
just
you not
decide
know?
on a definition and move on, guys.
Look,
Well, wait. But no.
There-
This is
there
wait.
is-
I'm trying to ask a direct
Look,
question
Vosh,
here.
Vosh,
So ethnically, I'm Polish, and I grew up with people of different ethnicities who are all white and all American. We're different ethnicities, but we share a culture. So I don't really
you're
care
different
about this.
races.
What is your race then?
No, we were different
nationalities.
ethnicities.
You're ethnically American. That's your ethnicity. That's how you identify.
I actually,
You
you
are an
actually don't
American,
know what
are you not?
ethnicity means.
Well, let's just
okay.
agree on a definition and move on. We don't need to argue definitions for 30 minutes.
Okay, so what is this 42% English thing? I care about culture.
Right,
That's what we're talking about here, not ethnicity.
Okay, London is culturally 42% English.
How do you describe this? How do you know?
How do I
Or
describe
how, wait,
it?
are
The
58% of
census.
them don't identify as,
Yeah, the census. Do you identify as English or French or European or whatever?
what was the census question exactly?
Well, I'd have to look it up.
Was it what culture do you identify with? Or was it
No,
what
it's just
ethnicity
what is
you
your
identify
ethnic
with?
identity?
I see. Okay. Maybe you want to move on to a different talking point, my friend. We can talk
No,
about
I'm-
culture. I'm just not here for your weird ethnostate stuff. That's kind of weird.
I'm not talking about weird ethno-state stuff. I mean, like, do you think there aren't any black English people?
Yes, there are. I
So what's the
agree.
problem?
I
what's
don't
the
know.
problem?
What is the problem?
Are
Okay,
are
so-
black Americans ethnically American, or what are they?
Well, ethnically, I think at this point they would just be considered African American because they don't have a clear lineage back to whatever African country they would
Yeah,
have
but
been
they're
taken
ethnically
from.
American.
Yeah, so ethnically they
Yes,
are American.
and my family's ethnically Polish-Irish. I have a shillelagh hanging above my
Okay,
father's
so-
den.
Let me
Okay.
fix. Well, let
Yeah,
me
go
try to fix this
ahead,
because we had
Sid.
this argument for like 2 hours last week.
Yeah,
with
it was
Sargon.
fun. I loved
Okay,
it.
the definition of ethnicity that I believe Sargon's operating under is the one that you find if you just Google the word, which says the fact or state of belonging to a social group that is a common national or cultural tradition. Now, I agree that in America it's typically not used in that way, which is where I think the confusion comes from.
Ethnicity, in a census sense, is usually used to refer to country of origin. But you
No.
can be culturally British.
Incorrect.
and
Incorrect.
You can be culturally British.
Stop,
and
stop.
Whoa, whoa,
It's-
whoa, Carl!
Vosh,
interrupting
Vosh, you're
Carl!
wrong. You're
Triggered
wrong. You're
Carl
just-
over
you're
here
wrong,
can't
and I
handle
can
6
explain why you're
sentences
wrong.
without his own.
No one's
No,
triggered
it's about
here. Okay.
self-identity, Vosh. Self-identity. The British census is entirely done by self-identity.
Let me see a copy of the British Census. Hold on.
Google it.
Yeah.
What,
This is
what,
what the whole joke about Kekistan is.
what was the
uh,
point?
the-
What was
Wait,
the
wait,
point that
so-
you're making? Go ahead.
The
Sid.
point I'm making is that if most of London does not identify as English, at what point do we say maybe we should stop immigration?
Right. When the
What do you mean
ethnicities change.
identify as English? I don't know what that means.
When most of Birmingham no longer identifies as English, do we sit there and think how
What do you
many
mean
cities
identifies
do you
as
have
English?
where- yeah, what's confusing about that?
You're
Well, I
saying
don't. What do
Sargon,
you
you're
mean?
saying that on the census people
I-
choose how to identify, and you're saying people choose not to identify as English.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And at
yeah.
what
that make
point do
more
we
sense to
say
you?
how many English cities should be full of people who are not English?
Who I don't know what these questions mean. Are we talking about ethnicity or culture? I thought we were talking
I don't
about
know how
culture.
else to explain it. Self-identified, Vosh. Self-identified.
Self-identified
You can
in an ethnic sense. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
We're
we're waiting
getting-
for an
we're
answer from you,
we're
Vosh.
getting one
Like, is
going.
it legitimate to say once like the two largest cities in England now have hardly any English people in them?
What do you mean
Maybe we
English
actually-
people? Also, What do you
I've
mean
literally
hardly
just
any?
explained to you.
Why do you
what
keep
English
using
is.
language like this? How many of our cities must fall to the scourge of the non-English? Just ask me what the fuck.
I didn't-
Wait.
I didn't
Here's
say
wait.
that.
Can I phrase this for you? I thought this was your fucking
No.
job. Holy shit!
You keep
To
doing it.
what extent do you think English cities should be subjected to non-English culture before we have a problem?
Okay.
Like, why is
Yeah,
it so difficult for you to ask
Go
simple
ahead.
questions without throwing in a bunch of
the two
loaded
largest
words?
ones are minority English. I think that we've had too much immigration.
Vosh, your response?
I mean, I don't know. I thought we already agreed earlier that 2% of the. I'm
Or
trying to
about
answer.
three? When the three largest English cities.
I don't. This isn't how I look at
Majority.
cultural changes. I
Okay, but this
legitimately
is
don't
how
care about
things
these
are happening,
criteria.
and this is why you're
I don't-
getting Nazis, Vosh.
Well, no, we're actually
Okay,
getting
you
Nazis.
can
According to the Nazis, according to the Nazis, we're getting Nazis from you. Actually, I wouldn't want to
but
talk
that's
about what's
'cause they're
leading to
lying
Nazis
to
because
you,
they keep
you
pointing at
moron.
you. See, if we were all adults here, we could deal with
If-
immigration sensibly and actually discuss
You
the
can't
problems with
talk about the
immigration.
cultural aspect.
But because of people like you who are exclusively dedicated to whining like children about perceived cultural impact from
Can
immigration,
I ask a
we
question,
get
Vosh?
Nazis
Can-
because we
Sargon,
no longer
do you care
have
if I
people
ask a
having
question?
sensible discussions.
So it's not that people are afraid of the changing environment around them. It's that
I listen to the
persuading them
Nazis when the
to
Nazis
not
tell
be
me
a
who
Nazi,
radicalized them.
and that's making them Nazis.
Would they, Vosh, would they be turning to the personalities that you are saying they're turning to if the immigration wasn't a problem? If there was
I
no
mean,
immigration?
throughout at least American history, because I'm limited to that, every single time we have a big jump in immigration from a foreign culture, people like Carl Gunn over here jump over to talk about how this is the death of America.
But is
it happened with
is
the,
it
well,
the
it happened
people,
with
though? But you're not answering the question. Is it the
You
people
have
or is it the
increased and
immigration?
decreased levels of immigration over time.
Yes, and
You
every
don't just
time
have
the
a
country
continual up.
keeps ticking on strong. It's really strange. We had a huge jump with the Chinese. We had a huge jump
Up
with Mexicans.
and down,
We had a huge
up
jump with
and down.
Italians. We had a huge jump with the Polish. We had a huge jump with the Irish. We had a huge jump with the Germans back a little bit after the states were formed after the Revolutionary War.
do
And
you
every
understand the words I'm
wait, why
using?
does Carl get to just talk over me?
Because you interrupt people all the time. You're constantly going on. You are
I'm trying.
constantly going
The difference
on.
is the
Talk
moderator
for
will
the
call
love of
you
your
out
own
when
voice,
I
Vosh.
interrupt. The moderator will call me out when I
Just
interrupt you,
love
but
your
you just
own
get to
voice.
do it. Cucked
You aren't
mods.
engaging with what I've just said.
So
You're not
I no,
engaging
well,
with
hold
what I've
on.
just said.
Really quickly, I want to point out every single time this happens, every time there's a huge spike in immigration that leads to a demographic displacement and a ton of cultural changes in major American cities, there are people like you who talk about how this is the death of the empire, how all classic
not people
American
like
values
me.
are going to die, and every
You're
single
not, I don't
time,
care. I don't care
every
about your opinion.
single time they end up being wrong. So something tells me there's something to this cycle I think we
Vosh.
can learn of because I love
Yeah,
learning.
there is.
I
something to the
love
cycle
learning
that
from
you're
this
ignoring.
cycle.
Let him-
And what it
There's something
suggests
about this
to me.
cycle you're ignoring, Vosh.
Let him
right?
let him
Wait,
The
let
thing
him
that you're
respond.
ignoring
Wait, let me
is that
finish?
there are times in your history where you contract immigration as well.
What
Yeah.
does
You
that have to
understand
do with the point I just made?
Well, you-
He's
Vosh,
doing the supervillain laugh again, the anime shit.
No, you, Vosh, right? You're saying America has a wave of immigration and it doesn't collapse the empire. And I'm saying, yeah, that's because after the wave of immigration, that goes down and it contracts
The
immigration.
proportional amount of people we
and-
received
look-
in those waves of immigration would dwarf what you're dealing with right now with Pakistani or Syrian refugees.
So what? We're a smaller country.
So, are you suggesting
we're at
people
the
think
point
you've
now
taken? Are you
where
so?
we need to
So
contract
obviously,
immigration.
there is a prior pattern of people hyperbolizing the downsides of
No,
immigration
they
following a
contracted
spike.
immigration. They
After a few
contracted-
years or decades, it's been a few years.
Yes, and we have had 20 years of mass immigration.
Oh, wait, are we
20
talking? Wait, 20
years.
years of mass Muslim immigration?
Yes.
I
Holy
thought we were.
God,
So
he
you're
can't be
te-
taught.
so you're telling me that the current spike that's taken place since the Syrian refugee crisis is
It's
consistent
nothing
with the
to
spike that
do
was
with the
taking place?
Syrian refugees, you goober.
So it has nothing to do with that at all.
No, we took hardly any. That's what the Calais migrant camp was. That's what they were whining. You should take some immigrants, refugees. No, we take just natural immigration, legal, normal immigration, nothing to do with the refugees.
Okay,
We've been
then why
doing
do
it
you
for
want to
20
end?
years.
Then wait. Then if that's it, why do you want to end all immigration? Why not just
Because
cut it
we've
down a
had
little
open borders for 20 years.
bit? You haven't had open borders. If they did,
Yes,
you could
we have.
literally swim across the channel. No, that's not
You-
what open borders
Actually,
means.
that's what happened the other day. Yeah.
Really, you can just swim across the channel and instantly become
Yes.
an English citizen. Really?
No, obviously it's not.
No, okay, so shut the fuck up. Open borders
Wait,
have
shut you-
a definition.
wait,
I
you
know
don't
you're
know
so
what you're
inclined to
talking
believe
about.
that words don't have actual definitions.
You are just not listening, right?
So
We
they don't have open borders. Why don't you
yes,
just
but
reduce immigration a
three-
little
Are you
bit?
talking about immigration or
That's what I want.
naturalization?
That's what I'm asking for, Vosh.
Wait,
Holy
wait,
shit.
wait, wait.
It's
Just
like
a little
talking
bit.
to a child.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So a little bit of immigration cut down. You're talking about an almost complete end to
Yes.
immigration, specifically
Yes.
with Islamic
Yes.
immigration.
Yes, completely.
That's not what I just suggested.
Zero. I love my zeros, Vosh.
And
Vosh, do you understand that you have literally argued your way around to my perspective?
what's my perspective on this exactly?
You just said, why don't we reduce immigration a bit? And I'm like, good,
When
that's
have
what
I
said.
ever been opposed? I said multiple times over this that immigration can have downsides and
Then what are
should
you
be
getting so
moderated.
hostile about? I'm pointing out the downside.
Yes, you are pointing out the downside and then
Okay.
suggesting an end to Islamic immigration. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that's not what I'm advocating for. I'm advocating
Why?
for sensible immigration policy that cuts it
That
down a
is
little
sensible.
So Vosh, you're
That
not
is
for open
sensible.
borders?
It may be like hundreds of years from now. I don't think our system today could survive that.
Okay.
Wow, I completely agree with you. I completely
Sounds
agree.
like we have
And
some
so
agreement then.
I'm
No, not
literally-
really. Because, and this is, again, this is another example, and I would love it if I could go for at least 30 seconds without being interrupted. This is another example of how we agree on a problem, but have lunatic different opinions on how it should be solved. So I have never in my
You said,
life,
why don't you reduce immigration?
30 seconds,
You said,
I have
why don't we
never
reduce
in my
immigration?
life
Sargon, please
suggested
let him finish.
that we should, I have never in my life suggested that we should just let everyone in, nor have I ever said that we should never restrict immigration. I said multiple times in this discussion that immigration can have downsides and should be approached sensibly, that policy shouldn't be made to just let everyone in. The issue here, of course, Sargon, is that the conclusions I derive from this is a sensible immigration policy where we slowly curtail in accordance with the cultural and economic needs of the country, not full stop end immigration from Islamic countries while
Why?
talking about the Islamification of our state.
So Bosch, is one of those
Why?
criteria that the culture sustains itself in any way, shape, or form? Because it seems like that's the argument that Sargon is making. Like, what is the
Well,
you're saying you're advocating for sensible immigration? What is the criteria for your sensible immigration?
I mean, it wouldn't be curtailing all Islamic immigration because of a relatively small jump in crime.
It's nothing to do with the jump in crime, man. It's to do with the change in culture.
Then why do you complain about Muslim rape gangs if it's not about crime?
Because I don't want English girls to get raped.
So you care about the crime. Why would you just lie about that then?
Yeah, but the thing is, it wasn't really treated as a crime. That's the problem. The police are just deliberately looking.
Don't weasel your way out of it. You said you don't care about crime. Now you care about crime. So the crime
but
increase has been
It wasn't criminal.
weaselly little
Absolutely.
Carl slipping his way out of that point. Now,
You,
of course,
you don't understand the situation. That's the problem. You just don't know what you're talking about.
really.
Can
Yes.
we? I want to move on to one point.
Categorically.
I want to.
Categorically, my God, man. You literally say, "Oh, I don't know anything about this," and then when I explain it to you, you go, "Oh, Weasley little." You just don't know.
What?
I-
No, I called you a weaselly liar because you said you don't care about crime, and then you said you care about crime. And then, oh, well, it's not treated as a crime. What the fuck are you talking about?
I've explained it multiple times. If you can't understand them, then you can't understand. But the point is, Voss, you actually agree with me on the concept of immigration.
Nobody disagrees that people should sensibly engage in immigration policy.
What are the
right?
criteria for you, Vosh?
I am not familiar enough with the UK to outline an
Well,
entire
America.
political. In America?
Yeah,
Right now, American immigration is fine. I thought that's what we were going to talk about because I'm
Okay.
more
Well,
familiar.
million a
American
year.
immigration is doing just peachy keen great.
A 1.3 million a year is peachy for you.
Yeah.
We
I don't
got
have
a
a
much
problem with
bigger
that.
country, so
Yeah, but do you not think that that's a
Just as, oh, it's a scary number, Carl. It's very big. I know it's very scary. No, it's fine. I'm cool with it.
Well, so I'm
That's like
sure the big things scare you, but they
0.3% of
don't
our
scare me.
population.
can we move on to
Do you
one
not
point
think that
came
that
up?
contributed to Donald Trump's success?
Immigrants coming into the country contributed to Donald Trump's success.
The scale of immigration into your country?
No.
You don't think so?
No, the far right have been active in this country for over a century, whether or not we have high levels of
all right.
non-white immigration.
This
But the New York Times said this. They're the
Oh,
ones who are
wait,
saying
dude,
it's
wait,
about
wait,
white-
wait, wait, really
fear of
quickly,
white
wait,
displacement.
really quickly.
Now
I
you-
should clarify. Does immigration lead to Trump getting voted in? No, of course not. Do fearmongers who complain about immigration lead to people like Trump getting elected?
this
Yes,
dovetails
yes.
this dovetails nicely into the point that I wanted to.
I've got time for one more topic.
Okay, well,
it's going to take a lot. I hope I got a lot of super
You-
chats in this because
hang
I've
on,
got
hang
a
on.
lot of
I've got to
chemo.
respond to this.
well, go ahead. Sorry.
Because Voss seems to fail to understand that there are actually people on the ground who come into contact with immigration from cultures with which they have severe value disagreements. disagreements.
This
And
is how
these
I make giant
Well, you're
policy
interrupting,
decisions.
Vosh.
Vosh,
Let him finish.
right, these severe value disagreements are why these people are opposed to immigration. You don't need, like, I mean, if there were no far right commentators, then they would be raised up through the natural demand of these people to have someone represent their position of the country around us is changing and we didn't ask for this.
Yeah, just
That's
like
the
every
thing that's
other
unfair.
immigration period in this country.
So,
That's
I
why
don't
you
care. This is
contract
such a
immigration.
this is such a feelings over facts argument. Some
Yes.
people are upset
it's
about their
entirely
culture
about-
changing.
Yes, it's entirely about that.
Okay, well,
the
well,
politics is
my
about
facts
feelings.
don't care about your guys' feelings.
well,
Terribly
okay,
sorry.
but Vosh,
People
we're
vote
asking
on
you.
their feelings, not on your facts, dummy.
Vosh,
this is
we're
how we're
asking
gonna
you.
get another
what-
5
Facts
years of
influence feelings, like the fact, for example, that
Not
immigration
really.
that immigration increases economic output, or the fact,
Adam,
for example,
Adam.
that this country has been built from immigration for 2,500 years. So,
do facts influence people's feelings?
what kind of counterpoint is this?
Adam, do facts influence people's
Weren't conservatives supposed to be the fact-oriented
Not
one, and
really,
now you
but-
guys are the ones
I mean-
who
I'm
are
not
crying, whining about personal accounts of situations to try and justly broadly justify a larger point.
Vosh, you
Are
want to move
people
on to
voting on
one
their facts or their feelings?
What?
Are
feelings
people
shape
voting
the
because of
facts.
facts or feelings?
I can't even hear what Carl is saying. What?
Feelings shape the facts.
In fact, shape the feelings. It's a beautiful interplay.
No.
But when I like to talk about
No,
immigration,
you're wrong, Vosh.
when I like to influence immigration policy, when I like to talk about big immigration policy decisions, I usually don't like to rely on, but have you heard about the people on the street who are being hurt by this? That
Vosh,
doesn't
Vosh,
usually
your
care
entire
about that.
argument is appeal to
Also,
emotion.
no. Everything that I've said is pretty factually backed up. Also, the majority of the people opposed to immigration in Britain live in 95% plus white towns and villages. These
No, they
aren't
don't,
people.
Vosh.
Wait. Okay, wait.
don't.
London and Birmingham vote mostly Remain. The areas that are being affected most by this immigration are the ones most fine with it. It's the dipshit fucking rural,
Vosh.
it's the rural fucking whiteys that are terrified because of people like you.
Evil rural whiteys.
Yeah, well, they're the ones who voted.
Evil.
Yeah, I want to
rural
point
whiteys.
out
Are your feelings hurt, my dude? You don't like that
Theirs
argument?
Alabama is the poorest state in the union. Like, to go after Alabama.
What
is
does
just
that
like-
have to do with what I just said?
Well, you just
What did I bring up wealth at any point during what
No,
I just said?
you
No,
you
you
called
just
out
hate because they're
Alabamans on the stream, and I was thinking, man, like they're poor people, man.
What does that is it fun like trying
It's
to
a-
divert
it's okay for
points
them to have a
protect
2%
Carl?
pay cut.
Wait, is it fun for you to try and divert away from points that blow Carl's argument the fuck out when he's suggesting that on the ground interaction with
I'm
people of
making-
different cultures is what caused people to be anti-immigration, but in reality the majority of anti-immigrant sentiment comes from majority white villages?
Well, so let's move on to
Which
the last.
completely
they can
blows
see
that
what's
argument the fuck
happening.
out.
Let's move on
They
to the
can
last
see
point.
what's happening.
Last point,
Yeah.
and it's quick.
What so you made an argument that people are turning to these different personalities and becoming far right. And Sargon seemed to be making the argument that immigration is the reason for that they see the culture changing around them and that frightens them. You haven't really taken a position on what you think sensible immigration should be based on, whether it's economics or culture. But I'm curious, do you think that these personalities would have such sway in the culture if immigration was cut off, if immigration wasn't an issue?
Do you think that not the
Would there
neo-Nazis?
still be
Do you think the
neo-Nazis? Yeah.
original Nazi party would have been able to rise to power if there were no Jews to put a scapegoat on?
Well, I'm asking you a
This
question.
is a direct parallel to your question. The existence
would
of a
people support
scapegoat,
Nazis?
the existence of a scapegoat class does not necessarily mean that they are the problem. It is entirely possible for far-right personalities to rise up scapegoating those groups. That does not mean they are at fault.
So you're saying they would scapegoat other groups that are already here?
It has been happening for hundreds of years, yes.
Okay, so that's your argument.
So
Sargon, you
you're
wanna
saying
respond?
that, yeah. So the thing is, Vosh, right? You're not engaging with the actual factual, like, reality on the ground here, right?
The
So
factual reality on the ground where you list a bunch of anecdotal arguments with no sources to back up.
Let him finish, Vosh.
Well,
Just
what
let him
sources
finish.
what would
can
you like a
respond.
source for? What would
I
you
want
like
a source for your feelings. Write out your feelings to me, comrade.
Well, it's not my feelings that are really the problem. It's the feelings of the people who are going to vote for the Nazis, isn't it?
Yeah.
As I said, I don't think the existence of a group to scapegoat means that the group that is scapegoating them is in the right.
But you accept that there are problems with immigration.
There are problems with almost every civic practice in existence. There
So
are problems
can
with
we-
universal
can we-
health care.
I agree. Can we talk about the problems of immigration without scapegoating immigrants?
I have done so, and have done so on my channel as well.
Right. And so is the changing nature of the culture that is being spread further and further out from these enclaves in, say, something like Birmingham, something we can talk about without scapegoating immigrants?
You can absolutely. When have I ever said you can't talk about it? Why are you posturing, ascribing to me positions I don't hold? I have
I'm
never
asking
said
you
you can't
questions.
talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. You can just say yes, right? So is it fair for English people to look at the sort of new Pakistans that are springing up across their country and saying, actually, I'm not in favor of this?
When if they can have whatever feelings they want in it, but
Right,
the
okay.
people who live in these areas are more likely to be supportive of immigration than those who live away from the Pakistanis.
That's not true.
It is factually true. Then why
That's
are all of the
that's-
Remainers the ones who live in big cities?
Because they're the immigrants that vote.
Really, it's all the immigrants voting.
Listen,
The non-citizens as
If-
well. They
if-
just snuck that
if-
in.
what non-citizens? We're
All the
an island.
non-citizens, the non-citizen immigrants.
Illegal immigration is illegal immigration isn't a problem for us. We don't have like a 6,000-mile border with Mexico, right? We're an island. We don't have a problem with illegal immigration.
Right. So the massive disparity between the majority white, heavy leave rural areas of the UK and the heavy remain majority diverse communities in your big cities, that's just because of immigrants voting. There's just no association whatsoever between engaging with a minority community.
People who are benefiting. from
Your
immigration.
original point was that people are like, I see a lot of cultural changes in my area, and that makes me want to vote for Nazis. But the people who are voting for the right aren't in contact with the foreign groups that you claim are leading them
Do you
towards that
think that
direction.
they?
Also,
do
if you
you think
actually
that
cared,
they're
why would you
walled
advocate
off?
for anti-far right policies? Nothing you say right now.
I am advocating for an anti-far right policy. Open borders is a pro-far right policy.
No. The
Yes.
far right does. Then why do the far right all advocate against
Because
open
they fucking thrive on it. Do you understand?
What
you
the
having
fuck are
open
you
borders
talking
is
about?
you saying I want Nazis. That's what you're saying.
What?
That's
I
why you
don't
got Trump.
want open
That's why you got
borders.
Brexit. and
What are
it'll get
you
worse as it
talking
doesn't
about?
change.
Wait, the far right wants
I'm
open
amazed
borders,
at
and
how
I
often
also
you say
want
what
open
you're talking
borders.
about and
Do
think
you
that
have
other
any
people
idea
don't
what the
understand.
fuck you're saying? Wait,
Do
so the
you?
far right wants open borders, but I want open borders, and that's
They-
why Nazis happened?
They love open borders. It gives them power.
Oh,
You
wait, so they
understand?
don't want it. They just like scapegoating it.
Yes.
I've already said I don't care what they scapegoat. Whether or not Nazis are able to exploit the sensibilities of stupid white people has nothing to do with whether or not their positions are valid.
All right, closing statement,
It doesn't
guys.
matter whether
Yeah,
that.
closing statements.
It doesn't matter that you're going to get Nazism if you carry on.
Closing statements. All right, I'm ready. We can give Calgon the last word, so I'll hit it up. I have a throbbing headache from this. So this was a good 2v1. I think I did decently. My main issue here is that Sargon failed to bring any actual arguments. He
Right.
constantly postures and pretends as though he
Constantly.
cares about a tiny, tiny portion of the population, but he'll lie about essentially every broader empirical point to get there. He will absolutely break the pearl necklace apart when talking about a minor 2% reduction in wages to a specific sector given a large increase in immigration, but ignore the enormous economic increases that immigration bring to the country, including the lower portion of its wage earners due to broader economic efficiency increases and increases in trade policy. He will break his neck throwing a fit over the poor whiteys in England who are super concerned with all the Pakistanis coming in, while ignoring the fact that the people who voted leave, the people who are most at odds with the existence of Pakistanis in their country, are the whites in rural areas who never see a brown person. Whereas the people who actually live in diverse communities and day-to-day interact with Pakistanis are themselves much, much, much more receptive to immigration, because studies have shown that being in the company of minority groups drastically increases your willingness to engage with them, to live in a society with them. So again, it was really fun. There was a lot of interlocution. I think we got through maybe 15 minutes worth of talking points in 3 hours and 10 minutes, but that's okay. It was mostly here for the experience. Hopefully Carl over here brings some facts next time, but his feelings were able to hold him up.
Hey, Vosh, I don't want you to storm off for a second because I do want to thank you for.
No, I mean, I'll wait for Carl to finish. I'm not
Okay,
going to
yeah.
like.
I hate to interrupt Carl, but I'm just curious, Vosh, because like you had a really good debate with Paul Vanderklay. Like you don't always get this.
Oh, that's because Paul Vanderklay was a good faith actor.
But
Sargon is not.
Why do you not think that Sargon is being a good faith
The
actor?
fact that you were participating and a witness to this debate and you don't understand the difference in decorum. It was just
you're insulting
that you
him
don't
as much as
understand the
he's insulting
difference.
You though, you're calling him stupid. You're like you're throwing insults right and left. I mean,
I don't care for your civility politics. I think acting in bad faith is far worse than insulting the
But-
person who is acting in bad
That is
faith.
acting in bad faith.
Now,
That is
No.
acting in bad faith.
Okay,
Yes,
sure.
it is.
Paul Vanderklay was an intelligent, kind, receptive person interested in having a conversation on a topic he actually cared about.
Sargon
Wasn't just
spent
lying
half
over.
his day here with us. Why do you think he's not interested in an intelligent conversation?
Did I fling
Adam,
a single insult?
Adam, I'm terribly sorry, Adam, but if he's your friend, I understand. I can't make you see what I see.
Well, I'm not. I just wonder why you. I mean, even just for the sake of argument, you could just say, pretend that he's coming to you in good faith, and we could argue the issues. I understand. I don't want you to
I
think
have
that I
spent the
don't.
majority of this discussion trying to actually hone in on the points rather than posture and misdirect back to points that previously made.
I don't want you to think that I don't think there are bad faith actors in the world. I very much do. I think those bad faith actors exist. I don't think Sargon is one of them. Until you engage in an honest conversation with these people, you really don't ever know. So
My channel is dedicated to engaging in good faith conversations with people who I strongly disagree with. But some people who I disagree with act in good faith, and some people don't.
Well,
and that's fine. When I came on here, I knew what I was getting into. It's not
But
like
I don't know
history
what you
indicates
even
anything
think
else.
I've said that's in bad faith.
yeah.
Sargon, I thought you were going to end on this. I thought you were going to have your closing moments. I guess this can be the last thing I say. You are
No, Vosh,
critically retarded.
No, Vosh.
Okay.
See,
That's peak good faith, Vosh.
You're totally insulting.
We're done
him.
with the discussion. We don't have to be like super civil now. That's my opinion of you.
I would
You're
just rather
very,
be civil.
very stupid. And I also think
I
you're
would just
very
rather be civil.
you're very far right as well. And I don't think
Okay.
you're smart enough to understand your own positions.
I'm very
Why
far.
don't you
out
just
of the
market yourself as a
window,
conservative?
because I don't really think that's an appropriate label.
Okay. I mean, you're free to feel that way. I respect your identity. But at the end of the day, like, I really do think you're a disgusting human being who contributes negatively to public
Vosh,
business.
All right. Thanks, Vosh.
Go ahead, Sargon. You have the floor. You have your final statement.
I
tried. Sorry,
I have
guys.
been persuaded by Vosh's very mild and kind mannerisms and manners. I agree that the working class are the people we need to help, and we need to do that by lowering their wages and making their day-to-day lives more difficult by introducing thousands and thousands of people with whom they can't even really interact. I think that when they say that they don't like this, we should tell them to shut the fuck up, because they're just stupid, poor white people who don't know what they're talking about.
All right.
Okay, got him. So there's the bad faith id pull argument to lower it off. We good?
We have a bunch of super chats to read. You guys are welcome to stick around for them. Either of
I'll
you,
stick around.
yeah, you're welcome to go or stay, Vosh. It's your call.
If there's like a super chat or two that's directed at me, I can respond to that.
I'm sure
Then I've got to tend to my own flock.
Yeah. Well, there might be some insults, so get ready.
I'm fine with that.
The super chats directed at you are not questions. That's what you want.
Are there any questions there? If there are just insults, then you can respond with to all of them with yes. Whatever I get, you can just be like, Vosh would have said yes.
They're mostly insults, yes.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. All right. Well, in that case, I'm probably going to head. It has, as always, been a tremendous pleasure. Carlgon, try not to crash any political parties over the next decade. And
Even far right ones. Didn't you be my biggest fan?
Honestly, I really
You're
genuinely
secretly
believe
pro far right, aren't you?
you are the
You're
failure. You are the failure.
You're
From which,
looking at the far right and going, "Oh, I'm tempted."
you are the failure from which competent far right people learn. So
Is
I
it?
would actually appreciate it if you didn't fail anymore, because you're like a good.
You've changed your
dowsing
position.
rod.
Which are you talking about? CNN analyst Richard Spencer?
What?
Oh, who is learning from me?
I mean, I've talked about what? I've talked about multiple far right figures who say that you're a good
is
entry point.
learning from me in the far right?
Are you
Name-
asking for names?
Name the Nazi. Yes. Who?
Are you? Do you
Name
think
a far right person who is learning from me, Vosh.
I mean, Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer and
how
Daily
is Nick
Stormer
Fuentes
officials
is-
Didn't
have all said
numbers?
that you are. Wait! You asked me. They have all said that you're a good entry point to the alt right because you
But why
essentially
is the
reiterate their
alt-right
basic
not
positions.
very big?
And
Why?
This
Well, I've
has
got 1 million
what?
subscribers. Richard Spence has like 3,000 or something.
What?
Why don't my subscribers?
Yeah. Richard Spencer Influence is limited to his YouTube channel. That's true.
Sargon
That's
debated-
correct.
But why aren't they following it?
Richard Spencer on the opposite
Yeah,
side.
yeah, and like I said, Sargon of Akkad is the failure from whom they learn. They come to you
But they're
because
not
they're wait. Why am I getting caught here again? I've already mentioned this like 3 times. They come to you because you're like the proto. You're like the beginning. You're anti-SJW,
Okay.
anti-feminist, anti-immigration,
Sure.
anti-Islam, and then they realize you're cucked because you don't realize that the Jews are
Because
behind.
I'm not a Nazi. Yeah.
And they yes,
But
because you're
the
not.
thing is,
Yes, because
yeah,
you're
but
not a
the
Nazi, and
pipeline
then they jump to
isn't actually-
Nazis.
yeah, but no,
I know
but
it's
the
not actually
pipeline isn't
real because
getting that far.
acknowledging that it exists would impugn you
No,
to
but the
hell.
pipeline just doesn't arrive there.
Mhm.
Like they
I know.
don't.
I mean,
have
there's
a
been
large
there's been
grassroots audience.
actual
I
data.
do.
There's actual data on this. So
Yeah, but what's their reach? What's their audience? Man?
what reach? What audience? What are you
Exactly.
talking about?
No, that's the question. What reach? What audience? Why is it that I've got?
Why,
like,
why are you
millions of people who
defending this
watch
point?
me?
I was about to head out. So wait, what is
Why
the size
is
of
it
the
that
alt
millions
right?
of people watch me and millions of people don't watch them if I am a pipeline to them?
Because a smaller portion of your audience gets funneled off to them. I didn't say it was a 1-to-1
but
ratio.
it's literally a minuscule amount, isn't it?
I mean, that depends on how many Nazis you think you radicalizing is minuscule. You were really worked up about 2%
hardly
earlier.
any.
I would be willing to bet that more than 20,000 people have been worked into farther right positions than you're comfortable with from your content. If 2%
but I'm
is the
willing to bet that
threshold for what we
millions
have
of
to care
people have
about.
become more moderate. because
Gotcha.
of
All
that.
right. As long as the majority of your fans don't literally become neo-Nazis. I gotcha. All right.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Aren't you radicalizing people to a certain extent, Vosh?
No, I have been very clear and also denouncing the tankies. I have pulled people away from being
Well, that's
tankies.
good.
Just
That's
like
And
good.
I've never denounced the alt right.
Yeah, except you look like a fool every time you do, and then you go around making their arguments anyway.
Uh-huh.
I don't make tanky arguments.
and yet they
I
still
never
keep losing.
make tanky arguments about, say, example, killing the landlords or the blood of the business owners who run through the street or the USSR iconography. I don't make those arguments.
Yeah, but okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna jump
Wait,
in
I-
here because this
wait, I
is-
kinda
wait a
was
minute.
going to go. What the
because
fuck?
this has been going on for like the same point is going
But I've
on.
already illustrated this, or I've already
No, because
expressed.
you're making the same point. You just defended the same point that you're making at Sargon. Because Sargon will say, I have a problem with immigration for XYZ reasons, but I'm not saying that they should kill people. And then you say, well, I have problems with landowners, but I'm not saying you should kill people. Like these are the same arguments that you're making.
What? No, I advocate for very sensible policies in regards to all of this. The
And
issue
so does
is
Sargon.
the issue. Well,
he's not
the
advocating
issue-
for
the
neo-Nazi
issue-
policies.
The issue is that my positions are internally consistent, whereas Sargon's positions leave open questions. Hey, for example, really quickly, wait, really quickly. I can just do one, and then I'll leave. Okay, Sargon, you believe in cultural Marxism, right?
What do you mean by cultural Marxism?
Do you believe that there's kind of like not like a super conspiracy, but do you believe that there is sort of a collection of like far left-leaning people who are working through media and academia to like change the intellectual, academic, demographic nature of this country?
Do you mean social justice movement?
Is that, well, I just described what is referred to as the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. If you've retooled
Yeah,
it,
but
as a social-
what's the conspiracy? A conspiracy is in secret. This is just open. They say I'm a social justice advocate.
no,
I
I'm
fight
not
for
saying
feminism. I fight for this.
so.
I
So
fight for
you
that.
do believe that there are a group of left-leaning people who are trying to infiltrate media, academia to
What do you
bring.
infiltrate? Like they're the journalists who are reporting on this and saying 10 reasons why it's bad to be a white person and shit like this. Like what?
Okay, wait. Why are they doing that?
Because they're radical leftists. Why else?
Wait. I'm radical leftist. I don't fucking hate white people. Wait, what about?
Okay.
What about? Why are they doing
Apart
that?
from unless
Wait,
they're from
really quickly. Why
or the
are they
rural
doing
areas
that?
of England.
Are you saying that the far left is responsible for cultivating an ideology of anti-whiteness in this country?
Oh yeah,
Okay, cool. So why are they doing that?
because they view white people as the eternal oppressors of non-white people.
Okay, who's a non-white group?
Well, what do you mean? Who's a non-white?
Well, what you're describing right now.
Races that are not European.
Okay, well, really quickly, just so you know, what you're describing right now, and I'm not ascribing this position to you, so I want to be able to finish my point before you interrupt me,
Okay.
is the Jewish question. Everything that I just said. No, I know. It's very funny. But what you just
seem
described,
remarkably woke on it.
you just described as that is literally the Jewish question.
I don't
Left-leaning,
think
that
it's because they're
leftist.
Jews.
Hold on. Well, that's the thing. That's the only jump a person needs to make. You believe that there is a leftist tradition
it's not
in
just
this
'cause they're
country.
Jews, man.
There's a
And this is not.
If
a
you don't
homogeneous view of
understand
Jewish
how you
people.
setting up the existence of a conspiracy and then of people, anti-white leftists trying to destroy the country because they view whiteys as the eternal oppressor, and then if you don't see the relationship between that and Nazis saying, oh yeah, all of that is completely true, it's just the Jews who do it. The Jews are using the left to perpetuate antagonism against the whites because Jews want to destroy the white race.
Yeah.
This is literally the same. You've just
I don't think
swapped
Jews
out
want to
with
destroy
the-
the white race.
I know.
I
I
don't
never.
agree
I
with that.
even specifically said I'm not ascribing this to you
Right.
because
So,
you don't
okay,
believe in
stop,
the Jewish
stop,
question.
stop,
I'm
stop,
telling you
stop,
how
stop,
easily
stop,
you can
stop,
move
stop,
from
stop,
one to the
stop,
other.
stop,
Let him
stop,
respond.
stop.
Go ahead.
Because what you've said there, apart from, like, don't worry about the Nazi conspiracy. Like, okay, so are there large numbers of left-wing academics, journalists, and activists who are very much against what they would call whiteness? Yes, categorically true.
Wait, what do you mean by whiteness?
I don't care what you, if you don't understand. Just
Wait.
be
I
quiet.
understand perfectly. What do you mean by
Then- no,
whiteness? Do you
just-
mean white
It doesn't matter.
people?
Whatever they mean by whiteness, right? Whatever they mean by
Oh,
whiteness. It doesn't
okay.
matter what I think of it, right? But are they constantly going on about whiteness and white people? Yes, they are. Are
Yeah.
they pro-mass immigration? Yes. Are many of
Damn,
them, in
why
fact,
are they
like
doing
New
that?
York
It's
New York
almost like a
Times-
specific cultural group is trying to use
Because-
mass immigration to culturally displace white people. I wonder
Yeah,
who
but
it
they're not
is.
Jews.
I
They're
want.
not all
Oh well,
Jews.
damn! It's just such a small leap. You set them up, Carl. Anyway,
I'm-
just quickly
am I
clarifying.
saying
Just
something
quickly
that's
untrue.
untrue?
You will literally keep me
Vosh.
here forever, and I don't
Am I
care
saying
that much about
something
it.
that's untrue?
Well, yeah, obviously.
What? What have I said that's untrue?
Do you really want me to spend my time debunking the Jewish
Yes.
question?
Tell
here
me
with you?
what. No, not. You're bringing up Jews. I'm not bringing up Jews.
All right.
I think this is through ideology. I mean,
This
I
is
don't think
getting-
Ben Shapiro is part of this conspiracy or anything.
This is
I
getting.
don't think it's a conspiracy at all. I think this is just a movement that's born out of the Enlightenment because of a particularly warped definition of the term freedom.
This
Right?
is getting
That's what I
desperate.
think.
Whether or not you believe
What
the point
do
is
you
legitimate.
think about the Jews, Vosh? I mean, do you cite Marx's
Wait, so
paper
you
on it?
do? Wait, you do want me to talk about the GQ?
You seem to want to talk about Jews.
No, I was trying to
Why did you
illustrate
bring it up?
because I was trying to point out that what you point out and advocate for is functionally identical to the Jewish question. All it takes is a small ideological leap to assign
Does-
the agents behind the system.
But
That's
doesn't
it.
it also require me to want to genocide people?
I didn't say you believe in the JQ. Are you actually
Then-
are
then
you
why
actually
bring it
okay,
up?
my dude?
Then why bring it up? Because I'm
Are you-
saying that this is a
this
real
is actually
thing.
astonishing. I
And
don't
this
think you're
other thing
capable of
is a real
understanding
thing.
basic jumps
This
in
other
logic.
thing is a real thing. I'm just observing reality.
Right.
and
They,
you're
yeah,
not
they're
telling
just
me that
observing
these-
reality too. Yeah. Why are there so many
No, they're
people in
not.
media
They're
and
not.
academia who are Jewish? Yeah, they're just observing reality too. You
that's-
actually can't connect the
That's not
pieces.
the same question. That's not the same question.
All right. It's
You
been
don't
fun.
seem to understand what I'm saying.
It's been fun. I appreciated the
You seem to have a
conversation
problem
very
with the
much.
Jews,
I
actually.
Yeah, I understand your discomfort.
Yeah, I am uncomfortable with your problem with the Jews.
All right,
Sorry,
guys.
chaps.
I don't like it
I
when
did
people.
my best to have a real
I
conversation.
don't. I know.
really
I know.
did.
I know. People are giving me a hard time. Hunter Avalon is in our chat giving me a hard time about being a terrible mod. But I mean, I'm trying to get the best conversation here. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to hit a happy medium. I don't necessarily know how you can get a good conversation going like this if one party just doesn't have any respect for what the other party's saying. So I'm open to your feedback on that, obviously. So, Sitch, where are you? What happened?
That was interesting. It was very frustrating. It was hard. I'm sorry that you had the shoulder, the burden of this, Adam.
Yeah, you
I
can't.
felt
You
like
always come out looking like the good guy here. You
Well, it's just I felt
fucking
like anything I
bastard.
wanted to say would be so in favor of Sargon. I didn't know how to be a neutral moderator in that conversation.
So
whatsoever.
yeah, but the point. I mean, it's difficult because we kept covering the same ground over and over again, and every time I don't know. I'm going to sound like I'm siding with Sargon once again here, but
it seemed like the problem was, as Vosh said right in the beginning, he came into this with this view that Sargon is this boogeyman that needs to be destroyed or fought or whatever. So he just came into it with this super combative, super trying to get you, super ad hom kind of way that made it, I think, very difficult to actually talk about anything for the most part.
And we would suggest having a a recorded debate that wasn't in front of a live audience to try to get around that. But I don't know that Vosh would do that because, you know, he's got 6,000 people watching.
I don't think it would have mattered
Yeah.
if we did it recording or live.
Oh
Or
yeah,
whatever.
I guess you're right because sooner or later it would come out. So
You know, one thing I noticed is whenever I'd make a point that essentially I knew he would agree with, he'd be like, "What?" As if
Yeah.
he doesn't understand what I've said, and I can tell that everyone else is like, "This is like, you know, this is a normal, perfectly cogent thing to say." Anyone with any amount of good faith would have just engaged with it, and yet he decided he wouldn't. You know, just oh no, I don't. And then when he'd like, "Oh, I agree, there can be reasonable reasons to limit immigration." It's like, okay, but that's what I'm arguing for, man. Like that's all I'm saying. Like.
yeah.
I don't know.
We never got an answer out of what the reasonable, because he seemed to be in favor of reasonable immigration. Like this debate could have devolved into like, well, what's reasonable immigration? Like Sargon's at, I don't know, 1 million, Vosh is at like 3 million. It's like, what are we talking about here?
Well, and I wanted to ask him, but he left before I could, because I was
Thomas
very
Smith, yeah.
confused by the part at the end because, I mean, he wasn't denying the idea that there are a lot of, you know, far left people in academia or journalists who are promoting social justice ideas. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was denying that. I'm not sure what his point was.
I don't think he denied it. I mean,
but he was saying that
ridiculous.
simply. It sounded like to me that he was saying that simply believing that there are, you know, the far left in certain places pushing certain ideas. It sounded like he was saying that alone is enough to lead you down the hole of neo-Nazism.
And he kept bringing up Jews, man. It's like one of my favorite ones is Sayera Rao. She's an Indian, obviously, and like I say, obviously, the name is Indian, I think. And I mean, she's not Jewish, and she's the biggest SJW I have ever seen. She's
Right.
wild.
So
Yeah, no, well, his point, you know, but that's his point. His point was just that you can't advocate for. It sounded like his point was that you can't advocate for anti-SJW stuff without leading people down being neo-Nazis, which I don't think is a fair point, because obviously people can disagree with things, and you're not responsible for, you know, just as he wouldn't be responsible for people killing landowners, you know, you're not responsible for people wanting to purge non-white people. You know, this is.
Yeah, but like, there's no evidence to suggest that this is the case. Like, I've got millions and millions of views
know.
and stuff like this. The alt-right doesn't have millions of views. If there is a pipeline between me and them, when does it start?
Hunter Avalon, that's where it starts.
Yeah, Hunter. See, I
I'm
did
just kidding,
I did a
Hunter.
live event
I'm
with
just
Hunter
getting
in
even.
America. It was really good, and I could tell that he was a Nazi conservative then.
I'm just
Hunter did a
playing
very-
Hunter.
Yeah, he did a very strong video, I think, against Nick Fuentes recently.
Oh,
That was
really?
pretty
Oh,
funny.
nice.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
And the gropers, you know, in general. But,
Yeah.
well, that was
Goiters,
interesting.
actually.
I am sorry that. I'm sorry, Adam, that you had the shoulder of the burden.
Nah,
of
it's okay.
moderating
I
that
mean, I
debate.
like the insults. I'm chaotic evil, man.
There
Are
you
you
go.
kidding?
Adam's the
Keep them
debate
coming,
butler.
guys.
Yeah.
Of course I'm going to. What? Do you think I want the father of soy to put a hit out on me? Like, I can't. I can't go against the Godfather. That's just. Come on. My life is worth more to me than that.
There you go.
Should we answer some super chats?
Yeah, we got like 1 million super chats. Drunk Show for $2 says, "Ah, shit." Isaac Youssef for $1.99 says, "Why is Vosh avoiding the capitalism versus socialism debate?" That was in the first 25 minutes where you guys debated about the definition of far right for some fucking reason. Drunk Shovel for $5 says, "This guy, I'm sorry you feel that way." Really? Branchy Morgan for $10 says, "Carl, why do you submit to conservatives when they are the ones that poison liberalism by accusing everyone to the left of them as being liberal? Why don't you call them out for that? Money? Question mark.
Money. I don't recall ever being paid not to call out conservatives. Honestly, I don't see the conservatives as being a particularly big threat to Western societies at the moment. If anything, I see them as being weak and having failed to be able to understand the moral impetus and good of what we are as an argument against the things that we are having to face. And that's frustrating, frankly. I wish they would sort of plant their feet more firmly and say, no, we're going to have this because this is a moral good for these reasons. And they don't tend to do that anymore, especially not in my country. Holy shit.
Isaac Youssef for $4.99 says, "To Vosh, is there a religious motive to the rapes, maybe from the Quran or Hadith, that justifies raping non-Muslims? By the way, you came in attacking. Boo."
The answer to that is yes. The men involved. I mean, like I think it was the Rochdale convictions. Like, after 10 years of operating freely in these grooming gangs and trafficking teenage girls around, they finally, after enough public pressure, got convicted, and they yelled "Allahu Akbar" in the courtroom. It's very religiously motivated. They don't seem to have any respect for women, young girls who are not modest and have weak familial structures. That seems to be the case.
Jonathan Stoffler for $1.99 says, no free super chats for your channel. Have anyway. Thank you very much. Pass the yikes for £5 says, this fruit Vosh is cringe. I like a good Swiss melted cheese, roasted mushrooms, and caramelized onions on a burger. That's hot stuff. Vat J for €2 says, Epstein all communist. Isaac Youssef for $1.99 says, Vosh came here to bitch and not debate capitalism versus socialism.
Yeah.
He definitely came in here ready to swing instead of talk. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, Vosh is coming off like a clown. Dude Guy McPants for $5 says, Adam, Vosh just said all language is subjective. Get him.
Yeah, Adam.
See, there's someone that wants me to jump. Like, you can't win with the chat. You just can't.
I know.
Like 50% of them want you to do one thing and 50% want the other. So.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming most of the chat wants us to, jump on.
Well,
jump
yeah,
in,
some of the beginning was spinning around a bit, but I think we did get some good dialogue going. So
maybe, hopefully. Ethan Rumley for $2 says, shame on Vosh for acting dishonestly. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, why are you mad? Says Angry Vosh. Drunk Shovel for $5 says, Vosh needs to be less loud, not just because he's a fool, too loud. Mike was very loud during this debate. I Hypocrite for $5 says, Vosh is a complete spurg. LMAO can't talk even with moderators. Danimal Collective 1 for $4.99 says, whoa, did I time travel to 2007 YouTube atheism? We're dismissing arguments by just mentioning fallacies again.
I know, right?
Yeah. Kirsten Wordy for €5 says, Vosh is claiming expertise of the speaker makes what's said is factual. My head hurts.
Is it wrong for us to iron out that appeal to authority thing that we were talking about? Because it was super frustrating in the debate. Like, authorities can be wrong. Like, that's why Sargon kept saying, like,
why did I don't?
It doesn't make him right just because he's an authority.
Yeah, exactly.
What was the context of the authority thing anyway? Because I missed that part.
Well, wasn't in the 1400s, the astronomers thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. Were they right?
I mean, why was
they
it
are
being
the
talked? What were
authority.
you guys talking about in terms of this appeals to authority?
Oh, he was wasn't he appealing to like economists or something? Or
well, you
I can't
appeal.
remember offhand.
It was even appealing to an authority, I think, on the question of who is far right, which is like appealing to an authority
that was
on
it.
a
Nigel
definition.
Farage saying,
Yeah.
And he when I asked him to define far right, his only definition was outside of the Overton window.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, Nigel Farage, he wouldn't be an authority on what is far right. I guess you could say he's an authority on how he defines himself.
But it's an appeal to authority because authorities can and often are wrong.
Yeah, and not only that, like, why didn't he just define what far right was? I mean, I would have defined it like, I don't know, Mises or something, like radical capitalism. And that would have been, I would have accepted that as a definition of the far right. So
Sitch's law. This whole debate was like Sitch's law, arguing over definitions.
Okay. Anyway, oh, by the way, I found, I sent it to Adam in the DMs. I found the UK 2011 census, and it says there's two questions. One question is, how would you describe your national identity? And it says like English, Welsh, Scottish, etc., or other, write in. And then it says, what is your ethnic group? And for ethnic group, it says white, and then that subdivides into English, Irish, Gypsy, or other white background. And then then they subdivide that into other, mixed ethnic groups, Asian, Black, Arab, etc., etc., etc. So.
But it's self-identification. I looked at
it. Was self-identification.
If you look at the rule description for it, it's like, it's a self-identified thing.
I
so
guess
it's just how they feel.
Right.
How do you feel?
The question to look at would see for what you were mentioning, and what was it in Birmingham? It would be not the ethnic group, but how did they describe their national identity?
Well,
Because
yeah,
if
but
60% of the people were saying that they don't ascribe themselves nationally identity as English, that would definitely be a problem.
70%. 70%.
Yeah. Uh,
I'll find it. I'll find it.
Yeah. Sajad for €5 says, you know you're losing when you have to speak over the person you're debating. Vosh is losing badly. Roughneck MP99 for $9.99 says, Vosh is pulling a Bill O'Reilly. It doesn't matter what he says, but how loud he says it. A Very Dead Horse for $4.99 says, Hillary Clinton used to work for Nixon and Warren and was a Republican. Nigel Farage is currently an opponent of UKIP. Sounds like a garbage argument. Mouthy Buddha for $5 says, Vosh has too much toxic masculinity.
So,
Hey.
Adam, I'm just going to put a link in the chat. Do me a favor and just read out that figure. It's not just me, right? Like this is not like some conspiracy website. Birmingham Live's like the local paper for Birmingham, and these are the council's figures.
I don't know if I can. open it
I
up.
agree, Mouthy Buddha. There was too much toxic masculinity coming from Vosh. Did you link in the thing?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Yeah, they're saying new.
Our reading butler is PSA Sitch.
I'll look at it later.
Oh,
Is there something you want me to read out on this?
I pulled it up. Go ahead.
Out of 90,000 pupils in the city school, 33,000 of them were classified as white, which means English in England.
Mhm.
25% of them now are from Pakistan. It's like you can't deny that 65 or so percent of these kids are just not from English backgrounds and don't think of themselves as English. Isn't that a concern? That just strikes me as a concern.
Well, it sounds like Vosh was somewhat concerned about it, but we couldn't get him to establish a
No,
position.
couldn't get him
so
to admit to anything on that.
Skuga for $2 says, get to the capitalism versus socialism debate already. Yeah.
it's kind of in the
Render-
middle. There's quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm
This is
surprised
early
he
on.
went for the grooming gang thing because I mean, if you like, that's a pretty fucking indefensible position to take up for the left. They tend to not want to talk about it.
For good reason.
Yeah, definitely. Render on to Caesar for $4.99 says, I don't care who wins. This is interesting. Also, here's my continuing commission for Sitch's Jordan Peterson versus the heterodox video. Yes, I am working. I've sent another email to the guy who, I forget his name, Joel Finkelstein or something, the guy who runs whatever organization produced that report. I've yet to receive any data about their figures, even though they say that they will give data to any researcher who asks. But, I'm not a researcher. I'm just some asshole with a YouTube channel. So maybe they don't like me.
People were asking for links in the chat too, so we can move some of those to the description.
Links for what?
The stats that they were throwing back and forth. Vosh. and
Oh,
Sargon.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can. I mean, I assume.
They're all in the chat here. I'll send them to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume Vosh is fine if we link the Google Doc, and I don't think that's like
Oh,
private.
okay.
or
I
anything.
got you.
I would assume. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, don't
mean, I
link
guess we
his
can ask
private
him.
Google Doc.
yeah, I don't know. But Drunk Shovel for $2 says Goddard Halt Wilhelm den Kaiser. Oh, and then for another $2 he says, so what you're saying is Vash. Okay, so there you go. Isaac Youssef for $1.99 says, why shouldn't a family and human rights be democratic? Yeah, I think Vash said
By his own logic, if everything should be.
Right. Yeah, because Vash was saying he didn't want certain things to be a democratic process. Just Mercy for $5 says, imagine the nightmare of being a chef for a restaurant that made all its decisions based on the whims of the serving staff. LOL.
Oh, God, imagine. And the thing is, right, I'm not even against the idea of worker co-ops. I do think they are a fine idea if they're founded as worker co-ops. But if a private business is founded as a private business, then you're talking about someone's property that you want to essentially just steal from them just because they've had the misfortune of employing you. So, yeah, I completely disagree with that. But I totally disagree with the proposition that they're going to be more effective. I don't think they're going to be more effective at all. Like an army with like 10 generals is not going to be more effective than an army with one general. And I think that if they were, they'd be more competitive in the market and they'd end up supplanting privately owned businesses just because they're more profitable and more successful. And I think you can't get around this with hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Sephiroth 6839 for $5 says, selection bias. Those that would be happier in a worker co-op join one, so they are happier. They make more money but don't have the money. Ha. Isaac Youssef for $1.99 says, Vosh, can you democratize your YouTube ad money? Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, I don't want some lazy idiot in the back office having just as much say in the company as our sales manager that spent decades honing his craft.
Wow, that's because you're anti-democratic.
Yeah, I don't remember. We had talked about this, Adam, because part of the problem is, I mean, there's lots of problems with this, but one of the problems is that, certain people are going to have certain skills. Not everyone's going to know how to run the restaurant. You can't expect, because if everyone's supposed to have a thought on how a restaurant's supposed to be run, then you're effectively making it so people that don't have those skills, who would work in manual labor jobs, wouldn't be able to effectively participate in the workforce.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I mean, I agree with the idea. I like the idea about it a lot, but I don't know how it would be implemented realistically.
No one would start any businesses, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, that's because when I was looking at the Google Docs thing that Vash sent, I mean, even the article from, I forget, from like the International Socialist Review or whatever it was.
Oh my God.
I forget whatever it was. But
It's an unbiased source. It's
yeah,
objective.
even they were saying that they were listing like, problems with this are that there would be, people wouldn't start up businesses on their own. They're not going to be capital originally from worker co-ops. They're not going to have capital behind it. They need to take out loans. So yeah, it's definitely a problem.
So have we discovered the reason that co-ops haven't taken over the world yet?
Oh, I know
that
that.
starting
right.
them because
I
they're
think
not
we're all
profitable.
we're all in agreement
Right.
there. And
Because
there's no
most
incentive.
people-
Like even the one that they always talk about, Mogliani, was started by some Catholic priest. It's like you have to be a Catholic priest to start one of these things, because no normal, red-blooded American is going to start a business that as soon as you get to 3 employees, you have to turn it over to your employees.
Man, Callum, during that, Callum was like, you're oppressing me, hand over the means of production. I'm like, God, I've got 3 employees. Fuck. Don't appropriate me, Vosh.
There you go.
Yes, so Argon, you're gonna have to turn your channel over if you have too many comment butlers. Something
I'm not doing this by democracy. This is totalitarian autocracy.
It's not the
There you
way to
go.
run a successful business anyway. There's a
No, I
bunch
don't
of
think
really
so.
good videos on the problem of democracy, because democracy does have problems. Like seriously,
Of course it does.
a lot of building code, like getting buildings built, is a trouble for democracy. So
Oh, I thought you were going to call out the women there.
no, we like our women voting. Sargon, come on.
Did I say there's anything wrong with
No,
it?
I'm just playing with you. I want to.
Property owning women. That's who
Oh
should be
yeah, I
voting.
got you. I'm
There
ready
you
to
go.
let the 12-year-olds vote. I think we could do this. We could let this debate go on for another 45. No,
Yes.
super chat.
Seriously, I think there is an argument for property ownership being a requirement to vote.
No, you
I do
elitist.
think-
No,
No.
come on.
No,
That's
no. I
no,
think
Sargon.
that there is an argument there. I'm not saying that I agree with it, but
Oh.
I think that there is an argument you have to. No, you have to engage with it, because the problem that we're having is that we are getting people who are essentially voting themselves money. And I do think your founding fathers were right, is that when people realize they can vote themselves money, it all comes crashing down. I think that's true, and that we're seeing that in Britain at the moment. Have you seen Labour's manifesto?
Wait,
Like,
why would property ownership have any? Why would that stop that? I don't
because
understand.
that's tax you got to pay. Like that's your like guarantee of concern and interest in the fiscal stability of a place, right? Because I mean, at the moment, Labour here are just promising the fucking sun and the moon and the stars for free, and I'm like, none of this is free, you fucking morons. You've got to pay for all of this. It's just, do you pay for it in advance or do you pay for it after the fact? And everyone's like, yeah, but I've got nothing they can take, so fuck you. And that's the essential argument. It's like,
I think everyone votes themselves money. I don't think this is.
I don't agree. I don't think everyone does vote themselves.
Well, they do in different ways, because you
Yeah.
could say that people on the left will vote themselves money for social
Okay.
programs. People on the right will vote themselves money through cutting
Yeah,
regulations and
incentives.
taxes.
Okay, but that's not voting themselves money. That's voting to have less of their money that they've earned independently taken.
Well,
away
but
from them.
but they're relying on a system and a society that allows them to operate a business.
Sure, but
Uh-oh.
why shouldn't? Yeah, but that's
Debate part
that
two.
money is not automatically
know.
the government's.
No, I know. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it's. I understand what you're saying, that linguistically it's not the same as voting yourself money, but conceptually to me it's very similar.
I think consequentially, you mean it has maybe.
No,
a
I mean
outcome.
conceptually. It's the idea that there's this money available. whatever. This is going to be. I don't want to get to like an
let's
hour-long
not go-
conversation
yeah.
about this.
Sargon's worn out, man. He just had to
I know.
withstand Vosh yelling at him for 2 hours.
A lot of it was just funny. I was just like, God, he's really upset by something.
Right. Well, but see, that's what was annoying because like last week, I mean, I think we probably disagreed on more stuff than we agreed on, and we didn't degrade into insulting
No.
each other.
Of course not.
Anyways, Sephiroth6839 for $5 says, "Not in the Overton window makes you far right. Can commies be far right?"
No, communism's within the Overton window.
I guess according to
It is,
according
which
to-
is scary.
The
That's
turfs, however, they've become far right.
Oh
pretty
yeah,
bloody
the
quickly.
turfs are outside the Overton window now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Corey
Anyone who
Rob-
believes in the genetic connection from the biology to the gender role is outside of the Overton window.
Right. Corey Roberts for $5 says, "Once all business is co-op, what stops the biggest co-ops from lobbying out smaller ones? How do new ones start, which regularly require large investments?" Yeah, that was. I mean, even in the stuff that Vosh sent me, that was part of the problem that they were listing, was that starting these up without large investments is very difficult because obviously people, they don't have an incentive to put a large investment into a co-op because they're not going to get that money back.
Ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I like a lot of the ideas of these like co-ops and communism, but I don't see how they're going to be implemented until we live in like a post-scarcity society with free energy and free whatever. Like, I don't see how people's opinions on being motivated by profit aren't going to change otherwise. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, "Best is ever been in history, but commie mad." Patrick for $5 says, "For a better debate on worker co-ops, watch Bashik Sankara versus Gene on Reason TV." Just Mercy for $2 says, "Lowest poverty ever," and Vosh scoffs the left folks. Cinchi Boy for £2 says, "Debates are gay. No BS 2019. Yeah, I don't think you would have liked this debate very much. The Wooster for $1.99 says, "Economic anxiety is caused by financial illiteracy." Drunk Shovel for $2 says, "You can live just fine on $24,000 a year in Iowa, bud." The Wooster for $1.99 says, "If justice is subjective, it's meaningless, Vosh." Did he say justice was subjective at one point in the debate? I don't remember that.
He said that everything was words are subjective, and the thing is, I'm not even sure if I agree with that. I think words have to have an objective meaning for us to understand what the fuck we're saying to them.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree that words are. I would not agree words are not subjective. I mean, I don't know. There's some gray area.
Yeah, but how can we communicate if we don't have a
Right.
common
Yeah, no.
understanding?
Obviously, there has to. It's not a binary. It's not subjective or objective.
Yeah.
But they're typically people generally know what the fuck you're talking about when you say a word. Yeah. Foxa Below for £5 says, "Vosh, you are one of the single most dangerous people in history. The fact that you are in a state of self-denial this deep is scary."
I think
Wow.
they're giving him way too much credit there, to be honest.
Yeah, that seems a little far-fetched to me. I'm not sure about that, but hey, Just Mercy for $2 says, "Schrodinger's poverty line and Schrodinger's far right."
Ooh.
Jonathan Stoffel for $4.99 says, "If worker co-ops are better for workers in society, then show everyone how and why to form them and let them make their own decisions. Freedom." I mean, that's what I said when we were talking to Ben Burgess. It's just lead by example. I don't understand what the problem is.
Whew. Yeah.
Van Flyhigh for $5 says, "Small businesses and co-ops, which are mostly small businesses, are vastly different from mega corporations." I mean, I don't even know how it'd be possible to have a co-op and be like a large corporation. I guess it wouldn't be possible, but
It would be like a nation, wouldn't it?
yeah, it would. Yeah, that seems very too complicated. But Drunk Shovel for $5 says, "Sweet beard, Kathy. Sorry about the Peterson interview." So you're saying, yeah. Soshi Minashiro for 40 rubles says, "Co-ops are less profitable. We have the data for F's sakes." Isaac Youssef for $1.99 says, "Vosh is an absolute clown looking for validation." Vincent Veritas for $2 says, "Opportunity equals exploitation, LOL." Just Mercy for $5 says, "I hired a guy to finish my basement and now he owns half my house." Thanks, Vosh. Past the Yikes for £2 says, Is it fair a mentally ill debate a normal?" I guess he was calling Vosh mentally ill. Dustin Mikowski for $5 says, watching Vosh debate is like watching a child argue for a later bedtime. No need to get angry. Also, sociology is still a pseudoscience. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Having had that argument many a time,
Oh my god.
I can actually confirm that all you do is stay calm and smile, and they do get quite angry.
It's true. So wait, is that? I'm really curious about this. Is that true that sociology was founded on critical theory and Marxism? Because if that's true, that would make me completely dismiss the field for like ever. Like I don't think that's really true.
I don't know.
I guess yeah.
I'm reading my hate mail, so sorry.
Oh. Don't look at the hate mail.
What was the question?
Vosh said that sociology was founded on critical theory and like Marxist thought, which I didn't think that was true.
Oh, I'd have to
Sociology,
check.
really? Come on.
Yeah.
Because
Durkheim
hope-
wasn't an intersectional feminist, and Durkheim is the father of sociology. So
okay, I
Yeah.
would hope that's not true, because if it was true, I'd have to like dismiss sociology
yeah,
as the entire
Disavow.
field, which I don't want to do. So.
don't do it.
Yeah, Dan Howard for 2 Canadians says, "Can that commie cow stop interrupting?" Sujad for €10 says, "Marx was a lazy couch surfing pleb who refused to work and lived by mooching off others. Marx never worked in a factory, and the closest thing he did work was to print a useless pamphlet."
Hey, what's wrong with mooching off of others? Come on.
Well, it is funny because I mean, if I don't really know anything about Marx as a person, but if that's true, it kind of fits the mold that still exists today, for the most part. Just Mercy for $2 says, "Poverty doesn't equal wealth disparity. Marx equals wrong." Separa 6839 for $2 says, "What are the petty bourgeoisie Vosh?" Yes.
Yeah,
Vincent
I
Veritas
didn't get that part of the debate at all.
Yeah.
Well, Vosh seemed to be dramatically narrowing the range of people who are considered bourgeois in Marx's estimation, I would say. But I'm not an expert on Marxism or anything, like, so I'm not saying I'm right, but I don't think that he was really being that narrow about it. I think that he was more broad. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know like really anything about Marx either. And because I Googled it, and the Google definition, the normal one says the middle class, typically with reference to its perceived materialistic values or conventional attitudes, which is what I thought you were saying. And then it says under it, in Marxist context, the capitalist class who owns most of society's wealth and means of production.
Is the middle class?
No. See, I think that's the problem. I think there's two definitions that mean kind of different things.
Yeah,
for bourgeois.
they're the bourgeoisie.
The thing is, like, the liberal revolution was like a revolution of the merchants, right? The small business owning trading class, which ended up taking over society. So now, like, this is what we usually think of as the middle class, because, like, they're small business owners, like the 90% or whatever of small businesses. These are the sort of bourgeois middle class.
Well, I mean, I would
types
assume
of
the
thinking.
majority of the middle class are like white collar workers. They're not business owners.
Well, I mean, obviously, technically not every single one or anything, but like the people who own businesses overwhelmingly fall into that sort of demographic.
Yeah, I was thinking like,
I don't know.
How are dentists white collar workers?
Oh, I do.
don't
I sent you the link. It's shocking, actually, how just the percentage of small businesses in your country is huge, and it is.
No, but does it say what percentage of small business owners, like, are they middle class versus upper class or whatever?
Well, Vorsch's definition, by them being business owners, makes them part of the bourgeoisie.
Right.
I think that's way too narrow a definition of bourgeois. I think that it's actually broader than that, and I think Marx probably meant it in that way as well, which is the inclusion of the petty bourgeoisie. But anyway,
Anyways, Vincent Veritas for $2 says, "Typical commie defense. You just don't get it."
Wow,
Tristan Verhecke for €10 says, "I work harder than my colleague. Do I get more than him?"
Of course not.
That is part of the
Sorry.
Well, that's not equality, is it?
problem. Yeah.
The answer to that: don't work as hard, bro. Kick your feet up. Relax.
Well, unfortunately, that's what happens in a lot of
exactly.
places in America, like especially like when you look at like a lot of failing schools, it's because teachers are in a situation that they know there's no way out, or doesn't matter what they do, so they just give up.
And why haven't those co-ops taken over the free market with all the people putting their feet up once they realize,
Right.
oh, what's my incentive to work hard here?
Well, it's as someone said earlier. It's because you can have co-ops now that could be really good because you have people that really want to participate in a co-op are going to join one because it's not the norm. So.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So Arch is just messaging me on Discord saying, I'm watching it now. And he literally first thing, he's like, Vorsh is clearly very, very angry.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, he
love the
came
part
into
where he's
this
accusing me
ready
of
to.
being angry.
He came into this like you were like a titan, and he was going to bring you down.
Yeah,
like
I know,
was
right?
Yeah, that was his thought.
But the thing that frustrates me is I really don't feel that we engaged with any of the subjects with any kind of rigor because of his. It almost seemed like deliberate attempts to try and avoid actually getting into the meat of it. Like, and the closest I thought we got was on the immigration stuff, where I thought we were essentially in agreement, but he was just dichotomously against whatever I said. So, I didn't feel like he was engaging in good faith. But I don't want to say that because that's what he was yelling all the time. And it's like,
Right.
Do you?
Yeah. No. I mean,
Do you think if I had the talk at the end that I had at the beginning, things would have been better? I don't know.
no. I don't think anything will change.
Okay. Good. Just do whatever you want. Nothing will change anything.
No, I think the problem was, as I said, at Vosh, when he came in, he said that you were like this boogeyman. So he's coming in with this idea of what, how the conversation's going to go. Unfortunately, because
I mean, boogeyman to me at all.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry,
because with the immigration stuff, I could have swore it sounded like you guys. He just rephrased what you said in like more specific terms, and then why couldn't you move forward from there? But
Sargon, did you watch Count Dankula's debate with One Species?
I watched parts of it, right? Because man,
Dank was on fire.
Vosh was at least just really angry. One Species was totally autistic. Like I got, no, seriously, got to. Oh god, like I dipped in the first hour, and I watched some of it, and Danke was already banging his head off the desk, and I was like, "Fucking all right." So I came back like an hour later or something, and Danke was literally like laying back his chair. Like, that's what I just said, And it was frustrating, and I giggled a bit and then carried on.
Dank was on fire, man. Dank was.
He did very well.
Yeah, I was loving it.
Mm.
Jozo Zavko for $50. Thank you very much, Jozo says. Let's talk about the success of the Comer Rogue after seizing the means of production, private property, religion, and everyone that didn't have a gun was equal and living in egalitarian agrarian utopia. Yay, farmers! Yay, Marxism.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Where was the Comer? This was the Communist Party in Cambodia in the 1970s.
Yeah, they seized the means of production, and I mean they constantly have this.
They just had worker co-ops.
I've heard Vosh make this same argument. He made it in the debate with me that CEOs are just replaceable. You take the CEO, you take Elon Musk out, and you just put your guy in there, and he does whatever Elon Musk is doing. And I'm like, you sure that's going to work? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it is. Their hatred for Elon Musk is very weird because I mean, yeah, I'm sure there are definitely some CEOs in some places that are fucking morons. Yes. But like, I don't think Elon Musk is one of those. That's a guy who seems like he's fucking always doing shit.
Yeah.
So, Digital Bitch Slap for $2 says Vosh has never owned a business apparently. Richter Rising for $5 says Vosh, explain how to start up a new business works. How is the capital for the startup compensated over those who don't provide capital? Risk versus no risk. Yeah, that's the big problem I think with the co-ops. Sujad for €5 says anarchists and socialists only fight for starving the poor to death. Drunk Shovel for $2 says shut the hell up and let Sargon speak for F's sakes. Drunk Shovel for another $2 says Vosh, shut the hell up. Christ alive. Pete for $10 says Vosh got busted presuming immigrants are brown, thus showing his own racism. Then he got flustered. We all caught it. Look how pissed he is since that exchange. Vosh said brown, not Sargon, LOL. Drunk Shovel for $2 says the socialist projects as he interrupts you. Pete for $5 says you can always tell when a leftist is worked up because they accuse you of being triggered.
Yeah, that was going on a lot.
I didn't feel very triggered by any of it, to be honest.
Right. Well, and it's funny too because like, as a liberal and I'm being on the left, like we're supposed to promote, people being able to express their feelings and their emotions, not, they're not supposed to shut it down. So Someone on the
Yeah,
left
if
calling
you want to
someone
trigger.
triggered is, very hypocritical. But
I was a little bit triggered when he started throwing insults, just because I feel like, oh, it's so unnecessary. Like, it's so
I know.
Let him do
unnecessary.
it. Let him do it, because like no one watching that is like, oh, good, he's breaking out the insults. That's what I thought that was missing from this very fair and rational debate. I thought, of course, it's stupid.
I
well,
know
I'm sure the communists that hate you already are like, yeah, cut the insults. But like, no one who's not already, ideologically possessed is, wants that.
This Epic Gutian guy on Twitter who wants to do a debate with me as well. He's an ANCAP of some sort, ANCOM, sorry, of some sort. He's like, oh, you just got roasted. It's like, well, okay, but I feel pretty cool. So
I mean,
feel
are we in
roasted.
middle school? Like, I don't know what's happening. Yeah,
It's like,
I thought we were
okay, well,
having,
if you
I thought we were having an
come and
adult
try it yourself.
conversation.
I feel like part of it is like, if we honestly had just an honest debate, then your positions would be so close to one another that it would kind of be embarrassing. Like, I feel.
Yeah,
Well, I don't
I
think
think
that
so.
would be. I don't think that would happen. But
Well, no, I think. I mean, this is the thing. I don't disagree with him necessarily on. What I found wild is that he's like, I'm here for the working class because I like the working class, but they
Yeah.
can take a 2% pay cut. Dude, that's untenable, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Yeah, people are giving me a hard
Absolutely.
time because I stepped in and pointed out the contradiction there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
S13 Illuminati for $5 says Vosh the stupid is painfully annoying. Jay for $2 says 500 IQ God King Vosh can't stand when plebs revolt.
They don't know what's good for him.
Yeah. Just Mercy for $2 says, can you schmucks make Vosh even louder? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Adam has any
Yeah.
control over the volume of anybody.
Jeez,
So.
it was horrible.
Soshi Minashiro for 100 rubles says, God, is this the best that socialist YouTube has to offer? Someone who can't even do civil debate. Lieutenant Amazon for $2 says, British judge, order. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, Tovarishik Vosh, mad harder clownface. I don't know what Tovarish is a term. Oh, this means comrade in Russian. Okay, there you go. King Dance Killer for $4.99 says, even as an economic leftist, Vosh, I hope you never get an iota of power, or maybe I do. Look what happened in Robbie Spire. Okay.
Keep going, Sitch.
Render unto Caesar for $4.99 says, breaking, Vosh comes out in favor of capitalism, neoliberal policies. Corey Roberts for $5 says, Vosh might have casualty backwards. Immigrants go to places booming, not dying. Also, geez, man, with the constant insults, just argue.
Damn, I wish I'd made that point, actually. That would have been a great point to make. The immigrants aren't coming here to enrich us with their labor. They're coming here because they think they can make money from us.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Just Mercy for $2 says, Vosh angrily dilated by Sargon's facts and logic. Jay for $2 says, Sargon, why do you beat your wife? It's a yes or no
Sometimes she's
question.
got it coming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
exactly.
Get what you fucking deserve. No.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh no!
Demonetized.
Well, I'd actually be super curious if like this stream is demonetized and Vosh's isn't. I'm kind of curious to see how that shakes out.
Yeah.
Contraster 5 Aussie Buck says, "Wow, Vosh is interrupting and talking the most. That must mean he's winning." Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you very much, Hummer. Non-Vita Rex for $5 says, it's ethical theft, Sargon. It's fine.
Oh, well, that's okay then.
Foxy Blow for £2 says, Vosh, master of the straw man, the straw king. Isaac Yusuf for $1.99 says, what an incompetent loser this Vash guy is. Clown emoji. Joshua Edwards for $2 says, someone change Vosh's goddamn diapers. Jesus. NC for $1.99 says, Vosh's cognitive dissonance is delicious. More. King Dance Killer for $4.99 says, Vosh went full neo-lib here. GDP quoting in support of immigration. I didn't know that Reagan got reincarnated as a misanthropic neckbeard. Ouch.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah, geez. Whew. NC for $1.99 says he's going to have a heart attack before he's 50.
Oh, I saw that one. I was like,
Jeez. Nathan Break for $2 says, like a true communist, he hates the rural. Soshi, yeah. Soshi
No, that
Minashiro.
Alabama thing. I hate Alabama. It's like,
Alabama
well, the
supports.
poorest part
I
of the
was like,
country.
oh my god.
Well, did he say? Did he say he came from Alabama or he just hated Alabama? Or
We
both?
hated Alabama, but I'm like, what material could I kept wanting to ask, do you think material like living in poverty makes people more racist or less racist? Like, do you think material
that's a good
conditions
question.
have anything to do with this, Vosh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soshi Minashiro for 40 ruble says, yeah, Vash, more strawmans, more. Sephiroth6839 for $2 says, Vash's study about commune suffers from selection bias. Andrew Cruz for 5 Canadian says, the poor people who benefit from overall economic gain are tomorrow's poor people, not today's. The ones who suffer from decreased wages are today's QED.
Vosh is really killing it with the ladies here, though. I'm noticing a pattern in all of my hate mail. Like it's all like Jessica and Leslie and Lorraine and
Wait,
what's going on here,
Where are you
Vosh?
getting this? Where are you getting this hate mail?
All
from?
these tweets are like, "Oh, you're an incompetent
Oh,
moderator.
tweets.
You
Okay.
keep talking over Vosh." I'm like, the guy who's talking 90% of the time and interrupting 90% of the time is the guy that has all these ladies after him.
Audience is mostly male.
Right.
I'd never be able to do a real life meetup at all if my wife thought there was mostly women coming. Holy
Vosh
shit.
has a girlfriend. I think we should do a hidden camera at his next meetup and see what happens.
Oh god. I would assume there's more women involved in kind of like the SJW
On the leftist side,
communist stuff. Yeah,
yeah.
at least online anyway. Sean Evans for £5 says, Vosh, you incite that Sargon is racist and then immediately suggest you did not. Do you really think that you can accuse others of bad faith? Yeah, I didn't. That did feel very bad faith to me.
I don't care if he thinks I'm a racist. I mean, he's a
Section.
communist. So.
No, because he was like where he was saying that. I don't know. It sounded like he was saying you're only concerned about brown people. And then we were like, no. He's like, well, I didn't call you racist. It's like, well, you're kind of implying.
You did call immigrants brown people, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Racist.
Like literally, we've got millions of Eastern Europeans. They're white as shit, and they can still get deported. I'm joking.
Digital Bitch Laugh for $2 says, aren't some cultures better than others, though? Sure.
He did say that, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, he did say that. Drunk Shovel for $5 says, I think it's finally time to watch Carjackers for Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Anything to stop the Marxist yelling. There you go. Woodchuck 00 for $5 says, Vosh, why does the number of people in the lower class expand and contract depending on the point you are trying to make? Ooh, I didn't catch that. Woodchuck 00 says, for $2 says, Vosh, it is fair to say you are a gateway to Stalin.
Oof. I agree, actually.
Yeah, that's why I don't buy any of this gateway to the alt-right stuff, because I don't see how it's not applicable in the other direction.
But the numbers just don't add up.
Yeah, even that study in quotes that like measured the one directional traffic of YouTube comments, it only said that there was like 4% more than the average from quote all intellectual dark web channels, which you were listed under, I think.
Yeah.
Going to the alt-right.
Yeah.
So
But we're not converting people to Nazism, probably because we're not advocating for Nazism.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's a huge part of it, I think.
well, but it's to me it's
Crazy.
such a dishonest argument, because it's like, well, are you not allowed to advocate for any position if someone can take it further and down a darker path? Like, that's not an argument.
Yeah, it's
That is literally what he's saying.
Right. Shlomo Scheckelberg for $5
Oh, hey again,
says,
Shlomo.
it's Shlomo for $5 says, address the bowling alone argument that mass immigration harms social cohesion and civic engagement. Lots of data on this in the book.
We'll get that.
Would
in
have loved
part
to have
two.
tried.
Yeah.
Foxablow for £2 says, Sargon man bad. Stealth Creations for $20. Thank you very much. Says, for Vosh, if Sikh Awareness Society literally cites same clashes with Muslim grooming prior to English girls being targeted, are they therefore Nazis, or are they simply immigrants that shouldn't be lumped together as brown?
Racists.
I know. I just lost my place. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay. Shlomo Shackelboy for $5 says, Sitch is quoting the New Testament a ban-worthy offense. What is the substance of your E. Michael Jones critique? Have you read any of his books? Obviously, quoting the New Testament is not ban-worthy. I don't know. I don't even know where you're talking about. Ban-worthy from what? It's not ban-worthy from Twitter, if that's what you're asking. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what E. Michael Jones said something crazy that I tweeted out in response to. I don't remember exactly what it was. Though I did see him on he was talking to Computing Forever, and E. Michael Jones went on this like long rant about like, the gays are destroying society, and
Who is this
holy
person? I don't know.
this
who
guy
the
named
person
E.
is.
Michael Jones.
Right. I don't
Oh,
know.
here's what he tweeted. He said, the Jews are responsible for the death of Jesus. With this rejection of what the Gospel of St. John described as Logos incarnate, the Jews have become revolutionaries, and Judaism is at odds with the order of the universe. So I'm just a simple man, but when someone says Jews are at odds with the order of the universe, that sounds pretty anti-Semitic to me. So I think that's what I had a problem with. Daniel Irish for $5 says, just got here. Vosh seems very angry and deliberately obtuse, someone I would avoid normally. Sean Welch for $2 says, I'm out, guys. The word semantics are too much. Daniel Irish for $5 says, I'm not triggered. You're triggered. Vosh yells as he continues his transformation into a potato. Van Flyheight for $2 says, imagine unironically listening to the Nazis. Drunk Shovel for $2 says, why does Vosh hate rural people? Just Mercy for $2
That's a good
says,
question.
yeah. Just Mercy for $2 says, Vosh lives on a rhetorical device alone. Billy Nunez video for $5 says, Vosh has disdain for rural community folk the same way the rich he talks about have disdain for the poor, same dynamic. Daniel Chihote for $5 says, Gish Gallop, bad faith, no similar definitions, victimhood, and ad hominem. I got bingo. What do I win? I'm sorry,
the thing is,
Daniel. You win
notice
cancer.
that I didn't once bring up his logical child porn argument either.
Oh
Like, I
yeah,
wasn't-
you didn't
I
stick
wasn't
him.
throwing that in his face.
Yep.
I could easily have done that.
Well, that's what I guess rubbed me the wrong way from the beginnings, because like, okay, I thought this was going to be a debate about capitalism versus socialism, but he opens up with like, oh, I'm attacking you, Sargon. You're far right. How dare you not define yourself this way? It's like, okay, this isn't going to be good. Matthew Ivy for $2 says, the first thing Vosh did was insults, peak bad actor. Isaac Yusuf for $4.99 says, first Anita, now Vosh. Seeing Sargon's face makes them seethe. Brilliant. Good show. Vosh is a bad faith actor merely here to show off to his crowd. It definitely felt that way to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt that way to me too.
That's why I was like biting my tongue, because every time he said you were being performative, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, that's projection levels maximum.
That's such a great way to put it.
Yeah, like he was being so performative. It was crazy. The Wooster for $4.99 says, why does no one ever talk about the Vosh to alt-right pipeline? I'm being actively radicalized to the far right the more he speaks.
We did talk about it a little bit because I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, because
Yeah. No, I mean,
Yeah.
we've talked. I think you even brought up. I do think that SJW shit does push people to the far
Totally.
right.
the SJW is droning on about open borders and all that stuff. It's like
The problem of white people. Fuck
Yeah.
man.
Well, I wish he would have engaged honestly with what you were saying, because there are a group of people talking about canceling whiteness. So I
Yes.
don't know.
Well,
I don't know how that's a
I think
conspiracy
he believes
theory.
in the Jewish question. Like, I'm sat there going, look, there are a bunch of activists, radical leftists who hate white people, and they're constantly going on about like open borders, all this stuff. And he's like, you're talking about Jews. It's like, I wasn't. But if you
Right.
think I am,
Yeah.
Bush,
his last
Right.
video was on the Jewish question. I didn't watch it, but I just saw it. I was like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, no, he
Karl
was-
Marx has thoughts on the problem.
I watched that video. It was
Did you?
Mr. Obvious, who I'm vaguely familiar with, but not super familiar with. He made
not too
some very. He made a video like talking about the pole meme where they color people blue instead
Yeah.
of calling them Jews.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Vosh. Oh no, not Night Bean for $5 says, Vosh, is it possible a person can dislike immigration due to the effect of creating more competition in the market instead of being a bigot? I don't think so. I don't think it's possible. Archangel 270 for $5 says, Vosh is everything I hate, an elitist a-hole who looks down at everyone else, rude, cruel, raging, foaming at the mouth that hurts his arguments. Lieutenant Amazon for $5 says, Sitch, can you get me a download of the stream today? I want a super cut ping every time Vosh says really quickly. Yeah, I forgot. Lieutenant Amazon asked me to download something. Lieutenant Amazon, just there's like programs where you can download YouTube videos. You don't need me to do it. You don't need me to do it.
Websites.
Hunter Avalon for $5 says, Adam, you're an embarrassment to us.
I know. This is the one I've been waiting for. Come on, Hunter. Give it to me. Tell me what you really think, Hunter. Come on.
You engage in the debate. Don't host a debate if you can't help defend your friend like a mommy defends her baby. Wow.
I told you, man. Come on. Sargon's dangerous, dude. What do you think? My life is in his hands. Like, do you think I want to go up against that? Come on.
Well,
my wife would be upset with me if I got murdered.
But this is the problem, because like me and Adam are in this weird position because we both like Sargon. We both don't really like Vosh. But then if Vosh comes in here like foaming at the mouth already, like how are we supposed to respond to this without accusations of being biased?
Yeah, totally.
You totally called it, Adam. You
Yeah.
totally called it. Before we started, Adam was like, he's going to accuse me of being on your side. And I'm like, okay.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we're in agreement, Sitch, that we feel like Vosh wasn't debating fairly or honestly, or like he wasn't really engaging the arguments.
Well, he was completely performative for that.
Yes.
conversation.
But it feels like Sargon was. But I obviously,
Right.
am I just biased? Is that
Well, I was
only
trying.
is that only because I like Sargon? I mean, but I
Well,
like
I mean-
Vosh too. I don't understand. Like, it wasn't like I'm against Vosh.
Well, the thing is, every time I'd make a point that I expected him to engage with, but like, what? As if he doesn't understand English. So it's just like, okay.
Yeah, I don't dislike Vosh though. So I guess that's the answer to what people are saying about me being biased, is because I just want them to have a constructive conversation. I don't want them just to yell at each other. So
Shlomo Sheckelberg for $2 says Vosh is based and red-pilled. I don't know what that's in reference
Well, it's
to.
because if I point out SJWs, his mind leaps to Jews.
Ah, of course, that makes sense. Okay. Dorf Mall for 2 Canadian says one species and Vosh equal trash. Hail Adam. There you go, Adam.
nice.
There's some
Thank
love
you.
for you. Kegs for Kavanaugh for $2 says invite at Eric Stinger to debate Soygoin on the JQ. Okay, some
No.
alt-writer, I guess, wants to
Never gonna
debate you on. We're not going to debate the JQ on the stream. I don't
Yeah.
think.
No.
No, I don't know. We
That's-
might. Pragmatic has been bothering me to debate me about something, so I don't know. NC for 199 says Vosh's view of capitalist is the same as the JQ. Drunk Shovel for $2 says I've bankrupted myself hating Vosh. Yes, you have, Drunk Shovel. Thank you. Branchy Moragor for $2 says so they need to ruin society for you to care. What? Shlomo Sheckelberg for $2 says Sargon debate Eric Stryker. Okay.
Who?
This is he wants you to debate this Eric Stryker guy about the Jewish question.
No.
If I have
No,
to-
it's
I
not
won't
worth
allow.
it.
I won't allow. it.
Not worth it.
So it's just not very interesting.
It's
Right.
not.
Well, but this is
Yeah.
the problem, because then it's like you debate against the alt-right. They hate you and they troll you and they like mess with you and do all this annoying shit.
Yeah.
But then like you don't get any points for that from the left whatsoever.
Yeah, this is not worth my time.
But see, that's the problem, because then people like Vosh and other people will say like, oh, why don't you Sargon go after or other people on YouTube go after the alt-right more? And it's like, well, if we go after the alt-right and now we get their shitstorm and then we also get your shitstorm, what incentive do we have?
They don't
do
seem to have
this.
much of an audience to take away from them.
Right.
Like, what am I getting? Richard Spencer's 6,000 subscribers.
Yeah. Gabby G Wiz for $5 says, glad I could see this live. Enjoy your $3. Cheers. Thank you very much. Oh, no, enjoy your 3. Cheers. Forward Synthesis for £5 says, isn't the cultural argument against mass immigration a lot stronger than the economic one? Culture change means political change in the long run.
Well, Vosh is a leftist. And he thinks that they'll vote for lefties. So
Yeah, I do wonder how this immigration debate would play out if the immigrants
yeah,
were
well,
very
that's
conservative.
That's so
yeah.
funny.
Well, I tried to present that argument to him, and he just didn't engage with it. So
Well, I mean, I guess you could make the argument in the UK that like with like a lot of Muslim immigration is conservative, but they're not
Very.
voting for conservative candidates for because they don't.
well,
they view the
it's
left
only a
as-
matter of time because
Right.
the left in Birmingham specifically, they've banned them from even protesting about the No Outsiders thing. So they're going to carry on with the intersectional agenda in the Muslim community, and they're going to start voting really.
That will be hilarious and fun.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely going to happen.
Yeah. Darth Fagit, our very favorite super chatter, for $10 says, New fallacy appeal to definitions. Yeah, if that's not a fallacy, it should be.
Hmm.
Lumberjack for $10 says Vosh said he lived in a multicultural city. Where does he live now? If he doesn't live in a multicultural city, he probably left like California to other states. Yeah, he said he moved to Washington or something.
Let's hope it's not Alabama. Hey, Sargon, you're under no obligation to stick around. You've been here for 4 hours, so if you want to bowl.
Right. Okay. Well, I like going through the super chats just in case anyone's asking a question.
Okay, cool.
I'd like to answer it.
Ask
paid
yourself for 5 Canadian says Adam has hosted a few debates I participated in. I'd love to debate Sargon on animal ethics. Is that something that can be arranged?
Who's that?
Ask yourself.
He's a
No, I don't know who that
YouTuber. He is a vegan. He hangs out with vegan games.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Do you care about animal ethics, Sargon?
Well, I mean, I don't want animals to be abused, but I'm not going to agree that they should be considered to be human for purposes of consumption.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Have you ever made I don't recall
But
you making
eating
a
them
video.
is
I've never-
abuse, Sargon. That's what they'll say, basically.
Yeah, that's what they're going to say. Yeah, I'm going to say, well, there we go then. By your definition, I'm happy to abuse animals as I eat them.
So are you interested in debating Ask Yourself about this or no?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay. Sorry, Ask Yourself.
So,
Our father in the green for $5 says, I can't wait to see Vosh to have a stream with King Crocoduck so they can go into the subversion of academia.
yeah, that would be good. That would be very good.
But that's the Jewish question, so I don't think he can do
Oh my God.
Our father in the green for another $5 says, I'd really love to see Gary Edwards have a chit chat with people like Vosh.
It couldn't happen.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
The Wooser for $1.99 says, where's Shlomo Shuckelberg when you need him? I don't know what that's a reference to. Patrick Meredith for $1.99 says, colonialism equal evil, mass immigration equal good. Our father in green for $5 says, Sargon, have you heard of Benjamin Boyce? He's from Evergreen and made a documentary series on it. Would be a great source to cite in regarding the spread of SJW culture.
I'll have to look that up.
Do you know Benjamin Boyce? Friend of the channel?
I'm not familiar, I don't think.
He used to go to Evergreen and he made a bunch
Yeah, he's
of
an
videos about it.
ex-Evergreen student. Yeah.
Okay.
Highly recommended channel. Old School Satanist for $5 says, Sitch, Google analyzing right-wing YouTube channels, hate, violence, and discrimination. This is where the data came from a different study. Okay, so this is a different study. I not looked at that one, and I will check it out when I get a chance. Max for $5 says, Sitch, this is your money now, right? Tell Sargon he's a limp bee. Ouch.
I'm a limp bee.
You're a limp bee.
What does that mean?
I guess like a limp bitch or bastard. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Depending upon your gender.
Yeah, depending on your gender. There you go.
I guess so.
You don't want to misgender you. So he's being inclusive. Lumberjack for $10 says, if you start taking people's excess wealth, that will cause the productive part of society to become disenfranchised, reducing overall wealth by reducing productivity.
Look at that.
True
He
Silver.
summed up the whole debate in one super
Yeah,
chat.
basically. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Well, he is a lumberjack, so he's a working man. True Silver 112 for $5 says, the problem with sociology is that they don't do science. They field put out articles, but they never retest their experiments. Lumberjack for $2 says, Marxism equals the lowest common denominator economically. Socrates, that's right. Socrates for $5 says, economist here. From a cursory look at data, I think co-ops are less effective. Statistical anomaly because only the most effective co-ops survive. Correlation is not causation.
Co-ops BTFO'd.
There you go. The Wooster for $4.99 says, Sargon, would you ever have a discussion with Destiny again? He seems to be softening up and attacking more tankies as of late.
Yeah, I've had loads of debates with Destiny and waxed him in all of them.
Have you been watching his attack on the left recently?
I haven't, but I fully endorse Destiny's attack on the left.
Yes.
However, I fully condemn his actual cuckoldry. So,
What?
but then I fully condemn Vorsh's logical child porn as well. So.
What?
Okay.
Is Destiny really diving into cuckoldry now or something? Is that like a...
Yes, that's actually he was on a stream the other day apparently where he was saying, yeah, I like my wife or my girlfriend fuck other men, and she comes back to me. That's how I know she loves me. It's like,
What? Oh my
Yeah, I think-
God.
I'm not joking. I'm not
I
joking.
think he's in a-
Holy shit.
I think he's in a polyamorous open relationship, if I'm not
What?
mistaken.
And I bet he's absolutely slaying pussy every night.
Oh man, that's okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's true. It's true.
Lucid Dreamer for $5 says fallacies are conclusions that don't follow the premise. Citations do not equal appeals to authority, which are always fallacious. There you go. Universum for 2 Aussie bucks says Vosh says he thinks bestiality is hot. I hope he didn't say that.
Okay.
Braving Sirens for $4.99 says $5 if you guys don't enforce decorum. Admit it. You're bringing back blood sports.
Yeah, Adam.
We are? Come on. You can't listen to my outro there, like pleading with Vosh to like, can't we just have a good faith discussion here?
Well, look. Adam is a 4-letter name starting with A. Andy is a 4-letter
Oh
name
my
starting with
God.
A. It's like
Come
the
on.
same
Come
thing.
on. I wanted to have a constructive dialogue. Okay. I didn't want
I
any
know.
blood sports.
I really didn't. I mean, I don't follow Vash's stuff a lot, but I didn't expect this to. turn out the way it did.
I'm a hopeless optimist.
I know. The Wooster for $1.99 says Vosh has the Ancom trans girl demographic. Shinso Beam for $5 says Mexicans to U.S. immigrants is different from Islamic to UK because Mexican culture is fairly similar to the U.S. The problem is too much cheap labor.
It's at least Christian. I mean,
Yeah.
there are severe value differences between Muslim and Christian cultures, man.
Right. King Dance Killer for $4.99 says, Sitch, I'm disappointed. Rob Spear, leader of the Jacobins in the French Revolution, put many people to death only to get executed himself. Oh, I saw Oversimplified's video about that. Yes. Vaguely remember that. Thank you for reminding me.
Completely true.
Yes.
True.
King Dance Killer for $1.99 says, why did I send you money to correct you? See, that's the trick. I mess up the super chat, so you have to send me more money to get me to fix it. It's all intentional. Very Dead Horse for $4.99 says Vosh has a girlfriend, but I specifically remember that he said his girlfriend had another significant other. The last stream with him, I'd love to debate Vosh, by the way.
What is it with all these fucking left-wing cucks, man?
Yeah.
Actual cuckolds. Okay.
Okay, Mr. D.
No wonder they're
Jiffle-High.
angry, though. I mean, fuck, I'd be angry.
I'd be angry too, yeah.
Mhm.
Mr. DJ Fly High for 5 Aussie bucks says Vosh is still streaming on his own channel after the debate, saying how Sargon has waned in relevance. Funny how Vosh is acting like a sore loser.
Have I really waned in relevance?
I don't
then?
think so. I contemplated that. I'm like, should we stream this on Sargon's channel? And then it would be like Sargon's stream versus Vosh's stream. Because, I mean, Sargon was nice enough to come on our channel because we're smaller YouTubers. So,
Right. And we want money.
Somebody
Universal.
Vosh's Jewish question.
There it
raised
is.
their
I-
we
hand.
like money. Yeah.
I fell into the trap.
How crazy.
God.
Anytime you mention money, man, I'm
I
going to get you
know,
on it.
just like get. Universum for 5 Aussie bucks says Sargon, you actually helped red pill me. I watched you, then Shapiro, then Gavin, then Jared Taylor, then the Daily Show. Nazi algorithm strikes again. Oh,
Your camera
Another one.
froze.
Well, Vosh,
Sargon too.
Vosh
I don't know.
confirmed correct. Oh, sorry.
Your camera froze. I don't know if it was intentional or not.
Oh,
but
right. Okay.
yeah.
No, but I'll just stop it. Just
There
you go.
what's going on.
Osyar for 5 Aussie bucks says Sargon says he wouldn't even rape, but this stream says otherwise.
Well, I don't feel like I really got a good victory here because I don't think we even engaged with each other. It was really frustrating. Like, Vosh seemed to be deliberately avoiding every issue. So okay.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was much engagement whatsoever. Nathan Break for $2 says, hey, Sitch, I found out I'm Jewish. Do I get the Jew pass? I mean, I guess. Well, I don't know. If you found out you're Jewish, you have to know it. You have to feel it in your blood. You have to just see that matzo ball soup and you just go, oh, I want that. Shlomo Shuckelberg for $5. Speaking of Jews, for $5.
My favorite contributor.
Yeah, says, have you heard the recent David Smith Jewish libertarian take on the alt-right? No, I don't know who that is. He also has a great discussion with Ryan Dawson on the Israel lobby. No.
What I love about Shlomo Shackelberg here is that I bet he also complains about the fellow white people meme, but he's literally doing the fellow Jewish people meme.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. And it's also funny that like they're so concerned with the money we send to Israel versus, I mean, we send a lot of money to a lot of foreign countries. They're so concerned with the Israel lobby for some reason. For some reason, that one country. I don't know why. Can't guess why.
Yes, go ahead. You're allowed.
Yeah, exactly.
No, take it
Explosive
back.
X.
Don't guess.
You've got a J card. You can do it.
Yeah, because they don't like Jews. Oh my God, I know it's shocking. People on the alt-right don't like Jews. It's crazy. Explosive X for 549 says, Sargon, have you looked into No Outsiders? From what I can tell, some of the people involved have a queer theory background.
Oh, absolutely. It's full on SJW propaganda.
What is No Outsiders?
It's a school program in Birmingham schools. I think it might actually just be one Birmingham school, actually. But it's attempt to essentially normalize alternative relationships to children as young as 4.
Really?
Yeah,
That is terrible.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
that's
Yes.
crazy.
This is why when the Muslims rise up against it, I've got to be like, well, look, guys, the Muslims really have a point here. Like this is bad. Okay.
Oh my God.
Shlomo Shackelberg for another $5 says Eric Stryker just published his site Page Analytics and it has 100K a month. He would wreck Vosh on the immigrant economics question, national justice. Okay, well you can talk to Eric Stryker about
Yeah,
debating
I'd
Vosh.
probably watch that.
It's not going to be on
If
this.
someone could like mute Vosh
Yeah,
every 5 minutes.
message me.
It's not going to be on this
Yeah,
channel.
get Adam to be the moderator. He's
I'll
a brilliant mod.
I'll set it up, man. Well,
I don't think we're going to have Eric Stryker and Vosh debate on our channel, but
okay.
that's me. Zurindu for 5 New Zealand says, have some shekels for the Democratic People's Republic of New Zealand. Vosh would be loved by our Prime Minister, Comrade Ardern.
Mm.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says, legal Mexicans integrate really well. Not that I'm biased, but there's a poll that shows legal Mexicans in the U.S. disapprove of illegal immigration. I would assume most legal immigrants disapprove of illegal immigration because they feel like, they put in the work to immigrate legally. So Aussie for 2 Aussie bucks says, put Adam in a wig and get ContraPoints on stream.
Yes.
That is transphobic. I cannot believe you just said that.
yeah, disavow.
Disavow. Our Father in the Green for $5 says, part two, give me blood.
These
He wants
people.
he
Oh my
wants
God,
more.
so
He wants
vicious.
even more. Paradox for $3 says, a question to both of you. What is your definition of reactionary? What is a reactionary reacting to? Can you support LGBT rights and be considered a reactionary?
Well, reactionary is usually someone who opposes progress or political or social reform. So if the status quo is, hate speech laws, and then some wild-eyed liberal comes along and goes, maybe we shouldn't lock people up for the things they say, then the SJW who says, fuck off fascist, is a reactionary.
Right. I feel like they just use reactionary so that they could lump in all anti-SJWs together.
People who disagree with me are reactionaries.
basically.
But isn't conservatism by its very nature reactionary simply because you're reacting to the change that
Yes.
these progressives constantly want to
Yes.
foist on society?
Although I have to say, these days, it seems like they're not so much reactionary as just putting on the brakes a bit.
Yeah.
Like, let's drive the speed limit.
Paragon for $3 says, Destiny would say that hating on landlords is a communist meme. How would you respond to that, Vosh? I'm sorry, he's not here.
Probably in a very
that's what-
calm and measured way, though.
That's why the whole you're putting people to the be Nazis is a BS argument to me, because like all the talk about hatred of the elite class definitely push people to want violence against landowners and all this stuff. Rams Funk for $3 says, Sargon, will you be my uncle?
Possibly.
Maybe
Oh,
he,
and I've
maybe he
found-
is your
yeah.
uncle.
Open-ended
Have you
question.
talked to your mom?
I mean, I was busy when I was young.
CT for $1 says, unrelated to the debate, but thank you for fixing your mic, Vosh. It's much better now. It was slightly better.
There's a link for you in the chat there, Adam, that you're really going to enjoy.
Oh no! I was gonna say you're retweeting Claudia here. Why don't you debate Claudia? Where's the
I'd love
feminist?
to.
I'd
love to.
I might try to
I don't think
dig
they'd
into
debate
that.
Didn't Claudia?
Claudia is a ranting feminist from
Right.
She's
She's
been around for a long time.
She just like turned off her Twitter. She just got into all this Twitter drama. Like
Well,
yesterday.
she's back with a new account, and Sargon is already retweeting her.
That's fucking
I
hilarious.
thought it was a good tweet. Worth retweeting.
hilarious.
What about it?
It's really funny.
I didn't even read it. I just saw the name, and I'm like, I wonder if I could get them to fight on stream. How
Think of the
bad? How
super
bad
chats,
am
Adam.
I?
Not bad enough. Paradox for $3 says, can any of you name any example of a revolution centered
I'm in a
around right-wing
poly
ideas
relation-
or moral values? This super chat is sponsored by Team Molebug.
So Sargon's link to the Destiny admits he's a cuck video. I'll have to.
Oh, okay.
It's only 19 seconds long, but continue super
And
chat.
it's 19 seconds of pure gold.
Has there been a revolution centered around right-wing ideas?
Yeah,
Hmm.
the American Revolution.
No way. Come on.
What?
The American Revolution was centered around progressive ideas, progress, change.
What? No. It was centered around liberal ideas. It was a liberal revolution, and it was successful.
Right, but
Well,
it
It's like
are
the
we
one
talking about
revolution
left-
that was actually successful.
Well, I guess, are you talking about right-wing ideas now or right-wing ideas back then?
Yeah, right. What we consider right wing ideas now. I mean, yeah, sure. It was left wing compared to feudalism, sure.
Right.
But like,
right.
these days it would be considered hard right, far right, Nazi.
That I would assume that'd be true of every revolution or political thought. Like, since we seem to be moving towards the left, anything that was always going to be
Mm.
in the past considered to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why the right wings keep losing though.
Gabby G Wiz for $5 says, "Great work and please stay awesome." GG Sargon, Adam, and Sitch. Thank you very much. Paradox for $1 says, "Is Vosh malding?" I don't think so.
Molding.
I don't know.
Molting maybe? I
Paradox
don't
for
know.
$3 says, "A question to both debaters: Whose side are you more sympathetic?" Oh, he answered this. Whose side are you more sympathetic to Sargon in the Groper War? Nick's side or Charlie Kirk's side?
I think that they've both got some points and other points that they're missing. I think the Charlie Kirk side, Charlie Kirk actually has done this as well. He has actually engaged with their arguments. So I think he's moderated himself somewhat on this position. But the Gropers definitely had points, which is why they were so funny, frankly.
So don't be a fence sitter. Which side are you more sympathetic to, Sargon?
Charlie Kirk.
Well, no, like I think that what Turning Point USA is doing is a net good, like providing Republican space in universities. That's a very difficult thing to get, and you actually have to fight for it these days. But there's no question that it's the neoliberal, the sort of the Koch brothers position where it's like open borders good, Israel amazing, and it's like, well, I mean, there are.
I really don't think Turning Point USA is in favor of open borders whatsoever.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
They want to build the wall. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but that's illegal immigration, not just legal immigration.
Oh, well, when you say open borders, I'm assuming you're talking about illegal immigration.
No, open borders is legal immigration, just like almost unlimited legal immigration. Just whoever wants to come. It's like
I don't follow Nick, so I don't know what. I mean, I don't follow Charlie, so I don't know what his position on that is whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's talking about, because I've seen him saying it plenty of times. Like, we love legal immigrants. And it's like, well, there's a limit to that too.
Paradox for $3 says, question to Vosh: as a person who is for sensible immigration, how would you convince a person who believes the border should be open? What arguments would you use? That'd be an interesting question.
Sorry, say it again.
He wanted Vosh to know, since Vosh was saying he was for sensible immigration, how would Vosh convince a person who was open borders to not be open borders?
Yeah, well, that's the question that we were all trying to get to.
Yeah. Paradox says, there was a study where outsiders were slowly introduced to a homogeneous test society that showed liberal preferences, but once outsiders were introduced and they were retested, they moved to the right. No other factors were necessary, just outsiders.
Oof.
Yeah, that's the unfortunately that's the tribal evolution, afraid of resource stealing.
Those were people from Alabama, I can tell.
Exactly. They were racist.
Possibly from the English countryside as well.
Chainsaw Chimera for $1 says, Sargon already brought up the Somali thing because why not? Why didn't Vosh bring up how Sargon is willing to throw innocent black people in jail because of crime rate? And there's a link to some YouTube video.
I don't really want to send any innocent people to jail regardless
totally.
of their race.
Totally. Innocent people need to go free. Put them on UBI. That's what I want to do.
All right.
Paradox for $3 says, question of Vosh: aren't feminists creating an argument that men own the wealth, companies, etc., and then all alt-right has to say is, yeah, these men are all Jewish? Question mark.
Okay.
CT for $1 says, don't worry, Adam, I still love you in a strictly non-gay, non-squishy way. Oh,
nice.
horrible. Paradox for $1 says, "Blood for the blood god. Adam is the blood god today." Thank you, Adam.
Nice.
Hummer Rodriguez for $5 says, "So Vash was trying to connect Sargon with the neo-Nazis with pure conjecture and conspiracy theories, just like they connect Tucker Carlson with the neo-Nazis. But hey, there are no conspiracy theories on the left." Akshivi for $5 says, "In the future, just for fairness, both contestants should leave at the same time. Right now, Sargon can keep defending himself. Vosh can't."
Well, I didn't storm off in a huff, you see.
Yeah, I mean, Vosh left on his own,
Yeah.
so
He ran away. That's what the narrative is, right? let's all get on the same page here.
right. Well, he
I'm
also
just
he called the
playing,
moderators.
Bosch. I'm only playing.
He called the moderators cucks. So
Did he? Oh, I missed that.
yeah,
Did he call you cucks?
He did.
Damn it. He's
Said
throwing
we-
insults everywhere.
He said we were
stand with
biased in
Vosh.
favor of you, Sargon, and we were cucks.
I just want to know how he gets so many girls to like white knight for him on Twitter. Like, seriously, Bosch, help me out here.
Paradox Engine for $3 says, "A proposed Marxist not living up to their standards. Have you heard about Hassan Piker exploiting a video editor for his YouTube channel, not paying him, ignoring him while requesting edits?"
I did.
Yeah, I did
see
hear
that.
about that. Yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Hassan
look,
said, "Fuck the working man," and then carried
Yeah.
on doing it.
I mean, it shouldn't really surprise anyone if someone like Hassan or these ideologues are all hypocrites and assholes in real life. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's pretty par for the course usually.
Yeah. Sad.
Uh, Paradox for $1 says, "Malding equaled mad plus balding."
Was Vosh balding?
Hilarious.
He's not balding.
I don't think he was, but
No.
Yeah, he seems
He's
to
a
be
very,
doing fine.
sweet
Fine in the
guy.
hair department, but
I think that came up in the No BS stream because No BS apparently thought I was a completely different person, even though he
so
met
did
me.
Bosch. Everyone thinks you're a different person.
Everyone
so-
thinks
No
it's sorry.
one knows who you
Vosh thought I
are.
was literature devil. Everyone thinks I'm a different person. There
Yeah.
you go. It's a big problem. Isaac Yusuf for $1.99 says, "Someone dropped the video of Vosh girlfriend having boyfriend too."
What?
Okay.
Oh my god!
Is that true?
I don't know if it was a question or she's
Or
saying someone did it,
Breaking news.
but breaking news. Psycho Mate $5 says, "I don't mean to shill, but has Sargon heard of Sheepless Dreamer's game in development? I heard it's coming along pretty well." That's right. Sheepless Dreamer is making a platformer about me.
Yeah,
I have not seen this.
It's very cool. It's on Newgrounds.
it is cool.
When it's
Sitch
complete
runs
with-
around like a little he runs around like Bosch. It's like a little maniac.
How dare you say that? How dare you say that? I forgot my name for $5 says, "Where can you find the Count Dankula one species debate? I need to see the tism."
It was
I
on
will-
D-Live.
I shared
don't-
it on
I don't know how
Twitter.
to find out.
Paradox Engine actually clipped out the best part of it. It's like 2 hours, but it's so good. I shared it
we'll,
on Twitter. Look at my timeline. I'll pull it.
Yeah, you tweeted it out, Adam?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, it's on BitChute. I don't know if Count Dankula one species are going to upload the whole thing on their own channels or what, but
Yeah, I think D Live goes away, but I'm not sure.
so wait, is that the point of DLive? Because you don't want like it to stay?
Oh, this needs to stay.
don't want-
This needs to be
you don't
a
want a
permanent
record.
part of the internet right here.
Okay. Lumberjack for $5 says, "Vosh hates rural people, which makes up most of society. That is blue collar workers. So Vosh represents more rich people than the poor working class." The Wooster for $9.99 says, "Ask not what you can do for your country. Ask what your country can do for Israel." Ben Shapiro talking to Charlie Kirk at APAC, funded by the Shlomo Shuckelberg, who's known to fund Adam and Sitch's live stream. How dare you, Wooster? How dare you? Patrick Meredith for $9.99 says, "Don't be so pessimistic on the right. Reagan and Thatcher both moved things back to sanity, and Sweden was actually more left in the 70s, realized it killed their economy." I don't agree with that whatsoever. I don't agree with the Reagan thing. I think Reagan made the economy much worse, but that's because I'm a horrible leftist. So, Sean Welch for $2 says, "Tim Pool did 20-minute video on Baby Yoda today." Glorious.
Oh my god. Well, maybe he's coming around.
There you
What is Baby Yoda's position on the coming Civil War? That's what I really want to know. I guess I'll have to watch
I haven't
the
even
video.
seen The Mandalorian because I'm not paying Disney any money.
Yeah,
Really?
I don't want to buy
Yeah.
that service.
I
Can you
don't
just
know.
upload them illegally for us, Adam?
My wife
Yeah.
saw Baby Yoda and she's like, "We're getting Disney Plus."
Oh my god. Roughneck MP for $4.99 says, "Hey Sargon, any thoughts about the Young Turks CEO Cenk Uygur running for a California congressional seat?"
Yes.
I absolutely support his run. Unlike Devon Tracy, I'm supportive of my fellow YouTuber trying to achieve office, and I think that we should all back him and hope that he gets it.
He's actually running in my old district, which I like. I could drive out, and I hope he's going to do like a town hall or something.
Dude, you should do
I
it.
could ask him about the Armenian genocide for everyone. Excuse me, do you have a position on the Armenian genocide? Armenian genocide.
Excuse me, Cenk. I have X amount of ovens. How long does it take to bake
no.
1.5 million cookies?
Oh my god.
Armenian cookies, yes. Ugh.
I would never do that. Come on, I'm not. Sargon is the troll here. I am not. I will go, I will go, I will go and ask nice questions. Now I might troll him a little bit.
It'd be really funny though.
CT for $1 says, "Oh, come on, Sitch, I congratulated you on your computer not exploding too. Now it looks even more gay and squishy that I was nice to Adam. Actually, my computer did shut off in the middle of the debate for like 20 minutes.
My
So,
god.
so hopefully my computer will last till I buy a new one.
That's
And I can
awful.
back everything up. I was actually spent half of the debate backing up files. I was
During the
very
debate,
proud.
yeah.
Yes, during the
I was
debate.
like, you still around?
It's like, nah, I'm backing up my computer because I'm afraid it's going to die. So that's the end of the super chats. That's the end of the Streamlabs.
Really? Nice.
Yes.
We made it.
Thank you very much, Sargon, for hosting this on our channel. I am sorry that
my
it kind
pleasure.
of turned out the way it did, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, in Vorsh's defense, right? I think he had like 4,000 of his followers watching his stream, and when I've been in this position as well, where you think you've got like some ace win and it's going to be an easy victory, and you kind of pumped yourself up and you become an unreasonable dick. I was in that position with Richard Carrier, and I fucked it up too, in exactly the way that Vorsh just fucked this up. So, in his defense, I think that if he were to have a round 2 at some point, I think he would be more reasonable.
Would you be
I
open
think
to a
that-
round 2, Sargon?
Well, I mean, as long as we can actually have a conversation, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. The invitation is out
Okay,
there.
well, we'll
Yeah,
see.
Good on you.
I mean, I don't think it would be any different, but maybe I'm just a pessimist.
Well, yeah, maybe I'm an optimist, you know what I mean? But I've been in his position. It's not fun, and he's probably quite annoyed at himself at the moment. So I'm not going to be on social media rubbing it in. And
Maybe not though, because I agree with you. Like he's got his entire audience behind him saying, get him. This is Sargon. This is the one. This is the whale we've been waiting for, right? So he's got that entire that's what's pushing him. So it's difficult to have these conversations when you're in that situation. You're right to point it out.
Yeah. So, well, I guess that's it. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for the lovely donations. Are we streaming tomorrow, Adam?
I was thinking that we are, but it's your call. I mean, I didn't know this was going to go as long as it did. So,
I guess we'll leave you guys hanging. We might, we might not. Who knows?
We'll see how we feel in the morning.
Right. We'll see how we feel in the morning. There is a short video that really triggers Adam, so we might watch that.
We could just watch this. Destiny admits he's a
watch
cuck.
the
It's only
Destiny
19
one.
seconds.
do it. And then watch Vorsh's child porn argument. It's amazing.
Let's just watch Carjackers for Jesus. We could stretch it out for 2 hours.
There you go. There you go. Finally. Anyways, thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time.
Take care, everyone.